there's not going to be. It's not going to be fireworks and cheerleaders and cheapening it. It's about celebrating it in a sports way because they go off the MCG.
Yeah, we don't even know who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's an opportunity for a bit of a reality get-to-know-your bugle player show, but not a competition.
Okay, so the reality show won't cheapen it, but the...
Reality or just... No, like a really nice, long-form Australian story kind of vibe.
Okay. Look, it was going to be a stretch. I thought it was relevant to this week. It was worth bringing up. I hope I'm not cancelled for suggesting.
Big no.
All right. It's nearly time for us to go. Unfortunately, I'll never be here again. So, Marley, good luck with the show. I'll give you your jacket back. What are we looking forward to this week?
I am really looking forward to the Anzac Round. It is a beautiful time, one that's solemn, one that's very serious, that we would never try and cheapen with a sporting competition. I do... admittedly, we had a bit of drama in the lead up to this with jerseys and the like.
Oh, yeah.
So I have to say, last night we saw the first game in the NRL's and Anzac Round, and I really liked... you're not going to believe I'm saying this. I really liked South's jersey.
It was cool, wasn't it?
Very cool.
Very strong.
Super strong. Yeah. All dark greys. Wasn't sort of the gimmicky. It was like quite a nice way to do it. And I do really enjoy all the kind of openings of those games. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it as well. All right, I'm not going to say anything more. We're done. See ya.
Bye.
ABC News. Good evening, I'm Melissa Polomini. Court documents show the man charged over a crash that claimed the lives of 5 people in country Victoria was speaking with police just 3 minutes before the fatal accident. Here's Christian Silver.
Court documents have revealed police allegations against Christopher Dylan Joannidis, a driver accused of causing a crash that left 5 people dead north of Shepparton yesterday. They reveal Mr Joannidis was pulled over near the Murray Valley Highway for speeding and returned a positive reading for cannabis on a preliminary test. A follow-up test was negative and Mr Joannidis was released at 2:18 p.m. 3 minutes later, police say his car slammed into a ute with 5 people inside. They were all killed when their ute hit a B-double tanker. Mr Joannidis is facing charges of dangerous driving causing death and will be back in court in September.
Another Victorian builder has gone into voluntary administration as the industry struggles with rising costs. Work will be halted on more than 700 new homes being built by Marcorp as administrators look to restructure the business. In a letter to customers, the company's director says Marcorp has not collapsed and is not in liquidation, but work will be put on hold for the next 5 weeks. The Victorian government this week announced financial support for some of the hundreds of homeowners affected by the separate collapse of builder Porter Davis. The federal government's top lawyer says the proposed Indigenous voice to Parliament won't clog up courts with challenges. Political reporter Nicole Hegarty.
The Solicitor General's legal opinion on the independent advisory body has been tabled as part of a joint parliamentary inquiry ahead of the voice to Parliament referendum later this year. In it, Stephen Donoghue says the proposal is legally sound and enhances the system of government. He dismisses opponents' claims it would grind government to a halt through legal challenges. Nationals MP Barnaby Joyce says the government's decision not to release the full advice was sneaky.
When you offer something else, it even raises our suspicions further.
Treasurer Jim Chalmers says the coalition is looking for excuses.
Governments don't release advice to Cabinet.
The parliamentary inquiry is set to report in May.
The Victorian opposition says it has concerns about the government's plan to raise the age of criminal responsibility. Nicholas Hines reports.
The Victorian government is set to raise the age from 10 to 12 in a move which has the backing of the state's police association. But the Commissioner for Aboriginal Children and Young People has slammed the move as frustrating and unethical after a long-running campaign from expert groups called for the age to be raised to 14. Shadow Attorney General Michael O'Brien says he has concerns about the age being raised at all.
I think a national approach would be far better, but the government seems to be pushing ahead on its own.
The ABC understands the change could be formally announced as soon as next week.
A Ballarat-based Jabwarang woman has been selected for a 12-person Indigenous running team entering the prestigious New York Marathon later this year. Sissy Austin was the victim of a violent random attack in Lal Lal State Forest in February. She recently qualified for the Indigenous Marathon Foundation team despite her injuries. Ms Austin says she won't allow the attack to define her and is looking forward to crossing the finish line in November.
There's obviously heaps and heaps of training involved. Yeah, I think like the running's one element of it, but I just really want to, share my story and each run at a time with my community.
Now to sport. Essendon coach Brad Scott says he feels sympathy for players as they navigate how to tackle aggressively without being suspended. Bombers captain Zach Merritt will miss Tuesday's Anzac Day clash with Collingwood after being banned for a dangerous tackle. Merritt's suspension follows a string of others for similar tackling incidents as the league cracks down on concussion. Scott, a former AFL football boss, says players understand the rule but need more guidance on how to make the tackle.
So I really feel for players who are trying to be aggressive in a tackle but yet show duty of care all at the same time. So I think the players are clear, but they're not clear on how to exactly execute that. So that's going to be, I think, an ongoing discussion for the whole industry to address.
To the weather now. For the state, areas of morning fog tomorrow, partly cloudy in the south with isolated light showers on and south of the Divide. Dry and mostly sunny across the north. For Melbourne, partly cloudy tomorrow, a top of 20. It's currently 17 degrees. ABC News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
As a First Nations athlete with a platform, you do have to use your voice.
Quite frankly, you could argue that this Australian swimming team is as good as Australia have produced.
Fans don't really care much about the balance sheet, they care about the competition ladder.
I can't see David Warner playing any Test cricket beyond these Ashes.
It's a daily sports conversation and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet. Feel it on your skin. Can't believe what they're about to see. Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. What a game. It's got everything. It's like Grease Lightning. It's so cool. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game. Cause here it comes, with a talk from 55. Hello. That is the cream on the cake.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
And we have a thriller. To Goey, chest out, goal. Something big is coming. Goes for home. He's got it. Phenomenal finish. Something big is coming. Something big is coming. Words, goals, brilliant.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The chance exchange blows at either end. Step up in the big moment. Fill your lungs, are you ready for it? This is a fantastic game of football we've got here. The big time spot. His drop punt is pure. Here they come. What a finish. Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant. He goes.
Here comes the way of Nick Dacos. Gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA.
AFL.
His heart up gives the boundary in the right. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season. Checks on, bends it home. You cannot teach that. Brings it back superbly. Has the shot from the pocket. He is smoking tonight. That's around the body. Sensational goal.
And that's what brings fans through the game.
40 out. What a superstar. Goes for home. They're red hot. Punches the air in celebration. Outside of the boot from the impossible angle. It's high. It's long. It's straight. Unguarded. Goal square. He's got it. This is just getting good at the G.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio.
Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Anzac round begins on the AFL's Western Front. It's Fremantle and the Western Bulldogs. Two finalists from last year go head-to-head, looking to square this season at 3-3. Welcome to round 6. Clint Wilden with you at Perth Stadium, a round that will climax on Tuesday with the traditional Anzac Day blockbuster between Collingwood and Essendon. But there's a lot to play out ahead of that, and you'll hear it all right here on Grandstand AFL. Fremantle last year ended the Bulldogs season in the finals at this ground, and they can put a massive dent in the Dogs' hopes for 2023 if they prevail this evening. There's a lot to play out as Rory Lobb returns to the West for what will be the most unwelcome of welcomes. Dave Lindsay is with me. Dave, this is one I'm really excited about. You've got two of the best rucks, if not the best rucks we've seen in some time. Tim English for the Bulldogs and Sean Darcy, who will get some support from Luke Jackson, going about their business. We know how good the Dogs' midfield can be. Marcus Bontempelli can be inspirational. But there's a youngster by the name of Caleb Sarong who's got two best on grounds in the last 3 weeks, according to the AFL coaches, and he'll be very keen to impress those in the purple. Great to see you on board, Dave.
Great to be here. Friday night footy in the West. We don't get too many cracks at Friday night footy, and this should be an absolute belter of a game. A fascinating matchup between two teams that have got some recent history with a big final played here last year, which the Western Bulldogs had on their terms for a quarter and a half, and then all of a sudden Fremantle flicked the switch and the Bulldogs went missing, as they did on grand final day at the same venue the previous year. So some recent history at the ground, not so good for the Bulldogs, but of course so much on the line for both these sides. 2-3. I don't think either of these teams expected to be in this position. One more loss tonight, 2-4. It's a long way back from there. I know it's only 6 rounds in, but history suggests there's only 1 or 2 changes from about round 6 onwards, so can't afford to drop this one tonight.
It's going to make it very tough if either of these sides lose this evening. Their recent games have been interesting. Fremantle beat the Gold Coast by 10 points in Norwood last week in gather round, but they were awful up until half-time and really did turn things around from that point onwards. Freo looked absolutely down and out, trailing by 23 points at one stage, by as much as 26, but by 23 at the half before finding something. Sarong, as I mentioned, in top form, 37 disposals. Jackson had 10 hit-outs and 2 goals. Darcy with 48 hit-outs, and Michael Walters, who really did want to make a statement, kicked 4 goals. While the Western Bulldogs were not disgraced by any means against Port Adelaide in torrential conditions at the Adelaide Oval. They went down by 14 points. Treloar had it 25 times, was magnificent, and Cody Waitman took one of the marks of the season with his first touch and certainly was up and about for the Bulldogs with his 4 goals. Our experts, Harry Taylor, the dual premiership cat, and Cara Antonio, all Australian in the AFLW and long-time Fremantle Dockers AFLW captain, with us here on Grandstand AFL. Cara, firstly to you. This is going to be a mighty contest. There are two teams who on the ladder haven't been going that well. So much at stake this evening, though.
Clint, Dave, Harry, listeners, thanks for having me. I'm pumped for this game. Not only Friday night, as you mentioned, Dave, but the Len Hall tribute match is probably my favourite post the Derby in the Fremantle calendar. So I'm really looking forward to this. Kelly Black and her team do an incredible job pre-game. So looking forward to listening and hearing and watching that. But yeah, you're right. It's probably been, I was talking to Harry on the way up actually in the lift, and a lot of people in the industry and outside probably would have tipped Fremantle based on last year and how they had improved to probably finish top 4, definitely top 8, and at this rate we haven't seen their best footy. We saw glimpses of it last week. I suppose the positive from that game against the Suns was their resilience and their way that they could fight back and claw that win over in Adelaide. And likely like the Dogs, you know, they're always a team that you know are going to fight to the end, which they did last week against Port, and some pretty crappy conditions. Weather probably played a big part in that, and they just got run over in the end by Port. But look, I'm really looking forward to tonight's clash. I don't know which way I'm tipping yet. I've jumped both sides throughout the day. really keen to see that midfield battle, in particular with Will Brodie coming back in, well deserved after his game as sub and coming back into the lineup last week. So I love to see the likes of Bont and Treloar go to work live. He's an incredible athlete, and he was instrumental last year in that final for the Doggies. And yeah, as you said, Fremantle came from behind and won that one. So no doubt there's a bit of fire in the belly, especially for him leading out the Dogs.
Did mention the Len Hall tribute game. It is the 26th time that the Dockers have commemorated the Anzacs with the Len Hall tribute game, named in honour of WA's last Gallipoli veteran, Len Hall. He was part of the 10th Light Horse Regiment, passed away in Perth in 1999, aged 101. We will bring you the observance ceremony downstairs shortly. Harry Taylor, welcome to you. Mentioned before to Cara. There's a lot to like about this contest if both sides play to their potential. How do you see it?
Yeah, I sort of took the opportunity to get here nice and early, have a bit of a walk around, just sort of feel some of the mood, some of the energy out there, particularly obviously from the Freo supporters. I think there is a fair bit of positivity. They think this is a game that's winnable Friday night. Obviously not getting a lot of those opportunities, so trying to make the most of it. I am tipping Fremantle only just. I think they haven't shown the consistency which we probably all expected at this point in the season, but I'm still giving them a good chance in this encounter tonight.
We've got the teams for tonight's game officially. Dave Lindsay.
Yeah, for the Western Bulldogs, Lockie McNeil will be the sub tonight, so he's in for his first game of this season, his 30th of his career. The bigger news is on the Fremantle team sheet, where Josh Corbett, the ex-Gold Coast son, will make his debut as the substitute 26-year-old forward who came across to Fremantle in exchange for a fourth-round selection in last year's trade period. So he's played 36 games with the Gold Coast and will make his debut here this evening in Fremantle colours, wearing the purple. And some other news, Clint, that's just dropped regarding Matt Taberner is that he's gone in for back surgery. So he was going to be out for up to about 4 months. It's a similar injury to what Sam Walsh had. He was off all action for about 4 months, which probably takes Matt Taberner right to finals time if Fremantle are good enough to make it to finals. So some big news there for Matt Taberner, and I guess bigger news for the youngsters such as Jai Amos and Sam Sturt trying to make their mark at the moment.
Dave Lindsay with all the news there. That is very bad news for Matt Taberner and for the Fremantle Dockers forward line, but hopefully Josh Corbett will get an opportunity to impress at some stage later this evening. We will talk a little bit more about Rory Lobb. There's been a few interesting moments over here in the West. The former Docker, of course, going across in the trade period to join the Western Bulldogs. He had a few things to say when he departed on one of the documentaries that was made about the trade period. And one local set of fans did something, well, I haven't seen happen before. They brewed a beer in his, I'll use this term advisedly, honour. We'll chat about that very shortly. But speaking of the Western Bulldogs, let's head down into their camp right now. And we're joined by Bridget Lacey, who's downstairs. Hello, Bridge. Who have you got for the Bulldogs?
Thanks, Clint. Excited to have Western Bulldogs midfield coach Brendan Laird joining us pre-game. Brendan, it's always a big trip, but you've spent the week here this time around coming straight from Adelaide. How has that been different for the group, and do you think it's been a good thing?
It's definitely been a good thing. We've had more time to review a few things and train a few things over here, which has been great. The most important thing is just us being together as a group and dealing with what we're going through at the moment together, and hopefully coming out the other side today and getting a nice win against Freo.
A lot of talk that last week's game was in pretty heavy weather and how that might affect coming in off a short break this week. How have the boys pulled up, and how do you expect them to get out there tonight?
Yeah, they've been good actually. They've pulled up really well. Our last two games have been in the wet, so we're excited to play in some nice weather over here in Perth, and hopefully we can get a W.
And obviously he's been the talk all week, so I've got to ask, Rory Lobb, he's expected to get plenty of booze tonight, of course, playing against his old side for the first time. Have you spoken to him much this week, and how do you think he's going to handle it?
I think everyone spoke to him about it, but he's fine with it all. He's done it before, GWS to Freo. There might be a few more people than what there is at GWS, but look, he'll be fine. He'll take it in his stride, and hopefully he gets a good performance into it.
The guys upstairs have got some questions for you as well. We've got Clint Wilden, Dave Lindsay, Cara Antonio and Harry Taylor.
Harry Taylor here, mate. Just interested to see or hear your thoughts on how you think this ruck battle's going to go. I think it's going to be a really interesting one. Love to hear some of your thoughts on how you think this might play out.
Yeah, they're probably the two most informed players in the league at the moment, ruck-wise. Tim started the year really well and is doing a lot of stuff around the ground, and Darcy's winning a lot of hit-outs and a lot of hit-outs to advantage. So Tim's improving that area, which is great. So we'll look to challenge Darcy on the ground and try and nullify or even beat him in the ruck. And we'll put Lobby in there a few times, give it a bit different look, and hopefully we can get on top because it's been a real strength of ours.
And then just in terms of the forward line, getting the ball in there with the sort of dominance in the midfield, at times has looked really good. How do you capitalise as a forward group on that great work from the midfield?
Yeah, we're not scoring as well as we had in the past with our entries from stoppages. So it's something we're looking at, whether we isolate our forwards and defenders a bit more or whether we bring more into a bunch and open up spaces. It's a few things we're trying, but in general it's just getting the ball to advantage a bit more for our forwards and making it a bit easier for them because our conversion hasn't been great, and it's definitely something we're working on.
Brendan, Cara Antonio here. Nice little segue for a question I have for you. Just around your inside 50 efficiency, you're obviously ranked 18th in the comp at the moment, but more importantly, the marks inside forward 50, you're ranked 18th as well. What work, I suppose your homework, have you done this week to kind of, tighten up that method going inside forward 50? We know how dominant, the likes of Luke Ryan are down there. What homework have you done this week?
Yeah, they're an interesting defence. Some follow matchups, some just play in their pillars or tiers and will hand over matchups. So if Pearce follows Norton, we might bring Norton up the ground and get Pearce out of there and try and isolate against Ryan and Cox. But if they don't, we'll just play the matchup we've got. But the big thing is about where we kick the ball and giving our forwards the best opportunity to win it and mark it. That hasn't been our strongest suit, and I think we're 18th for conversion. I think the Dockers are 17th, so it could be an ugly game going inside 50, but hopefully it's not.
Hope not. Last week, Cody Waitman came back into the side, and I suppose he looks like he brings that much energy, and charisma out there. He's the barometer for you guys up forward. He kicked 4 goals back into the side. What's he like around the club?
Well, what you saw last week is exactly what he's like. He's full of energy, just brings a real buzz to our group, and it was just great having him back last week to get 6 shots a goal in the wet and nearly win the game himself for us is pretty impressive. So, look, there's always a second game blues, but hopefully he's got none of them, and hopefully his energy to get to the ball and get to the ball in the air is really impressive again, and we can get a great result.
Brendan, Dave Lindsay here. Another ball of energy in your forward line is Arthur Jones. Has he gone to the club asking for tickets for virtually everyone from Mount Barker this week? I imagine it'd be a big homecoming for the young man.
He is. He tried to catch up with some friends and family on Tuesday when we had a day off, and all his friends were working, so I was a bit disappointed with that. But look, he covers the ground so well. He'll get up. You'll see him in our D50, then you'll see him back in our forward 50, and we just hope he gets a little bit of reward for his effort tonight because he does work really hard, and it'd be nice for him to hit the scoreboard, get some real pressure inside 50 and light us up down there.
Brendan Lade is with us, assistant at the Western Bulldogs. Brendan, what does Anzac round mean for you and your group of players?
Yeah, it's a pretty important day for all of Australia, really. It's something we've talked about a little bit, and Bevo's got his themes, and he loves going through those things. So for us to be able to play, on this weekend is great, and hopefully we can do them all proud.
One last one, something you probably don't want to talk about with the themes you discuss. What happened in last year's elimination final? Has that been discussed at all this week with you coming back to the West?
Well, I wasn't here, so I got no idea what happened.
I can tell you were 41 points up and lost by 13.
Yeah, they don't like to talk about the past too much here, which is a good thing. It's looking forward, but there will be some things we've taken out. Sorry, there are some things we've taken out of that game that hopefully don't let happen again. And one of them is making the most of opportunities when we have them and when we've got that momentum. So hopefully we can do the most with that tonight, and we'll keep Freo to not much.
Looking forward to watching this evening, Brendan. Thanks for the chat.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
They probably don't want to talk about it too much, but it was a remarkable game of football. They trailed by 41 points, the Dockers, or the Bulldogs led by 41 points. 9 minutes into the second quarter, Freo kicked 11 goals to 2 after that point in time. They took the lead 12 minutes into the final quarter to win by 13. I'd written them off, and I think just about everybody else had, Dave Lindsay. It was a stunning turnaround, and the Bulldogs haven't got the greatest of records at this ground. They do have one thumping 100-plus point win over the West Coast Eagles, but, yeah, they would well remember that the season before that got absolutely crushed in the grand final and then came across to the West again and got rolled, and their season ended here in I wouldn't say the same level of embarrassment as it did in the grand final, but still there were questions raised about how on earth did that happen.
It's a remarkable turnaround, wasn't it? I think it was about 12 scoring shots to 1 after about 5 or 6 minutes of that second term, and it really was entirely on the Western Bulldogs' terms, and it looked as though Fremantle had probably got a bit spooked. A few young kids playing in a final, in the first club final for quite some time, but they found something late in the second quarter and managed to turn it around, and just like in the grand final, the Western Bulldogs had no answer when the real heat went on them in the second half, and they did fall apart, not quite as drastically as they did on grand final day back in 2021. But it will be interesting tonight if the game is in a similar sort of position at any stage where the Fremantle Dockers can make a bit of a run in the second half, whether the Bulldogs can find some sort of response.
No late changes to either of the teams. The Dockers, several of them coming out for an early warm-up. Still waiting to see the Western Bulldogs downstairs in opportunity before the commemorative service starts here as Anzac round begins in the West. There's a bit to talk about too. Thursday night footy. Did you miss it this week? We're not going to have it for a number of weeks. Dave Lindsay, Cara Antonia, Harry Taylor. How did you find it all, Cara?
I did, because I'm on school holidays. And I got home from training last night and turned the telly on and, forgot that there was no footy on. So I love Thursday night footy. The more games that are on during the week, the better, I reckon.
Harry, where are you at with Thursday night football?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I love it. Probably in my head, my rationale was with the Anzac game. Maybe that's why we missed out this week. But I'm a big fan of Thursday night footy. I really enjoy watching it every day of the week, to be honest.
What about you, Dave?
Yeah, I enjoyed it as well. It's a strange setup, isn't it? We go with the first 4 or 5 rounds where there's every Thursday there's a game. Then for the next 6 or 7 weeks there's no Thursdays, and then once we get back to the buys, just after the buys, the Thursday kick in again. But for TV it's definitely fantastic. Probably not the best night of the week to bring your family out to a game of footy, but look, we look at the NRL and that's all about eyes watching the TV screens there, so I'm sure AFL could go for at least one night a week where it's more about who's watching TV rather than turning up to the ground.
I openly admit this, and I know we brought it up on the Sunday Footy Forum last year where we asked people, what's your unpopular opinion in footy? Something that nobody else, or you feel that nobody else agrees with you on? I don't like Thursday night footy.
Is that because it cuts into your preparation for the weekend? The teams drop and now you've got to watch a game?
A little bit, but I do find, and this is just as someone with kids, being able to just on 2 nights a week say, sorry, Dad's got to watch the footy. There is an element of guilt that hangs over me on that.
Yep.
I do like it, but I have great sympathy for people with kids trying to get to it. And I guess the other thing, this is wearing the WA hat to our listeners throughout Melbourne. If you're coming from around the state in WA or even throughout the city in WA, Friday nights are impossible to get to at the best of times with a 6 o'clock start. Thursday night makes it even harder. So I'm all for Thursday night footy, I guess, provided it doesn't impact me, and I reckon there'd be other people with families that would have the same challenge. It is great to sit and watch on the telly, but I guess I'm absolutely prepared to say that I'm one out on this one, and that's okay. You're allowed to have your unpopular opinions. 0437 774 774 if you'd like to have yours. Are you missing Thursday night footy? Let us know. 0437 774 774. Anything else you'd like to ask the team about? One of the other issues, which I think is a genuine one with all the concerns about concussion, and we've seen a number of players suspended again this week, and someone who I thought should have in Josh Rotham. Surely, I can't believe from what we've seen, the way that he tackled Tyson Stengel to ground in the West Coast Eagles thumping loss against Geelong last weekend. Stengel did hit the ground. He broke an arm. That wasn't the issue, the wrist, but his head did make contact with the ground, and yet that wasn't even cited. I'm still at a position, even though players and certain coaches today have come out and said that they understand what the situation is with tackling, and a memo apparently went around yesterday explaining to clubs what a dangerous tackle is and then what would lead to a suspension. I'm still uncertain about how it all works out, and how do you change players' desire to stop an opposition player getting a hand pass away. Where are you at, Harry? You can have first crack at this one.
Yeah, I'm a little bit the same. A little bit more probably confused than I'd like to be. Now, clearly I'm not playing anymore, so my level of confusion isn't going to affect results. However, it is difficult, and we want transparency, we want clarity, particularly as a supporter and people who are watching our teams and our players run around during the week. So I think it is a byproduct of the fact that we have tried to make the game continuous. We've tried to reduce the amount of stoppages in the game, and therefore we encourage our players to carry the ball a bit further, fight the tackle, try to get the ball forward where possible. As a result, you have to hold on, you have to drag players to ground to inhibit their ability to do so. And unfortunately, we're seeing our heads, the players' heads, hitting the ground a little bit more often. The AFL have clearly clamped down really hard on this at the moment and are putting in some pretty significant penalties for doing so. I think it's just going to take a little bit longer than perhaps what we'd like for this rule to really figure itself out, Cara.
Yeah, completely agree. And I know that's been a conversation or topic of conversation for many years around the MRO. Is it the action that's getting penalised, or is it the outcome of the action? And a lot of the times, if the player being tackled ends up, unfortunately, with a concussion and out, then more than likely the player making the tackle will be rubbed out. So, yeah, it's a real hard one. It'd be even harder for players to get an understanding and gauge kind of where it's at, because I think it's just a little bit inconsistent. In the earlier weeks of the season, they were pretty red hot on it, which I tend to agree. Like, you want to rule out and rub out the dangerous tackle, but then when you see one that doesn't get weeks, you sit there scratching your head. So I think it's the inconsistency for me, and no doubt the players, it's a little bit frustrating.
I think Harry raises a good point there with the ball security coaches talk about when you're being tackled. They don't want the ball to spill out. They want it to be locked in. So players are told, take the tackle, drive your legs, you probably won't be penalised, and then that encourages the tackler to go with a second motion, because we're not hearing a quick whistle from the umpire to actually ball it up or penalise the player either way.
With Grandstand AFL from Perth Stadium, Fremantle and the Western Bulldogs coming up. Both sides looking to square their season at 3-3. Back with more in just a moment.
With the ABC Listen app, you can take the footy with you wherever you go. Off to walk the dog?
Take the footy.
Going camping?
Take the footy.
Picnic in the park?
Take the footy.
ABC Sport's expert coverage of the AFL
Incredible grab.
and the NRL. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, live and commercial free.
He bounces it through.
So whatever you're up to,
Take the footy.
take the footy with you on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Marks out to the right, steps on goal, superb finish. Turns, whacks it straight through the middle. Pulls the trigger on goal, and goes bang. 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Welcome to our listeners around SA, WA and the Northern Territory, plus on News Radio throughout Queensland, New South Wales and the ACT. Anzac round 6 of the AFL begins in the West, with the Western Bulldogs, who have been in Perth for a week, taking on the Fremantle Dockers. Both sides sitting with 2 wins from their 5 games, knowing that they can ill afford to lose tonight's match up against an opponent they should be evenly matched with. The Dockers sit in 11th on the ladder, the Western Bulldogs in 14th, and there's a bit to go on between these two sides. Last year, the Fremantle Dockers knocked out the Bulldogs in an elimination final at this venue. After trailing by 41 points, they stormed home to win by 13. And the Bulldogs have not found this a happy hunting ground. Of course, they lost the 2021 grand final to Melbourne at this venue. Last week, Fremantle too good for Gold Coast. They won by 10 points, perhaps in a second half with lots of merit, kick-starting, certainly salvaging their season, while the Bulldogs were not disgraced despite going down to Port Adelaide in torrential rain in Adelaide Oval. Can they turn things around? Rory Lobb is going to be the story of the evening. If you're one of those people, and there are plenty of you who don't like football fans booing players, tonight is not the night for you, because Rory Lobb will cop an absolute spray anytime he goes near the football. The Dockers, and a small group of them, I've never heard of this before for an opposition player coming back to Perth. There was actually a brewery, Dave Lindsay, who was alongside myself, Clint Wilden, in commentary, that put together a beer in honour, and I use that term with, well, advisedly, in honour of Rory Lobb. Lobster Tears, they were calling it, Dave Lindsay.
A little bit fruity too, I hear, so
Yes.
there might be some fruity language going towards Rory Lobb out there on the field as well. So the fans are getting into it, which is great to see. You like to see a bit of fan engagement at the footy as long as they don't take it too far, and I'm pretty sure Rory Lobb would have taken it in pretty good spirits. It has been interesting to hear the coach of Fremantle, a couple of their players as well, make mention in interviews during the week that they haven't spoken to Rory since he's moved across there. Whether they're playing a very straight battle or not, we're not so sure, but doesn't seem to be a lot of love lost between Rory and the Fremantle group. So no doubt while he's out on the field he will cop a little bit of treatment, but it'll be fascinating to see what happens at the end of the game. That the usual handshakes and the chats that we see between players when they've come back to their old club might not be quite as long and as friendly as what we normally come to see.
By the way, we speak of the Lobster Tears. It's a reddish-pinkish can with a lobster with the number 37 on its back, which is, of course, the number that Rory Lobb wore when he played for the Fremantle Dockers. It's been described as a beer as a raspberry flavour with a salty, slightly sour taste. I'm not sure I'd be drinking it. It has to be said. Let's look forward to what this game could have in front of us. Great to have Harry Taylor back with us, dual premiership cap, and of course alongside him, former AFLW captain of the Fremantle Dockers, Cara Antonio, wherever you are. Simon Garlick, the Fremantle CEO, will join us shortly, and it is also the 26th Len Hall game. Fremantle every year in Anzac Round have a Len Hall Anzac tribute game. We'll take the observance ceremony downstairs. The Len Hall game named in honour of WA's last Gallipoli veteran, Len Hall, who died in 1999 here after being a member of the 10th Light Horse Regiment, aged 101. We'll bring all that to you in a few moments' time. But Cara, Harry, we're looking at the rucks. We're looking at how Fremantle can go about kicking enough goals. It's the same problem that the Western Bulldogs have as well, and there's been a fair bit of focus this week on the Western Bulldogs ball movement. Give us your thoughts for our listeners who have just joined us, the early takeaways for what we can expect so far in this game of footy.
Yeah, well, again, I think it's been spoken about the inside 50 ball movement method and how they're going to attack the scoreboard probably has been their homework throughout the week. For me, it's just that mid-forward connection that they're lacking. They're number 4 for clearances and the best in the comp for centre clearances. So they're winning the ball out of the middle. It's just what's happening post-clearance is the question for me. They're struggling to mark the ball inside forward 50, so they're sitting 18th in that respect, and their efficiency is 18th in the comp as well. So they're obviously getting it in, but they're not doing much with it, and they're not marking the ball, therefore they're not scoring. So for me, they've got a tall timbers down there tonight. If they can't mark the ball, they need to bring it to ground, and that's where your Artie Jones and your Cody Waitmans will start to get involved, and the smalls might need to hit the scoreboard.
Yeah, I totally agree, Cara. It's going to be an interesting battle because we know how well Fremantle intercept the ball in their defensive half of the ground. So it's all good and well to want to mark the ball more as a Bulldogs player and a team, but you've also got to understand the opposition are very good at doing that as well. So sometimes you need to understand that in your research and in your methodology, and perhaps maybe the ground ball game might suit them a little bit better this week. Who knows? It's going to be a really good battle. I am looking forward to watching how both the Bulldogs forward half and the respective Fremantle defenders go about this one, because we've mentioned the midfield battle. Bulldogs have been terrific in that part of the ground, but you could argue Freo have been pretty solid as well. So looking forward to this clash. I think it's going to be a ripper.
Me too. Really looking forward to that midfield clash. Sarong's been in some pretty red-hot form. Brayshaw's been a little bit quieter, but Bontempelli, Treloar, and the likes inside the Bulldogs midfield. Liberatore played his 200th last week. You just know exactly what you're going to get from them week in, week out. So for me, that is going to be potentially where the game is won or lost in there, because as we've mentioned, both ends of the ground are having their struggles inside forward 50.
Yeah, the midfield battle, it looms as a really big one, and I think the efficiency is so important to understand here. How efficient either side can be in that midfield battle is going to be a big one.
Let's head downstairs and take a little bit of the Len Hall tribute. They've just lit the eternal flame down in the corner of Perth Stadium.
Your service to our country will never be forgotten. As the Royal Australian Navy Band Western Australia plays I Am Australian, please welcome our defence personnel representing Army, Navy and Air Force who have served in Vietnam and current serving members.
And as our defence personnel make their way around the ground, 2023 Len Hall Tribute Game commemorating 50 years since Australia proclaimed the end to the Vietnam War. From 1962 to 1973, more than 60,000 Australians served in the Vietnam War. They were part of an Allied force led by the United States. Australians fought alongside South Vietnamese government troops against the Viet Cong, a communist-led insurgent force supported by the North Vietnamese Army. In 1964, the National Service Act introduced a scheme of selective conscription in Australia designed to create an army of full-time soldiers of 40,000.
The keeper of the flame, I stood upon the rocky shore. I watched the two ships come. For 40,000 years I've been the first Australian. I stood upon the prison ships, bound down by iron chains. I cleared the land, endured the lash, waited for the rains. I'm a settler, I'm a farmer's wife, the dry and barren run. A convict then, a free man, I became Australian. We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australia. I'm the daughter of a digger who sought the mother low. Girl became a woman on the long and dusty road. I'm a child of the Depression, I saw the good times come. I'm a bushy, I'm a battler, I am Australia. We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australia.
A little taste of the Len Hall tribute downstairs, and we'll return for the observance ceremony at 6 o'clock in about 20 minutes Western time, 8 o'clock if you're on the East Coast. We were also asking you earlier, 0437 774 774, did you miss Thursday night footy this week? Did it feel weird for a round to start on a Friday? Oddly, it does. Although the Anzac round will continue through to Tuesday for the Anzac Day game, the blockbuster it always is between Collingwood and Essendon. Dave from Tasmania says, I love Thursday night footy. It should be compulsory every week. While Mark goes the other way. I hate Thursday night footy. We'd love to get your thoughts on it. It's 3-1 in favour of the love in this box. I'm the one leaning against it, but I'm very happy on many occasions to sit down and watch it on the telly. I'm not sure it works here in WA. I'm prepared to say that. Lovely evening, cool conditions, a bit of a breeze, no chance of rain. Some fluffy clouds hang above us here at Perth Stadium as we continue to build for what should be a very important game for both of these teams. Desperate for the 4 points, the Fremantle Dockers and the Western Bulldogs. There's a lot to like about both of these teams when they're up and about, and the midfield battle is one that I'm particularly keen on. If you're Fremantle, Cara and Harry, do you send someone to Marcus Bontempelli?
Yeah, it's a great question. I reckon from a Fremantle point of view, they'll probably let it unfold in the early stages of that first quarter. But if he gets off the chain, you know how damaging he is as a forward as well, and he's hard to match up on in the midfield with his height and how agile he is. But I think Fremantle have got to back their system in the midfield and in the contest from the get-go, and then potentially it might be a scenario that they'll have to roll out.
Yeah, I'm probably someone who leans towards the tag, particularly on your very, very good players, and even more specifically in that sort of front half of the ground. I would be trying to limit his ability to kick the ball inside 50. So how you go about trying to stop that or negate that through a tagging type role can be a little bit difficult, but that I guess would be the priority for me, reducing the amount of times that Marcus Bontempelli is kicking the ball inside 50.
Who would you send to him then? Is it a Will Brodie or is it who do you send to him? Because he's quite tall and mobile, isn't he?
He is. He's long limbs and he uses them to full effect. So, perhaps Brodie, who's found his way back in, accumulated the ball well at waffle level, but perhaps this is his way to really stamp his authority back in this team.
What about in reverse? We touched on this beforehand, but for our listeners who did join us, Caleb Sarong, has he become the premier midfielder for Fremantle? Has he stepped above what Andrew Brayshaw has been able to do for them? And Andrew Brayshaw's 2022 season was immense. Best and fairest All-Australian. He was the Players Association best player. But Caleb Sarong has almost gone past him this year. He gets more disposals, admittedly. Brayshaw is very damaging with what he does with the football. But good problem for Fremantle have. Who is the elite Fremantle midfielder at the moment?
Yeah, it's another great question. I think, as you mentioned, Brayshaw was outstanding last year, and Sarong had moments and games that he probably, took the votes off Brayshaw. But, Sarong has started the season extremely well. Inside, he's a ball hunter. He loves the contested ball, loves to get the ball out clearance-wise. So potentially you probably want to send Caleb in and get Brayshaw on the outside and get ball in hand to Brayshaw to deliver it inside forward 50. And I think that combo is evolving. They're the future of the Fremantle Footy Club. So I'm really interested to see how that develops over the next 2 to 5 years.
Yeah, and I think if Freo can add one more real A-grader to that mix, they become a super damaging and dangerous midfield group, particularly with the dominance of Darcy in the ruck and potentially Jackson at different stages as well. If you've got three who are just a really dominant trio, at some point one's probably going to get a tag, and at some point one is probably going to really feel the pressure of the opposition. One other can then step up and they can really start to become a dominant group together.
You're listening to Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio around the country, also on News Radio throughout the northern states, Sport Digital, and streaming on the ABC Listen app. We're fortunate enough to be joined by the Fremantle CEO in Simon Garlick. Welcome, Simon.
Thanks, Clint. Great to be here.
Nice to see you again so quickly after bumping into you at Gather Round.
That's right. It was great to see you last Friday night, Clint. It was a remarkable few days. We obviously were only there for the start of Gather Round. We headed off immediately after our game to get back to prepare for this week. But it appeared to be a pretty popular concept. We obviously had the week before in Adelaide and stayed when we got done by Adelaide on the Saturday prior, but stayed there for the week. We were able to prepare, review and see where we went wrong. And pleasingly, we were able to find a bit of form in the second half on Friday night.
Your West Australian colleagues in football, the West Coast Eagles, their discussion about Gather Round, asking potentially for another home game to balance out, I guess, the travel obligations that the WA clubs have over anybody else. Where does Fremantle sit on Gather Round?
Yeah, we understand the concept behind it. It really did, I suppose, it emanated out of a discussion around the fact that that I think all clubs are moving towards a position where we don't feel the need for 3 or 4 pre-season games. There's a less of a requirement in and around that. When the AFL were looking at this latest broadcast negotiation, they talked to the clubs about an extra round, if that could improve the financial outcome for all involved, players included. And so I think we're all unanimously supportive of that. And then the concept of Gather Round was raised. I suppose it came out of the Magic Round in the NRL. Clearly, you can't not... it can't not be seen as an advantage to the host city. So to the two Adelaide clubs, it clearly is an extra home game. So we'd obviously be incredibly keen to get it here in Perth. In the event that it's not, Adelaide's the second best option for us, just by sheer geographical nature of it. But we're certainly very keen to figure out how our advantage can be dissipated. Now, if that's in the form of an initial home game, great. We're in discussions. I saw West Coast were publicly open about discussing that. We're having ongoing discussions with the AFL about what it means for us. They're very open and understand the inherent disadvantage. We have been 3,000 kilometres away from the East Coast, and that's something we've got to continue to work with the AFL on.
Do you think it's more likely, as much as an extra home game would be terrific, if we have a situation where the WA clubs simply don't travel in pre-season at all?
It's certainly an option that we've already raised as a point. It would seem needless, and I think it'd be only fair and reasonable that we ask some of the other clubs to come to us, given, as we all know, some of the clubs based in the East Coast travel 4 or 5 times a year, whereas we do it far more and for far greater distances. So that could be a way of assisting the issue, but we won't leave it at that. We'll try and explore as many options as we can.
One last one from me for the moment before we hear from Cara and Harry and Dave. But on Gather Round, were you surprised the deal was done? It was done very well, the announcement at the ground, but it would be for another 4 years?
There was a bit of consultation during that period. Yeah, I wouldn't call it exhaustive, but there was a discussion with the CEOs in and around the fact that clearly it was a concept that was working at that point. There was enthusiasm from the South Australian government to extend. We were able to provide some thoughts and feedbacks at that initial stage, but it was very quick. There's no doubt about it, Clint. I think it would have been our preference if there had been a longer time frame. The reality is the AFL are the keeper of the code. They've got the capability and the right to look at making decisions on behalf of the entire code, and that was their judgment call. As I said, I think it would have been better if there was a longer period for us to consider and even have the opportunity for other states to launch a bid for it.
Garlo, 137 games for the Doggies.
Yes.
How obviously last year Fremantle got up in that final, come from behind win, but no doubt you've got a soft spot still for the Doggies. How do you sit here and watch this one play out?
Yeah, it's interesting. I often get asked that question, Juddy, and there's literally no concern or feeling whatsoever.
Really?
No. I mean, I've got a real affinity to the club itself. I'm lucky enough to be a life member there, and spent around 14 years in various forms as a player, a board member, and an administrator as well. So there's a large portion of my life is spent there. So I've got an absolute soft spot for the club and love the club in a whole number of ways. But as everyone in this room knows, when you're all in and working and all playing for a club, that's all you think about. And as you know, Juddy, this is our 4th year as a family over in Perth. I'm absolutely in love with the club that you love so much as well. And we feel like the foundations are set and we're heading towards a time where we can genuinely contend for an extended period. We've got a lot of work in front of us. We're not underestimating, we're far from the finished product, but I kind of ended up bumping into Murph and Boydie just after. It was actually the game in Melbourne. We had a really good game in Melbourne late in the season. And actually, I think sometimes feels a little bit better when you beat your old mob.
Yeah.
So there's certainly no half and half or any feeling like that. We desperately need the win. We want to keep progressing. We want to put our foot forward. So it's just another game in that sense.
Now, what about Fife? He's been in the media this week. Had a few setbacks, obviously, with his feet. Will he come back through the waffle? Now, I'm putting my Subiaco hat on here. We play them in 6 weeks. Just a bit of oppo analysis. Will he come back through the waffle, or is he looking like he'll slot straight back into the AFL team?
I'll claim the 5th on this on Juddy and just say that I'm a humble administrator, and that'll be up to the high performance and coaching guys. Look, the frustrating thing for Fifey and obviously for us is that he's had an unbelievable pre-season. First time he hasn't had an operation in 3 or 4 seasons, and we know how physical he's been as a player over the years. So I think he's feeling unbelievably good, except he's got this plantar fasciitis. And anyone who had that knows how debilitating and frustrating the injury it can be. Yeah. And so, it is a bit of a week-to-week proposition at the moment. I know he's, doing everything he possibly can. The professionalism is unquestioned. He's such a huge part of our club in so many ways. So we're really excited about supporting and continuing to think the longer term, because certainly from my perspective, I try to look at it it's important that I look at everything from a long-term point of view. to my mind, he's getting a bit of a rest at the moment, which means we might be able to extend him, well beyond, 2 to 3, 4 years maybe, depending on how he enjoys that forward role. And whilst it's hard not to get caught up in the now, that's what AFL footy's about. It's our job to also think bigger picture as well.
So just from my perspective, it's always great to be able to speak with people who have a significant influence within any organisation, in this case the Fremantle Football Club. Just interested in perhaps your style. Are you a bit more of a creature of habit and routine type of person, or are you happy just to sort of let things go and see where things land?
You mean in terms of my management style?
Yeah, perhaps just how you go about your operating.
Yeah, I think the big one, I'm privileged to be in this role, Harry. I just love it to death. I love the industry and everything around it. But the thing that drives me more than anything is working with great people. And I'm lucky enough to be in a position where you can influence the people that come into an organisation, the people that you reward or retain or recognise. And we've done a really significant amount of work from a people perspective over the last 4 years. So I couldn't be more pleased with where we're at from that point of view. From a habitual point of view, I try to be as consistent as I can, but the beauty of this game and this industry is that it just throws up so many variables. We've got a really simple and clear strategic plan that allows us to focus on that on a regular basis, and despite the distractions that the AFL season pops up. So certainly just from a day-to-day habitual perspective, try and be as consistent as I can, but understanding you just got to move so quickly and flexibly at any point in time.
And then game day itself, is there anything superstitious-wise, perhaps from your playing days, that you still have held on to now that you're in an administration seat?
There is. Your listeners, no one needs to hear this, but it's got something to do with underwear. That's not a pretty sight. But I've still got that, Harry. Not to the extent of yourself, I don't think. But whether sometimes it's belt and a pair of socks that seem to be getting a good run, it's completely ridiculous and makes no sense or logical. But I think we've all got a bit of that in us, absolutely.
Simon Garlick, the CEO of the Fremantle Dockers, is with us here on Grandstand AFL. Both teams out on the ground will take the observance ceremony in about 6 minutes' time.
Simon, just on the observance ceremony, we're here for the Len Hall tribute match. Just tell our national audience how important this fixture is for the Fremantle Footy Club.
Oh, it's unbelievably important for us. It's our 26th year. I think we've now built this into something that is a staple of the calendar. We understand Anzac Day and now Anzac Day Eve between the Tigers and the D's has found its own little niche, but it's one of the ones that we put in a specific request to the AFL that we want a night game. We want to be able to pay tribute to such an important day in a way that acknowledges our history as a club, our region in Fremantle as well too. So it's critical. We put a lot of emphasis in it. Our guys do an incredible job. I can see Kelly Black picking up cones as we speak. She's a star in our organisation, and everyone who's lucky enough to be here tonight will enjoy the appropriateness of the ceremony.
And then on the back of that, how important is it today that the players actually really put in their absolute best effort and get a strong performance and hopefully a win for the club, when I know the club's always looking for prime time footy. You get a Friday night fixture. There's not too many of them here in Perth, let alone for the Fremantle Footy Club.
Yeah.
So now over to the players to back it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly there's no discussion with the playing group or coaching staff in relation to, hey, let's put on a big show. We're looking to build something, and we're really pleased with the build to where it is from a list perspective, from an age demographic, from a character, from a capability point of view. As I said, we're incredibly young. Our 23 tonight has an average games played of 73. Our opponent is about 118. It's a 45-game difference, not insignificant. We're the youngest team, we're the most inexperienced team in the competition last week. Made some changes with Dave coming out, Rory, Blake and the like, that's made us even younger. And we think we're really well placed in that sense. And as I said, a lot of work to do. Friday night's fantastic. It's recognition of a really strong year last year. But I worry more about the way we play, the performance itself, and what we're building to for the longer term than the prime time slots.
A couple of bigger picture questions before you depart. The collective bargaining agreement. How challenging is it as a CEO to be looking long term when that still hasn't been put in place?
Yeah, it's difficult because, from a list management perspective, you understand what you're working with from an overall TPP, but you're really looking at estimates. So when you're planning that out and looking to negotiate, renew players, required players and the like, there is a bit of guesswork involved. So it's such a critical part of the competition. The AFL understand that. As I understand it, there's a bit of work to do, and there's a bit of a gap between where we need to be as a code and what the players are looking for to make sure they're appropriately remunerated. But it creates some challenges when you're just operating that level of uncertainty.
As a chief executive, how do you think that the AFL is currently handling filling in some vacant roles, one of them being head of football, and then we know that Gillon McLaughlin's time is nearer to the end than it was at the start.
Yep.
How do you think the AFL's handled that?
Well, look, I think in terms of the football role that you talked about, we can only judge on our dealings, and we're obviously in contact with the AFL on a regular basis, and we haven't noticed any drop in performance or any issue where they haven't been as attentive as they might have been in the past. Laura Kane's a great operator. Andrew Dillon's overseeing that portfolio at the moment. So there's been no issue outwardly from our point of view. We can only speak on behalf of Fremantle. In terms of Gill's replacement, I mean, I'm relatively philosophical. It's a bloody big role. It's a critical one. We've got to put faith in the Commission that they take the requisite amount of time. I think we'd all love it to be tomorrow. I did hear someone say that it's not unusual in corporate world for it to be an 18-month, 2-year handover in these sort of big positions. So we all want it now, and we understand that, and it's a critical one to be filled. But I certainly could understand the theory that let's get the right person as opposed to get the person as quickly as possible.
Our last one, just a little pat on the back. Congratulations. Fremantle today announcing record memberships. Well done to everyone involved in the footy.
Yeah, thanks, Clint. We're wrapped. Just ticked over 56,000 members. We're en route to hopefully crack the 60,000 mark. I've got some silly sod set an aim of getting to 80,000 members by the end of 2025. So, again, we've got some work to do, but, we haven't had sustained contention in our club for, more over a decade or so. There's benchmarks everywhere of clubs who've been able to do that on a regular basis, Geelong, Hawthorn, Sydney and the like. There's precedents everywhere. We're looking to do that, and that gives you a bit of a snippet of the type of the size of and the power of the club that we can have once we're able to sustain the performance.
Terrific to chat. Thanks very much for coming in.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Simon Garlick, the CEO of the Fremantle Dockers, they announced today, as I just said, a record membership, over 56,000 people for the Fremantle Dockers. They deserve a big rap for what they've been able to build the club to from where they were when they first entered the competition. This is the Len Hall game. It's a major game in WA as it is around the nation. The 26th time they've commemorated Len Hall. Let's take you downstairs for the observance ceremony here on Grandstand AFL.
God, fly to left, quick! God, left, well! God, right, well! God, ho! God, left turn! God, open order, march! God, right, dress! Eyes, front! God, general salute, present, arms! God, attention! Stand at ease.
The Australian Football League and the Fremantle Dockers and Western Bulldogs invite you to join the coaches, players and umpires as we honour the Anzacs and all those men and women who gave their lives in the service of their country. Our thoughts too are with those currently on active service. If you can, would you now please stand and remove your hats for the Anzac observance ceremony. Today is the 26th annual Len Hall Tribute Game, which is named in honour of Western Australia's last Gallipoli veteran, Len Hall. To join us on this occasion, we welcome Graham Edwards AM to recite the ode.
God, attention!
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. at the going down of the sun, and in the morning we will remember them.
Guard, present arms. Guard, attention!
We ask the Fremantle Dockers and Western Bulldogs, along with our veterans, to stand together for the Australian National Anthem, to be performed by the Australian Army Band Perth and sung by musician Troy Fleming.
Guard, present arms.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. Australia fair, in joyful strains, then let us sing. Advance, Australia fair.
Thank you all.
Anzac round about to get underway. The Fremantle Dockers hosting the Western Bulldogs. Clint Wilden with you on Grandstand AFL alongside Dave Lindsay as the players break and head to their respective positions. A minute's silence impeccably observed. Lovely touch downstairs on centre wing with the rifle bayoneted into the ground alongside the boots and the slouch hat of Len Hall. of which who this game is named after. So here we go. Big game for both of these teams. We've discussed it all. Which way are we leaning? Dave Lindsay?
I actually think the Bulldogs might get it done here. I haven't been super impressed with Fremantle. I know they managed to find something in the second half last week. The Gold Coast haven't exactly been travelling too well either. This is a big night for the Western Bulldogs, I think. I'm leaning the way of the Doggies.
What about you, Cara Antonio?
Yeah, unfortunately for Fremantle fans, I'm going to go the Doggies. I think based on recent performances, just too inconsistent for me, the Dockers. So I'm going to go the Doggies by 12 points.
And Harry Taylor?
Yeah, purple for me, only just. I think if Fremantle can mark the ball around 90 times, they probably need at least 12 marks inside 50. If they can get those two things right, I see them winning in a close one.
We're going to be splitting the box because I'm on the purple as well. And Muriel texts in to say, awesome to hear the legend that is Harry Taylor on the radio. I'm a very happy Cats fan. Thanks, Muriel, for getting in touch. You can too, 0437 774 774. If you'd like to either send us a comment or ask a question, there'll be so much focus on the peroxide-haired one, Rory Lobb, with the number 7 on his back. He's warming up as the Bulldogs are below our broadcast position down to the left, which is in the vicinity of where Bridget Lacey is, the 5th member of our team. Hello, Bridget. What's it like downstairs?
Hi, Clint. I have to say, a glorious night for football. Just about 22 degrees. We just got the dark skies now overhead after some blue skies when we arrived today. A bit of a breeze. If anything, it's favouring the Polyfarmer Freeway end of the ground, but not much to speak of and worry about for the players tonight. The starting benches for both teams, for Fremantle, Sturt, O'Meara, Wagner and Johnson, with the tactical sub tonight, Josh Corbett on debut for Fremantle in his new colours. And for the Western Bulldogs, Duray, Scott, Jones and Daniel starting on the bench, with Lockie McNeil, the tactical sub for them.
Peter Heaney, a captain in the Australian Army, was met by captains of both clubs in the middle for the toss of the coin. Dave Lindsay.
Marcus Bonson-Pelly called correctly. The Bulldogs winning the toss, and they will be heading to the Farmer Freeway end to the left of our broadcast position up here in level 4 at a packed Perth Stadium, and what an atmosphere there is building right now.
The LED lights that are on top of the roof, they flicker as the guitarist, as he always does, stands on the roof at the city end of the ground with 18 seconds or so left as teams head to their respective positions. Neither side have been going especially well in 2023, but there's an awful lot to like about the players out there. The midfield battle should be tantalising. The ruck contest alone. Sean Darcy has been immense. Tim English, massive for both of these teams.
Gone at Lobb straight away, Clint.
Straight away, the Fremantle players go to Rory Lobb. If you were wondering whether it was all a beat-up, it certainly hasn't, and Lobb has been thrown to the ground. The umpires say we'll look to continue on here. They're at each other right from the start. It's the Dockers and the Bulldogs on Grandstand AFL. Here's Dave Lindsay.
Tim English wins in the ruck, almost gets the ball back to him as it bobbles back. Liberatore applies a tackle. It comes out to Treloar. He's immediately wrapped up by Brayshaw. Secondary ball up needed. Alex Pearce went straight at Rory Lobb, did not move off his line. And then he was joined by Cox and Ryan, who joined in the attack on Rory Lobb. A couple of players thrown to ground in the middle there. Free kick coming out of the middle this time, the Bulldogs. Advantage to Jonathan as he kicks towards half forward. Ugle-Hagan with a big leap, can't take it. Liberatore front and square, tackled by 3 Dockers. It's hot early, 30 seconds in, no score.
Alex Pearce was asked on Channel 9 during the week, have you spoken to Rory Lobb since he left? He looked straight down the camera and said, no. You can see they weren't mucking around. Here's McRae for the Bulldogs. Gets a hand pass back to Johannesson. Kicks the Bulldogs inside forward 50. Ugle-Hagan up and marking left forward pocket. 40 out from goal. Tight angle.
Well, we spoke about it pre-game. Marks inside forward 50. A really good start from the Doggies. I've noticed McRae's coming into the stoppage as a half forward to have a +1 in, and he's won the last couple of clearances. So a nice lead up by Ugle-Hagan here. Let's see if he can convert.
It's a tight angle. His boots cross the 50. About 6 metres in from the boundary. It's swinging right. It's staying right. Minor score to begin. Bulldogs first on the board. One behind. 82 seconds into the opening term.
Jordan Clark to do the kicking in. Short straight up the middle to Young. He's a sensational player in that elimination final last year. Hands it back to Clark. Kicks very wide. Jackson the target. Bounces off his chest. Close attention from Jones. Boundary throw in left half forward. So Luke Ryan matched up on Ugle-Hagan. Norton's at full forward. He's got Alex Pearce. And Rory Lobb standing over the back of this boundary throw-in. Michael Walters comes along to give him a little bump in the side as well. Liberatore with the clearance. Curry kick forward. Lands in the lap of Ugle-Hagan once more. 55 out from goal. Guides his kick to the pocket. Norton, one bite, can't finish it off. Clark threads the hand pass through some heavy congestion. Pearce can't handle the footy either. And it's out of play for a boundary throw-in. 30 metres around from the left-hand behind post. Farmer Freeway end of the ground. The Bulldogs with the first score of the game are behind. 2.5 minutes played.
Ball spun back into play. Rucks battle. Darcy probably the more telling tap at the back. Straight to Aish. Wrapped up by Liberatore. Not coming out of there. Ball up. Still inside the Bulldogs forward 50. They lead by an early behind. English against Darcy. Off the fingertips of Darcy. Brodie over the top. Into a merge with it is Liberatore. Young holds it into him. Ball up again. Interesting the number of players that have switched from one club to another, and indeed even in the coaching staff. There's been a lot of trading between these two clubs. Neither ruck with a telling tap. It's down towards Young. Got it away to Brayshaw. Kicks the Dockers in the middle of the ground. Walters was running with it. Daly got a fingertip on it. Walters won it back though. Hand pass was dangerous. Richards able to get in the way against Frederick. Trying to get back there to mop things up as Baker goes well by a hand to Johannesson. Dangerous hand pass to the outer side. Now for Keith to Dale. And he's able to spear the pass and find McLean. McLean to put it into the right forward pocket. Hand on it is Ryan. Goes to ground. Out the back. Waitman snaps around the body. Needed a lucky bounce. Didn't get it. He misses to the right-hand side. A minor score. 2 behinds the Bulldogs. The Dockers yet to score. 3.5 gone in the first.
Waitman 4 goals last week in gather round. A loss against Port Adelaide, a behind to start this evening. Young steps out of the goal square. Kicks very wide. Pearce right up against the boundary. Just gets his hands to it. And we'll get another boundary throw in at left half forward for the Bulldogs. They've dominated field position in the first 4 minutes of the game. Liberatore's been in every pack. He's around this one again. Darcy pushed under it by English. Kick partly smothered, gets it inside 50. Clark first to arrive for Fremantle. Kicks laterally and finds Hughes. 45 metres out from the goalie's defending. Pops a little short pass into the air for Walters to run onto it. A long way from goal, Sonny Walters. 2 bags of 4 this year so far for Walters. Goes short to Sarong. He'll retreat all the way back to fullback to Ryan. And they'll complete the switch towards right half back. Brennan Cox has it. Kicks an underground ball to Young. Handles the skidding footy well. Onto his left boot. Untidy looking kick. Just squeezes it past Johannesson. Up to make the football is Schultz. He might have thought he'd taken it out there for a moment, but he's called play on. Hand pass now to Aish. Up against the boundary. Kicks towards full forward. Jackson there. So too Darcy. And he's held onto it long enough to be paid the mark. So the 2 rucks were forward for Fremantle. And Sean Darcy will have the Dockers' first shot on goal for the evening.
Great switch there from the Fremantle Dockers. They didn't have anything down the line. They're a little bit more patient, a little bit scrappy on this closest wing, but got the ball forward and having a shot on goal.
So Darcy testing the defensive capacity of English, pushing forward to join Jackson. He's got 1 goal 3 for the season, Sean Darcy. And he opens the scoring with a goal for Fremantle tonight. The Dockers have their first on the board after 5.5 minutes. The Western Bulldogs have kicked 2 behind. So this is in the Grandstand AFL. Friday night footy in the West. Cara Antonio and Harry Taylor, your experts.
Well, as you said, Harry, they used their shape that they had behind the ball to get that out to the fat side, and it was really good by Lockie Schultz to kind of get that grubber ball, keep it in play, drive his legs, give it to Aish, and a really nice mark. I don't know if he held on to it for a long time, but he got rewarded the mark, and that's what Sean Darcy does so well. Not only is he winning hit-outs, he's testing his ruckman forward of the ball, and he's able to hit the scoreboard.
The Dockers number 4 gives them a 4-point lead. 6:23 gone in the first. Grandstand AFL from Perth Stadium on ABC Radio and Sport Digital as English wins it down. The clearing kick for the Bulldogs from Liberatore's boot. Inside attacking 50. Norton worked out underneath it from Pearce. The ball's dropped onto the deck and it's been locked in McRae wrapping up Clark. No chance of it coming out. Ball up between full forward and centre half forward. From the left hand behind post. Darcy won it down. O'Meara had it, lost it. Shoveled out then. It's a throw being called against Liberatore. He appeals that he got a fist to it. Umpire unconvinced. Alex Pearce will have the ball. A free kick in the right back pocket. No late changes to either side. Josh Corbett, the sub for the Dockers, making his debut in the purple. The former son, Lockie McNeil, the sub for the Bulldogs.
So the Fremantle skipper from the right back pocket, long to a pack. Again, Hugo Hagen up in front. A couple of bites but couldn't finish it off. O'Meara with a soccer kick. He's hacked it out wide and the umpire's going to penalise him. Insufficient intent.
I don't know how you can pay that.
It really was just a hack kick that he had no intention for going to the boundary, that's for sure. But the umpire believing he didn't do enough to keep it in. So Keith with the free kick goes very short to Richards. Has Dale coming past for the hand pass, but they're stuck here, the Bulldogs. Dale with a dangerous centering ball into the middle. Jones is good enough under pressure. Takes the mark, kicks down the middle and finds Hugo Hagen. He's 53 metres out from goal. It's a crowded attacking 50, but he's found a target. Popping up in the pocket is Oscar Baker. And he can go back and have a shot for the Bulldogs' first goal. He'll kick from about 40 metres out, 45-degree angle right of centre.
Really interesting tactical battle starting to happen here with the +1 at the stoppages. So you've got Bailey Williams for the Bulldogs sitting off the stoppage. You've got Jordan Clark for Fremantle. They appear to be sort of going head-to-head in that battle. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Baker, the rookie listed dog, played 15 games for Melbourne. Kick looks okay off the boot, starts to drift a little left and just misses. So 3 behinds to start the night for the Bulldogs. Fremantle are 1 straight 6. We played nearly 9 minutes in the first term here at Perth Stadium.
Enjoyed Ben Cameron's comment last week. It would come from Ben that surely he's got the 13 on the back because that's a baker's dozen. As Ryan, beyond defensive 50 towards the commentary wing. Spilled down, Sarong, hand pass straight to Daniel. Now it's to Keith for the Bulldogs. Kicks inside forward 50. And up and marking once again. They've been super busy, Hugo Hagen and the Bulldogs, and he's got another chance to have a shot on goal. Same sort of area he was a short time ago. It's a tightish angle to the left. He'll be putting boot to ball from 45 out.
Good work rate by the Doggies to have numbers at the front of that contest and re-entry in here. Shot at goal.
Hugo Hagen. This one's out to the left. So he's gone right and now left. If he can find somewhere between the first 2 kicks, he'll be right on target. 4 behinds to begin for the Bulldogs. They trail the Dockers by 2 points or 1 straight 6. 10 gone in the first. ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital are now streaming on the ABC Listen app. This is Grandstand AFL.
7 inside 50s to 1 to the Western Bulldogs, but they trail by 2 points. Really wasted an opportunity here. Cox from the pocket, back to full-back to Ryan. He kicks to the left-back pocket now, and Hayden Young coming up for his 5th disposal already. In fact, it's Wagner who took the mark. His little short pass is nearly intercepted. Pearce had it for a moment, back to Wagner, tackled, and we'll get a ball up about 35 metres out from goal for the Western Bulldogs. 4 behinds on the board already, the Bulldogs. They need some reward for effort. Darcy arriving late to contest against Norton, who taps it goalward, but it's all Fremantle. Pearce's kick smothered, though. The tackle applied by Clark. Front onto his opponent. And Caleb Daniel will get another ball up. 25 metres out straight in front of the Bulldogs' goal, and they trail by 2.
Darcy wins it down to no one in particular, picks it up himself, tried to hand pass it off the Brayshaw, ripped away from him by Daniel. Sarong went out after it. McRae emerges with it for the Bulldogs. To Daniel in the right forward pocket, kicks across the face of goal and out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Fremantle at right full back. Taking it quickly will be Ryan, who then gets told he has to go back over where the free kick was paid. So a step to your left. And now Ryan spears it out to the left and is able to find a teammate in Cox who'll go beyond defensive 50. Oh, right up against the boundary line. Schultz leapt. It's out of bounds on the full. Couldn't keep it in. Chance for the Bulldogs again with the free kick at right half forward. It comes to Baker into the right forward pocket. And it's off hands. Brennan Cox was courageous. Waitman was behind him. Got a touch on it, Cox. Went across the line for a boundary throw in about 25 metres to the right of the Bulldogs' goals. They're going to the left of our broadcast position, the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium. They trail by 2 points, 12 gone in the first.
Darcy and Norton go at it again. Darcy towards the boundary. Quick hand pass comes out to Daniel. Centering kick. Ugle-Hagan doesn't contest for the mark. Leaves it for Jones at ground level. A lot of purple jumpers back in the goal square, and Pearce fires a hand pass straight past Jordan Clark and through for another behind. A rushed one on this occasion. The Bulldogs creeping closer. They're 5 behinds. Fremantle are 1 straight after 12 minutes.
Dockers short up the corridor from the kick into Wagner. Now to Ryan in the left back pocket. And go back to Wagner at fullback if he wants. Instead, he'll send it longer, beyond defensive 50. In the direction of the southern wing. Great mark out there. Dragging that one in, Tim O'Brien. He'll look to bring it inboard. This is Liberatore, marking on the outer edge of the centre square. Stabs it to the 100-gamer in McLean. Hands it off to Bontempelli. Thumps it towards full forward. Norton had hands to it. Spilled down to Wagner. He knocked over Waitman and then released Clark. Kicks towards left half back. Baker brought it to ground. Aish was there. Couldn't get a clean hand pass away. Jurafe was taken out of it. Comes down to Ugle-Hagan. Wonderful smother. Bailey Banfield got there. Trying to pick it up. Daniel got taken high. He'll get a free kick for the Bulldogs. Johnson was there. Might have got him a little bit high across the shoulder. And the free kick will come the way of the Bulldogs. First tackle was okay. The second from Johnson was the problem. So Caleb Daniel will have it in the right forward pocket for the Bulldogs. He'll be kicking from 45 out.
Inside 50's 10-1. The Dockers haven't turned up here in this first 5 minutes. They really need to get their game going.
Bulldogs need to find their radar in front of goal. Can Daniel fix that problem? A hop, skip and a jump. Kicks on its way from 45 out, and he's missed as well. Scores are level, believe it or not. The Dockers are 1 straight 6. The Bulldogs 6 behinds. You heard from Harry, the inside 50s are remarkable. 10-1. 13 gone in the first.
Inaccuracy in front of goal has been a problem for the Bulldogs this year. They've now kicked 44 goals, 60 for the season. 6 straight behinds to start it today. Can Fremantle punish them again? I think they will. A long kick up the middle has been marked by O'Meara, and then a 50-metre penalty has been paid against the Western Bulldogs. Jones got sucked in as O'Meara shaped to kick the footy. Put a hand on O'Meara, and that's 50 metres. So O'Meara now has a shot directly in front of goal. He's marking a spot on the ground 45 metres out.
Well, you're right, Harry. The inside 50 count is obviously very lopsided. Bulldogs have not capitalised on their opportunities, but Freo are just falling down at that half back. They can't get a mark. I mean, O'Meara's taken a really nice one with 2 doggies falling over, so they need to capitalise on this 50-metre penalty.
It would be remarkable if Fremantle can kick the first 2 goals of the game from 3 inside 50s, but that's exactly what they've done. Their opponents have been inside 50 for virtually the entire first quarter, but it's Fremantle by a goal. 2 straight 12, leading the Western Bulldogs 6 behind. So listen to Grandstand AFL from Perth Stadium, Friday night footy.
One of those things that makes our game so unique and just so amazing. You've got one team who's clearly dominating the inside 50s. I mean, they've had 6 shots on goal from 10 inside 50s, which is extraordinary efficiency. We spoke about that pre-game, and we heard Brendan Lay talk about that as an area they need to focus on. We've got the Dockers up the other end, gone in 3 times, kicked 2 goals and are now in the lead. It's an amazing nuance and a unique part of what we love about our game of AFL.
They've won the clearances 7-2 as well, the Bulldogs, and find themselves trailing by 6 points on the scoreboard. 2 straight to 6 behinds. Remarkable start to this game. Friday night footy in the West. Jackson does the ruck work against English. English won it down. It was straight to O'Meara, the most recent goal kicker. He's wrapped up. Bontempelli got him. Ball up the call. Just forward of the centre circles for the Bulldogs. Jackson won this down. Came back to English. Kick was into traffic. Sarong hand passing forward. He wanted Brayshaw. Couldn't get there. McLean went back. Frederick got him. He gets him exactly. Wrapped him up. Wins the free kick. Holding the ball against McLean. Frederick with the free kick comes out to the commentary wing, and this is Ryan. Ryan to Aish, who marks just shy of Ryan half forward for the Dockers. The long sleeves on. He'll move it short to Sarong. Outstanding last week and brilliant in the derby. Kicks Fremantle towards full forward. Amos flew. Punch at the side came from Jones. Down to the Bulldogs in Richards. They'll clear and find Baker, who marks in the left-back pocket originally from O'Brien's kick.
One of 5 behind kickers already for the Bulldogs, Baker. Not exactly what the club wanted here. Short pass finds Johannesson. Norm Smith medalist of 2016. Goes all the way back to fullback. O'Brien, the ex-Hawk, switches play to the far pocket and the ball runs away from Jones. Poor kick. It dribbled away from the target, and now Fremantle will get a chance to set something up. Boundary throw in the left forward pocket, 35 out. At the City end of the ground, artificial light taking over as Jackson wins it to the front, but it's sharked there by Treloar. Throws on the boot, gets it out of the area. Cox does well. Ugelhagen had good position, but Cox managed to get around him to make the spoil and send it all the way to the boundary. So a throw in just forward of centre wing for Fremantle. They lead at 2 straight goals, 12. So the Bulldogs 6 behind, 7.5 minutes gone in the first.
On the last 4 clearances of the Bulldogs, but they still trail on that scoreboard by a goal. 2 straight, the 6 behinds from the throw-in. English front position, down to Daniel, got a hand pass away to Johannesson, back to Bontempelli. Kicks the Bulldogs to centre half forward, Lob drops it. You can tell he got near it. He gets a free kick, which will enrage the Fremantle supporters even more. It's against Pearce. He's too far out to score, probably 2 kicks from goal, and he'll move it short. And into the right forward pocket. Now a chance for Williams towards full forward. He wanted Bontempelli, and he found him too. Despite the effort from the side from Frederick to spoil, Bontempelli, hands well above his head, drags in the mark, and surely will kick the Bulldogs first from about 20 out on a slight angle to the left.
You spoke about it pre-game, Harry. He's the man that Fremantle really need to stop. Will Brodie's going to him at stoppage, but there's just a lack of handover there when he floated forward.
Marcus Bontempelli on his way, doesn't miss. After 6 behinds, the Bulldogs have got a major, and we're locked up at 12 points apiece. 2 straight 12 to the Bulldogs, 1-6-12. 20 minutes gone in the opening term on the night that Marcus Bontempelli plays his 81st game as captain, the 6th most as a captain for the Western Bulldogs. Bridget Lacey is downstairs.
Yeah, Justin Longmuir doesn't often spend much time on the bench, but he's down here at the moment, which is I find really interesting.
Why would he be doing that? That's very unlike JL.
Trying something new, maybe. Coaching from the bench, being in the brink of it with the players and getting direct feedback and giving direct feedback as soon as they come off.
Game 199 for the Bulldogs champ, Marcus Bontempelli. Will bring up the 200 next week against the Hawks. Back in the middle with English opposed to Darcy. Ball comes straight back into the centre circle. Trying to emerge with it now, O'Meara out the back door. Gives it away towards Brodie. His hand pass puts Wagner under pressure. Next hand pass skids straight through the legs of the Fremantle player. And now the Bulldogs are away with a chain of hand passes to Waitman, who's run down from behind. Pearce back in the goal square's caught. Just gets a hand pass away. No, he didn't. Umpire says incorrect disposal. And the pressure has eventually worked out in the goal opportunity here for Scott. He was the man who applied the last tackle. But gee, there were 4 or 5 Bulldogs that applied immense pressure. And Scott converts and gives them the lead. The Bulldogs 2 goals, 6-18. Fremantle are 2 straight goals, 12. 20 minutes gone in this first quarter here at Perth Stadium. And the Bulldogs starting to get a little bit of reward for effort.
Geez, they've come to play, haven't they, the Dogs? The pre-match ceremony, they have really grabbed hold of any emotion from that, and certainly from their coach, who does like to use the emotive language in the build-up. They're playing like a team who's really driven. We spoke about it pre-game, averaging 8 marks inside 50 for an entire game. They've had 4 already. So, clearly, we talked about that battle being important. They're well on top at the moment.
Their pressure's been great. If their goal kicking had been okay, they'd be well in front. But at the moment, just a 6-point advantage to the Bulldogs. 21 and a bit gone in the opening term. Bounce of the football. English against Darcy. English got it down to Treloar. Hand pass ricocheted off O'Meara. Sat here for McRae, though. Was able to gather. Gave it to English for the Bulldogs. Here's Baker on centre wing. Kicks with the left and finds Scott, the most recent goal kicker, marking in front of Clark. He'll trot back to stand on true centre wing as Bontempelli comes back onto the ground. Scott with the left. Heads towards left half forward. Darcy up. 2 bites at it, but drags it in for Fremantle. He's got it at right half back and will move it short to Brayshaw. The Bulldogs by 6. 22 gone in the first.
Down the line, Brayshaw searching for Jackson. Had it knocked away from him by Keith. Bontempelli front and square wins the footy. Hand pass away to McLean. Hand pass off to Keith, who's run down from behind, but English is there to back him up. Fremantle fans wanted holding the ball. Not forthcoming. Keith long towards full forward. Waitman with the big leap. Couldn't mark. Staying down. Norton roving, snapping and hitting the goalpost. They reversed their roles. The big forward stayed down. The little one tried to take the hanger. Just the behind in the end. The Bulldogs by 7 behinds. It's 2-7 playing 2 straight.
Here's Ryan. Short run and then a long kick beyond defensive 50. Jackson got his fingertips to it. Spill down at the back. O'Meara. Here's a chance for Frederick. Kicks towards right half forward. Spots Banfield who marks. Freo stream forward. Banfield will send it into the right forward pocket. He wants Schultz. Spoiled down by Jones. Schultz tracks it to the boundary line. Oh, Jones has run into him and hit him heavily. He's down on his back. Walters was less than impressed. Went in to remonstrate with Jones straight away. There's been a bit of feeling right from the start. The replay, Jones just crashing into Schultz. He's made contact with the head and sent him to the ground. Ball quickly thrown back in. Darcy had a touch. Came down to Walters. Trying to pick it up. Bontempelli couldn't. Brodie could. Worked it onto Hughes. Centres the football to full forward. They come from everywhere. No mark taken. Dale to Richard to the Bulldogs. Anywhere will do with the clearing kick. It bounced at left half back. Clark will get there first for the Dockers. Gives it to Cox. Evades lob. Sends it inside forward 50. Walters front position. Wins at the ground. Liberatore got a hand pass out to Richards. Desperate play. Kicks beyond defensive 50 again. Guess who? Rory Lobb marks at left half back.
Very important mark as well. The Bulldogs under immense pressure. But Lobb taking the mark to slow things down and allow players to reset. A long kick up the line. Wharton worked under it by Pearce, and Clark takes the mark in defence for Fremantle. Kicks all the way back inside defensive 50 to Ryan. The switch has been effective so far this evening for Fremantle. Ryan decides to come more up the corridor. Hits up the leading player in O'Meara. Kick the second of the Dockers' 2 goals so far this evening. Kicks out wide and finds Wagner right beneath our broadcast position. Dockers trailing by 7. The ex-Demon and Rue playing his second game in the purple jumper. Long towards half forward. Jackson hands to the footy but can't mark opposed to Jones. Aish on hands and knees. Brodie gets it out the back. Hand chance for Brayshaw. Long kick in the Walters direction. He leaps at the footy. Can't take it. Bulldogs arrive in number. Lots of white jumpers around and Bontempelli with a clearing kick back to the wing. Norton got a shove. Umpire didn't see it. Pearce takes a good mark on the wing.
He's got the ability to switch here and does. Finds Young just inside the defensive edge of the centre square. Kicks up the outer edge of it and finds Walker. That kick had to be precise. Williams was right there. Sends it on again. This is Sturt now, marking it left half forward. Too far out to score himself. Puts it towards a leading Darcy. Couldn't mark. Under real pressure at the time. Bontempelli scoops it up. Sends it into the middle of the ground again. Jones was trying to get there, couldn't. Scott dives on it. Wagner's hand pass was intercepted by Bontempelli, and he sweeps it forward to Norton on centre wing. Not sure where to go. Short hand pass to Jones. Breaks away from Clark. Still backtracks. Showed fleet of foot. Hand pass to McLean. Hands it on again to McRae for the Bulldogs. Oh, turns it straight over. Straight to Brayshaw. Was delighted with the gift. Gave it on to Banfield. Runs forward, steps inside English. Banfield, he took a bounce and he's still going. Now kicks into the right forward pocket. Darcy! Too big and too strong for Jones. He marks 49 out from goal. It's a tight angle to the right of centre.
Wow, what a hotly contested footy the last kind of 3 or 4 minutes has been. Both teams absorbing the pressure and then again another turnover. And Darcy, a really nice mark just on 50.
Sean Darcy, he kicked there first. He won't kick there second with that. It goes, or he's second with that, across the face. Down there to Keith. Marks defensively, gave it to Williams. Kick was smothered by Sturt. Ball bounces to Sarong. He'll send it back inside forward 50. At the back, Keith juggled it twice. Couldn't quite get there. Jackson stole it and goals from the goal square. And gee, liked it as well. Punching the air in sheer joy. Fremantle back to within a point. 3 straight 18. The Bulldogs are 2-7-19. Here in the first term, we've travelled 27 minutes. Bridget Lacey's on the boundary.
I mentioned Fremantle coach Justin Longmuir in a really unusual move as coaching from the bench so far tonight, but Luke Beveridge landed down on the bench just in time to see that goal. He wouldn't have been impressed.
Feels like the pickle juice is going to come out pretty early here with this one. Oh, gee, it is on. This first sort of 5-minute period was on, and it's gone up to another level here. Really exciting game of football. We're seeing a pretty efficient Fremantle team when they're going forward, and probably a little bit more clumsy and at times over-possessing it, the Dogs, but still getting lots of good chances.
It's been a hectic start, that's for sure. Darcy wins in the ruck. Clever little bump from O'Meara. Cleared a path for Sarong. Straight at the front they come. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Here's Darcy on the receive. Doesn't time that kick well. Goes deep into the pocket, but favours O'Brien, who chips a pass for Williams to run onto. That wasn't well measured. Gives Aisha a look at the football. In comes Walters to apply some pressure. Knocks an opponent off his feet. Hands come towards English, though. Little chip pass to Bontempelli. Game steps up a notch when he gets the footy. Measures his pass beautifully to Lobb, marking it half forward. Well done, Young. Come forward defence from Hayden Young. Left his opponent to come and charge down the kick of Rory Lobb. Not much has worked for Rory just yet. It's a 1-point lead to the Bulldogs. Boundary throw in 55 out, right half forward to the Dogs.
Important smother there because the Doggies were out 2v1 ahead of the footy.
Boundary umpire unfurls. Darcy got a fist to it. Spilt down though to Duray. Kicks towards full forward. Ugelhagen at the back. Getting worked underneath it was Young. Umpire spots a free kick. It's coming back to Norton. Play been held in the contest. This should certainly be a goal. It's right in front. Even the most erratic of kicking styles, which Norton occasionally has, should be able to go back and kick this. Front of the jumper being held by Pearce. Not a lot in it. Norton comes in. And he's just snuck it in. The right-hand goalpost. And the Bulldogs respond, and they've got their third, and they put their lead back to 7 points. 3-7-25 to 3 straight 18. Norton with his name on the goal kickers list for the Western Bulldogs. We've gone half an hour in the opening term. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and streaming on the ABC Listen app. Our experts, Cara Antonio and Harry Taylor.
It feels like Marcus Bontempelli's influence is starting to really affect this game, Cara. If Fremantle aren't putting enough time into him just yet, I dare say that it's something they should really invest in heavily in this sort of end of this quarter.
Fremantle 0-5 in first quarters this season. They're about to become 0-6. The Bulldogs haven't been a whole lot better. This will only be the second time they've won a first term. English wins in the ruck, gets it down to Liberatore, comes back to English. Through comes Sarong. Little underground hand pass works out nicely for Brayshaw to run onto it. Take off for about 15 metres and guide the pass towards Jackson. 2 bites, no mark. Free kick though. It's going to come back, some high contact. And Luke Jackson will get a free kick. He's deep in the right forward pocket. The boundary line only about 5 metres away to his right-hand side. He'll kick from about 40 metres out. And his kick will come after the siren, which will sound in just a moment or two.
Just desperation there from Caleb Sarong. Put his head over the footy, gave it out to his mate in Brayshaw, and just a really nice inviting kick out the front to Jackson.
Kick Fremantle's last goal. That was a snap from the top of the goal square. This one, a difficult set shot. Right forward pocket. About 40 metres out when he puts boot to ball. Sends it goalward. He's pushed it well right and only just sneaks in for a behind. The first blemish of the quarter for Fremantle. The Western Bulldogs had plenty of their own. They lead it by 6, and it's 6 behind's their lead. 3-7-25 to Fremantle 3-1-19.
Hugely entertaining game to start Anzac round 6 of the AFL. Friday night at Perth Stadium. The goal kickers for the Bulldogs, Bontempelli, Scott and Norton, while for Fremantle, it's O'Meara, Darcy and Jackson. The Bulldogs by 1 goal They lead by that 6 points, 3-7-25 to 3-1-19. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, Sport Digital, and of course now streaming on the ABC Listen app, this is Grandstand AFL.
Well, it's not a normal cafe.
We specialise in the milk of the platypus.
Auntie Donna have millions of views. Now the superstars of socials have an ABC TV show and a cafe.
Here's your sandwich, you dingus.
And more celebrity cameos than latte flavours.
Doesn't that sound silly? Pretty silly to me, Ray.
Auntie Donna's Coffee Cafe. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Hand pass now to Aish, up against the boundary, kicks towards full forward, Jackson there, so too Darcy, and he's held onto it long enough to be paid the mark. He's got 1 goal 3 for the season, Sean Darcy, and he opens the scoring with a goal for Fremantle tonight. Can Fremantle punish them again? I think they will. A long kick up the middle has been marked by O'Meara, and then a 50-metre penalty has been paid against the Western Bulldogs. Jones got sucked in as O'Meara's shape to kick the footy. It would be remarkable if Fremantle can kick the first 2 goals of the game from 3 inside 50s. But that's exactly what they've done.
Now a chance for Williams towards full forward. He wanted Bontempelli, and he found him too. Marcus Bontempelli on his way, doesn't miss. After 6 behinds, the Bulldogs have got a major.
Passes to Waitman, who's run down from behind. Pierce back in the goal square, scored. Just gets a hand pass away. No, he didn't. Umpire says incorrect disposal, and the pressure has eventually worked out in the goal opportunity here for Scott. And Scott converts and gives them the lead.
Ball bounces to Sarong. He'll send it back inside forward 50. At the back, Pete juggled it twice. Couldn't quite get there. Jackson stolen and goals from the goal square. And G liked it as well. Punching the air in sheer joy.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Round 6, Anzac round, starting in the West. It started with a beauty too. The Bulldogs lead by 6 points, 3-7-25 to the Dockers, 3-1-19. Let's get the thoughts of our experts, Cara Antonio and Harry Taylor on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Cara, we talked about this, being a really hot contested game. We talked about the marks inside 50 being important, the stoppages being important. I think the player that's been most integral to all of that at the moment has been Marcus Bontempelli. And I mentioned if Freo hadn't started tagging him in that first quarter, they'd better think about it in this huddle now as they head out into the second term. His numbers just are jumping off the page with 9 disposals at 100% efficiency and 250 metres gained. Also, add the fact that he's kicked a goal. That's a hell of a start to a game of football for sure.
Oh, could not agree. And we just spoke just before off air. I love watching him live, the way he moves inside to out. He's just such a slick mover. They need to send someone to him because he's having a pretty big impact already in this game. The one for me, the stat that's bouncing off the page is the Bulldogs have been out-tackled by at least 10 every game this season, and you've said it at the start. Just then, Harry, they have come to play. They're already a couple of tackles ahead, but you can just see their intent and their energy to want to create turnovers to score is obviously been a key message throughout the week.
And so, Luke, Ryan, the way that the defenders are sitting up for Freo at the moment, Ryan in particular, getting free a lot, being that sort of +1 at different stages, Fremantle now have to face, I guess, some sort of dilemma. Do they push him up the ground further? Does someone else get freed up higher up the ground to help with this issue they're having, which is moving that ball out of their back half? It's all good and well to have the +1 and protect your goals, but as we know in football, you need to generate scores as well. And so are they able to get him up higher or force someone else up higher to be able to generate a little bit more activity and momentum through the middle part of the ground?
Stats for the first quarter, and most categories favour the Western Bulldogs. 91 disposals to 82, most of those in hand passes. Fremantle 54 kicks to 53, but the Bulldogs 38 hand passes to 28. The marks favour Fremantle by 7 inside 50s. The Western Bulldogs led that 10-2 at one point. It's now 14-12 in favour of the Bulldogs. Clearances are 11-7. Tackles are 14-11. All in favour of the Bulldogs. The hit-outs is where Fremantle have an advantage, 14-8. Sean Darcy with 12 hit-outs in the first quarter. Leading possession winners, firstly for our leaders, the Western Bulldogs. As Harry Taylor mentioned, Marcus Bontempelli, 6 kicks, 3 hand passes at 100% efficiency, 5 uncontested, 5 contested, a goal and 3 tackles as well. It's been a sensational start to the game for the Bonts. McRae, 6 possessions, Ugle-Hagan, 5, McLean, 5, Williams, Richards, Keith, Johannesson, a whole list on 5. Whereas for Fremantle, Luke Ryan, 10 disposals. They're all kicks, 5 marks as well. Sarong's had 8 touches. Clark, Wagner and O'Meara amongst the group on 6 possessions.
Liam Jones, head-to-head contact with Schultz. That will be a talking point over the next couple of hours and tomorrow as English wins the tap, but it's down to Sarong, gives it to Brodie. The Dockers with the clearance to start the second term. Here's Schultz, goes to ground against Johannesson. Picked up here by Johnson, back to Schultz. Hand pass comes to Sarong. Schultz got taken to ground. They took the advantage here, the Dockers, and then stopped, and then Sarong's put that out of bounds on the full. So Freo wouldn't be happy about that, but they did take the advantage, and it was paid as Liberatore moves it back towards Bontempelli from the logo on the wing, stabs the pass. Ugle-Hagan marks in front of Ryan. He marks 50 out from goal, and he'll start. Well, he'll look to put boot to ball from in line with the right hand behind post.
Well, there you go again. Marcus Bontempelli. Will Brodie started on him at stop. He's just giving him far too much space, and another inside forward 50.
Here's Ugle-Hagan. He's gone right, he's gone left with his first 2 kicks. This one won't quite have the carry. Big mark defensively, Darcy. Drags it down at right full back. It wouldn't have been a goal anyway. All dangerous kick that drops in front of Ryan. He's only just marked that too. Diving forward at left full back for the Dockers. He'll steer it out to Cox, marking in the left back pocket. No change to that quarter time score. The Bulldogs lead by 6, 80 seconds into the second term.
Fremantle happy to just chip it around their defensive 50. Wagner, the next link in the chain, takes the mark, and now he will send them long. Jackson in from the side with a big leap. There are a couple of dogs that flew. One's come down pretty hard. That's English. Liberatore wins at the contest. Hand pass to Treloar. He threads a hand pass away towards Baker. Another one to Dale towards full forward. Waitman flies again. Can't take the mark. A Fremantle player's dived on the footy here. Immediately tackled. Tackled high. And the free kick will go the way of that player. It's Young at the bottom of the pack. A bit of a wrestle between McLean, Waitman and also Pearce, as Young comes back to take his free kick. Just like we saw Luke Ryan do. He's chipped it to Cox in the left back pocket. City end of the ground. Last line of defence. It's the Bulldogs by 6.
So here's Cox. High and long beyond defensive 50. Wanted Darcy. O'Brien was up. Punched it forward to Treloar for the Bulldogs. To Ugle-Hagan. Centering kick. Leading out. Marking Norton. Came from full forward. Oh, that must have been touch play on, says the umpire. Down to Daniel. Caleb Daniel kicks a goal. They had to play on, but no needs of panic for the Bulldogs. And Caleb Daniel, he was able to convert from about 40 out on a slight angle, kicking around the body. Nice finish for him. And the Bulldogs are 4-7-31. The Dockers 3-1-19. 3 minutes gone in the second term on Grandstand AFL.
How good's Caleb Daniel? On his left, running off. I mean, Jackson provided a little bit of a chase, but that's a great kick. And again, the Bulldogs have started really well. They're forward 50 pressure to create that turnover. The Dockers really haven't got an answer to get it out of their back half of the ground at the moment.
No, I've been keeping a close eye on Jackson, and he's getting his hands on the ball. He's just not able to finish his marks, and it's probably been the case since he's put the purple jumper on. He feels like he's so close.
Tim English back in the ruck. He's recovered from the heavy knock he took a moment or two ago. Wins the tap. Goes through the hands of Sarong. Shark now by Liberatore. Hands it off to English. High kick towards half forward. Good judgment from Walker, and he's held the mark long enough. Ball hung in the air for quite some time, and Brandon Walker was the man charging at it the hardest. Took front position and took the mark. From right half back towards half forward. Bit of holding in a marking contest. Sean Darcy will be the recipient. Certainly attracting a lot of the footy tonight, Sean Darcy. This will be his 8th possession. 12 hit-outs and a goal. He's got Young cruising past for the hand pass. Young now loads up and goes long with the left towards full forward. Amos couldn't get at it. DeRay's tackled immediately. Umpires have a look at each other. They're going to call a ball up as Frederick is not rewarded for his tackle. Right forward pocket, Farmer Freeway end will get a ball up with the Dogs leading by 12.
English with a telling tap down to Walters. Duray knocks it away from his grasp. Picked up by Sarong. Hand pass in the direction of Aish. Hurried kick was perfect. Sarong now to Frederick at the outside of the boot. Can't get it past the last line of defence in O'Brien. Standing just to the left of his defensive goal square. He marks for the Bulldogs. He throws it on the boot. Kicks long beyond left half back or beyond defensive 52 left half back in Ugle-Hagan. It's too strong to mark against H. He'll move it short himself, and here's that man again, Bontempelli, about to have disposal 11.
Spinning the ball in his hands, waiting for an option to open up. There's not much on just yet, so he punches it low towards half forward again. Norton from the side. Couldn't get hands to the football. Walker out the back. Hand pass to Wagner, across to Ryan. He kicks to Johnson. Second possession, didn't have any in the first quarter. A couple of touches early in the second. His kick into space for Schultz. And the good pressure came there from Richards. Forced the errant kick. It's gone out of bounds on the full. Johannesen with the free kick. Short to Baker, right on the centre line. Another short pass to Liberatore. Just edging the ball towards the centre corridor. Dangerous kick to Treloar, but he's strong in the hands to Mark. Front edge of the centre square. A lot of purple jumpers back inside defensive 50, so Treloar kicks to the lead of Norton, and floating in from behind is Waitman. Smart footy from Waitman. He trailed in behind the leading forward, and the kick just flew over his head, and Waitman marking on his chest directly in front, 30 metres out.
Great kick, great play, and it was the right play because Freo had queued up. They had the extra numbers back there. Darcy, Pearce, they're all sort of sagging off their direct opponents. That lead-up option is the only one to go to.
So Cody Waitman, tremendous performance last week in his first game of the season. Missed one in the first quarter from directly in front. He's tugged it to the left and missed again. And the Bulldogs with 12 scoring shots to 4. 6.5 minutes into the second quarter, but their lead is only 13 points. It's 4-8 playing 3-1.
2 balls on the ground. No problem though for Ryan, who goes on a run and sends it beyond defensive 50. Keep the back. Flew is able to tap it down to Liberatore. Hand passed onto the ground. McRae gathered to Treloar, to Daniel. Hand pass up into the air to Williams. Right forward pocket. Kicks towards right full forward. Attacking the football. Ryan for the Dockers. Leapt in the air and won it defensively over the boundary line for a throw-in. Nat Fyfe appearing on the big screen here at Perth Stadium. As Lobb takes on Darcy in the ruck. Darcy won it down. Came to Young. Then to Johnson. To the left back pocket. To Walker. Kick beyond defensive 50. Frederick flew. Couldn't quite mark it. Spilled down again for the Dogs. Came to McRae, then to English, to Daniel. Into the right forward pocket, Treloar, to Williams again. Oh, stepped around Sarong beautifully, and then kicks a beauty. That was all class. Just sold the candy to leave one of the best midfielders in the comp at the moment, grasping at thin air. And Williams goes through to kick a major, his 3rd of the season. The Western Bulldogs 5th of the night, 5-8-38 to the Dockers, 3-1-19, 8 gone in the second. Grandstand AFL from Perth Stadium. Clint Wilden alongside Dave Lindsay in commentary. Our experts Harry Taylor and Cara Antonio.
So it's really obvious at this point, Cara, that Fremantle are struggling to get their ball out of the back half. Who can they use as a target, as an option to generate a mark, generate a contest on the wings, through the centre, so that they can actually get that ball inside foot 50. Who are the players for Freo to do that?
Well, it's Jackson really for me, and you're right, he hasn't clunked a mark yet, whereas on the flip side, the Bulldogs have got Ugle-Hagan, who's taken 6 marks already as that link, so they need to address that.
The Bulldogs double Fremantle's score, and they'll go forward again. Liberatore, a wobbly old kick into some space in front of McRae at half forward, gets back onto his left side, bumped off his kick. In from the side comes Johnson to make a spoil on defensive 50. But first to arrive, it's all the Bulldogs again, and they work it back to McRae. High kick, Norton and English going at this. Neither can mark. Waiting down is Waitman. Left foot snap all the way to the goal square, but Aish is back there. Almost like a goalkeeper in his defensive goal square, taking the mark. Short pass to Johnson. Johnson now has Hughes leading down the wing to mark at defensive 50. It's 5-8 playing 3-1. Nearly 9.5 minutes gone in the second quarter, and it's all the Bulldogs.
Hughes towards the outer wing. Darcy in a pack. Won it to ground. Treloar emerge with it. Got a hand pass away to McRae. Puts the Bulldogs back inside forward 50. Left forward pocket off hands. Hughes took it. Was he taken high? No, he's been pinked for holding the ball. Wrapped up by Norton. He'll take the free kick. Now, let's have a look. No, he's got him around the jumper. So, I don't have a problem with that. And then got him the back of the jumper as well. Didn't make contact with the neck and then did have a little bit to say to him afterwards.
I think that's quite a smart tackle, to be honest.
No problems. I thought it was high, but the replay's absolutely showing it was the jumper, not the neck that's got him. Norton gets a shot on goal. From deep in the left forward pocket, 45 metres out. Goal umpire doesn't have to move. And Aaron Norton, he's got his second, and he celebrates throwing the arms out wide. He does have some history with the Fremantle Dockers. Last we heard 2 years ago, he still hadn't forgiven them for costing him a spot in Peel Thunder's premiership team. He was moved out of the grand final to allow Fremantle players to come back in. So he might be a West Australian, but he's always happy to score against Freo. The Dogs are 6-8-44. The Dockers 3-1-19. He delighted in that, Major Norton. 11 gone in the second. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Yeah, not good news for Freo. Sean Darcy's on the bench. He's getting some treatment. Looks like his right wrist potentially, or forearm. We'll keep an eye on him.
Four goals on the bounce for the Western Bulldogs, and 6 of the last 7. They dominated the early stages but could only kick behinds, and now finally putting it on the scoreboard. Rory Lobb in the ruck opposed to Jackson, who wins it down to Brodie. A rare centre clearance for Fremantle. High kick towards half forward. Frederick got hands to the footy but couldn't mark, then cleverly slaps it along the ground for Schultz, who bends it around with the left boot, but straight to Keith, who went to play on and dropped the footy. Now he's in a wrestle for the ball with Sturt. Ball comes out the back towards Daniel, and the Bulldogs have done well to win this away. They get it to Bailey Dale, who's upended as he kicks. Gets good purchase on the footy. Cox makes the spoil on the wing. It comes out the back towards Clark. Feeds off a hand pass to Brodie. Into the corridor with his hand pass now, and Fremantle can load up. Walker to Jackson. Another one on to Ryan. Out towards the wing. Mark taken by Hughes. He carries it towards half forward. Sells the dummy around of opponent. Chips to the pocket. Wonderful football. And Frederick's on the end of it, marking on his chest. Deep in the right forward pocket. A shot for goal from about 25 out. Great build-up by Fremantle.
Yeah, great passage of play there. Probably using their strength, their running capacity, handballing the ball, moving it off the line. It's probably Fremantle's best passage of play today.
He's got the fluorescent orange boots on under the Friday night lights. The left foot snap to bend it around. He's pushed it across the face. A behind for Frederick. Fremantle 3-2. Their first score of the quarter coming after nearly 13 minutes. The Bulldogs are 6-8-44. It's a 24-point lead to the visitors.
Bulldogs quickly into attack. And they move it towards left half back. This is Duray marking now. Daniel with the kick in. Then to Dale. Now to Duray, who kicks towards the logo out of side. Off hands. Trying to get a hand pass away was Jones. Johnson overran it, but it ricocheted off him. Banfield shoveling it forward only as far as Richards. His hand pass intercepted. Brayshaw for the Dockers to Frederick. Over the top. Here's Schultz. Runs the 40 out. Kicks the goal. Fremantle with their first goal of the second term. A desperately needed one, with the Bulldogs looking to take control of this game. Hats on the back all round for Lockie Schultz's finish. The Bulldogs 6-8-44, the Dockers 4-2-26, 14 gone in the second term. On ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL. Our experts Cara Antonio and Harry Taylor.
Well, the Dockers just did what the Doggies have been able to do to Freo this entire game, is turn the ball over in their front half of the ground. Good turn up good forward handball and numbers running ahead of the footy, and a really nice finish to Schultz. So definitely a goal that the Dockers really needed at this point of the game.
Still no Sean Darcy at the next centre bounce. We heard from Bridget down the boundary. He was having some attention to his wrist. So Jackson contests against English. They fight a draw, but then Jackson picks up the footy off the deck. He's tackled and loses it. Trying to burrow his way through there, McLean. Little hand pass, got it to Liberatore. Can't handle the footy. Sarong, a hand pass to Brodie, who was falling to ground. Took possession and then lost it. Quick kick forward now from Sarong. Out very wide in front of Schultz. The goal kicker can't quite get to it. And we'll get a boundary throw in now at left half forward. Bridget, what's the latest?
Yeah, you mentioned Sean Darcy there. It's the right arm is the problem. He's got some fresh strapping now just between the right elbow and his right wrist, and he looks like he's going to be fine to come back on.
Jackson wins the ruck tap, comes out towards Sarong, hand passes to Hughes, runs along the boundary line, hand passes inboard to Brayshaw, chip short, oh, poor kick. Could have gone for goal himself, then couldn't find Walters. Keith got in the way. It's been locked into him, but no Pryor. Walters tackles him. Disappointment for Andrew Brayshaw. He certainly can kick them from there. Deep inside Freo's forward 50. English wins it down, going through Schultz, got tackle, got a hand pass out to Brayshaw, hand pass to Banfield. Daly knocks it away from him for the Bulldogs. English clears into the middle of the ground. Unable to mark it was Jones, but he's got a free kick. And he'll have it at centre-half back for the Western Bulldogs. And they lead now by 18 points, 16 gone in the second.
Arthur Jones, a youngster from Mount Barker, famous footballing town in Western Australia as well as South Australia after last week. Of course, the Cracker brothers from Mount Barker in WA. Some real talent down there. Bulldogs go towards the wing. Treloar close to the line, can't keep it in, opposed to Hughes. And we'll get a boundary throw-in. 16 minutes gone in the second quarter. Sean Darcy up on the big screen, sitting alongside his coach, coaching from the bench this afternoon or this evening. Justin Longmuir. We don't often see from the Fremantle chief. Throw in with English, flicking it over the back this time, but it's taken away by Schultz. A hand pass to Young, spearing kick. Hits Banfield on the chest at centre-half forward. Quickly moves it on to the advantage of Sturts, who breaks inside 50 and takes the mark. Can go back and have a shot from just inside the 50-metre arc. The angle just slightly off centre to the left.
I know Darcy might be ready to go back on, but I feel like Jackson's actually provided something a bit different. And, you know, sometimes that's the case when you've prepped and prepared for what you think is going to be the likely matchup. Sometimes something a little bit different can throw you out. In this case, I think Jackson's added a little bit of value in the few minutes he spent in the ruck.
So Sam Sturt are behind last week in his first game for the season. Just his second kick here this evening. 49 metres out. It's a beautiful looking kick off the boot. It's a fantastic kick. Puts his finger in the air to celebrate to the crowd. And the Dockers have kicked 2 in a row. They're back within 12 points. They move to 5-2-32. The Western Bulldogs are 6-8-44. And the second quarter has travelled 17 and a half minutes here on Grandstand AFL.
Well, that goal came from Hayden Young, as you mentioned, in the first quarter, coming up to the stoppage, and McRae's up the other end. But really nice kick. You want the ball in hand, don't you, for Hayden Young on that left. And it was really nice work. Just kicked it out to where he wanted Sturt to run into, and obviously only the second touch, but making the most of the opportunities as a forward is key. Really nice finish on the left. He's pretty happy with his work as well.
Bridget Lacey downstairs. Bridge.
Sean Darcy back on the ground and straight into the ruck.
Here he is. It's English, though, that wins the tap. Fremantle will emerge with the football, though. Brodie got it to O'Meara. Kick was meant for Schultz. Harassed by Duray. Ball spills away. Schultz went again. Ricocheted off in. Artie Jones knocked him over. Ball to O'Meara. Dockers through Young, and then O'Meara again. Kicks inside forward 50. Missed Sturt. Richards dives over it. Sturt can gather. Looks to wheel around. 50 out. Got a hand pass to Brodie. Goes back to centre half forward. This is Brayshaw. Puts it up into the air. Waiting underneath was Darcy. Well done, English. Got to the contest. Won it down. Comes out the side. And desperate effort by McLean to clear towards centre wing. Taken again by Brayshaw. Goes to Cox. Back to Brayshaw. He spins around, hands it to Sarong, and then hand passes back to Brodie. Almost ran into trouble, just got the hands free.
Young picks it up off the deck. A little hand pass inside to Brayshaw, still inside the centre square. Now going back to the centre circle for Brodie. Off to Clark. Nearly caught in one tackle. He retreats even further by hand. Cox now swings it out wide with a hand pass to Ryan. He looked left. There was nothing on, so decides to go straight up the middle. Bronx cheer from the crowd. Leaping in the air, O'Brien at halfback couldn't take the mark. Loose footy. Walters gets rid of his opponent. Goes back and wins it. Dragged to ground. Somehow shrugged the tackle just before being pinged. In comes Sarong. Tries to knock it forward. The Bulldogs there in number. Liberatore gets it out. Quick hand pass from Richards. And the Bulldogs have stood up under pressure well. It's Liam Jones laying it off to Treloar. Kicks in low and sliding in. Norton takes the mark at left half back.
We haven't got your text. Apologies. It's been frenetic downstairs. We'll read them out at half-time as Norton has put it out of bounds on the full. Even the players now need a little bit of a breather. Goodness me. Take a deep breath, everybody. 6:8:44 to 5:2:32. Bulldogs in front. Time on second turn. The Dockers through Clark into the right forward pocket off the hands of Darcy. Out after it, Walters hands it off to Hughes under pressure. Tackled over the boundary line. Richards saw the ball jar free for a boundary throw-in. 55 out from Freo's goal. They're kicking to the left of our broadcast position. Here in this, the second turn, the Farmer Freeway end. Ball spun back in again. Darcy front position, tapped it over his shoulder. McRae was there, tackled by O'Meara straight away. Umpire says we'll ball it up.
Fremantle plus 19 disposals this quarter. A lot of those would have come in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Starting to get on top around the ground now. Darcy knocks it back towards Young, who dives in on top of the football, gets a hand pass out to Brodie. Backwards again to Sarong. Clever hand pass into some space. Hughes standing all by himself. 60 out. Kicks inside beautifully to the lead of Sturts.
Another beautiful kick, Cara. That lower the eyes inside 50. Very, very hard to defend that sort of delivery.
So Sam Sturt going through the routine. He gets to the top of his mark, puts the ball on the deck, closes the eyes. A big deep breath. And now spinning the ball in his hands. He'll cross the 50-metre arc and have a shot from about 45 out for his second goal in the matter of a couple of minutes. Crowd like it off the boot. He loves it. Sam Sturt with 2 in a row. And Fremantle have kicked the last 3. They're back within 6 points. 22 minutes gone in the second quarter here at Perth Stadium. The Western Bulldogs 6:8:44 lead Fremantle 6:2:38. And your experts here on Grandstand AFL are Harry Taylor and Cara Antonio.
Well, Fremantle dominating the last part of this quarter. They're up in contested possessions, ground ball gets, clearances and inside 50s and making the most of their opportunity. No doubt the Bulldogs now looking at the score, probably thinking 6 goals 8 could have been a lot, really. Flip side, 10 goals 4. So Freo just making the most in front of goals at the moment and much more efficient when going inside forward 50.
Great game to watch. Hope you're enjoying listening wherever you are around the nation on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and of course News Radio. Darcy wins the restart down for the Dockers, but it comes to Treloar of the Bulldogs. Gets a hand pass forward, only to Bontempelli, who's been everywhere, and then he kicks it inside the attacking 50. Ricochets off Pearce and tumbles over for a boundary throw-in, about 60 out from the Bulldogs' attacking goal to the right of our broadcast position, the city end of Perth Stadium. About 55, maybe 52,000 in at the moment. There's a few empty seats on the top deck. In the restart, Johnson was tackled. It jarred out. Here's the Bulldogs. McLean gave it out to Treloar in the left forward pocket. Back to Williams. Stabs the pass to Duray. Hawk Premiership player. Couple of flags in the brown and gold, and he marks it 70 from goal. To put it into the left forward pocket again. Big pack underneath it. Monstrous mark. Oh, the big fella Darcy. What a beast he is. And he drags it down, goes on a bit of a lumber and then kicks towards left half back. Banfield, the sandwich in a Bulldogs pack, comes down again to Richards, then to Johannesson, stabs it to Lobb. How long will the Fremantle faithful continue to get stuck into Rory as he turns to have a shot at goal from about 35 out, 45-degree angle to the right? The answer is for all of it. How does it affect Lobb? Not one bit. He puts it through for the Bulldogs, and his teammates, they surround him. And his biggest problem, he's not been knocked out by everyone who wants to tap him on the head. Rory Lobb. He kicks one for the Western Bulldogs. Their lead is out to 12 points. 7-8-50 to the Dockers. 6-2-38. Rory Lobb's fourth in Bulldogs colours. None would have been more enjoyable, I'd reckon. It's another great part about our game, isn't it? If you hadn't had any context about what's going on here, and you think, why are they booing this bloke? Is it his hair? Is it what is it about him? But just a great game that we all love. It was a really important goal for the Dogs there. Freo just have to find a way to sort of hang on and get to half time.
It's an enthralling contest here. Friday night footy, Perth Stadium. The Bulldogs by 12 points. Back in the middle with Darcy going up against the English. He flicks it over the back of his head. Nicely done by Liberatore. A hand pass over his shoulder to Treloar, who can run away with a bounce. Left foot kick towards full forward. Ugle-Hagan is deep. So too down there, McLean. Neither could mark. Under pressure, Walker being well tackled by Waitman. Umpire watches closely and will call a ball up 25 metres out up against the boundary. Everyone can take a deep breath for a moment. There haven't been too many opportunities to take a deep breath in this second quarter. It's been frantic footy from both sides. They've both enjoyed some periods of dominance. Sarong coming through at this stoppage, well tackled as well. Another ball up. They've edged it 5 metres closer to the Bulldogs' goal. Their lead is 12 points as we creep ever closer to half-time. The umpire just taking some time to separate some players and then tosses in the air once more. The ruckman lock up. Lobb gets it down. Liberatore close to the line. Hand pass to Waitman with the outside of his boot. He kicks to the hot spot. Leaping from behind Williams. Can't take the mark. Fremantle under pressure at the top of their goal square. Well tackled. Ugle-Hagan doing a great job. Now Sarong has it. Has to get a hand pass out. Did he dive on this one, Walker? The umpire will come in with a whistle and ball it up. 20 metres out directly in front of goal. Bulldogs by 12. 26 and a half minutes gone, second term.
Thrown up into the air again. Lobb won it down. Putting his head over the football is O'Meara, but it's been paid a free kick to Liberatore. Spilled out the side. Have another look at this on replay. Liberatore go back and have a shot from just to the left.
Holding free by the looks of that.
Oh, there's not much in that, Greg.
Not much in that at all.
Brayshaw had his arms around him, but Liberatore won't mind. He'll go in. He'll kick the goal for the Bulldogs. They're taking their opportunities in this second term, the Western Bulldogs, something they were guilty of not doing in the first. 8-8-56 now. They lead the Dockers 6-2-38. 27 gone in the second term. You're absolutely right, by the way, Harry Taylor. That's what the free kick was for, but was there much in it?
No, it didn't look like it, did it? It's one of those really tough ones. The umpire clearly probably had a good view of it. In other cases, it's often you're a bit blindsided because of the numbers there, but gee, it's contentious, but it's an important goal. Another goal in red time. I'm sure Longmuir and the other coaching staff would be, just the anger levels build.
4 goals from free kicks tonight for the Western Bulldogs. Game 201 for the son of the gun. Liberatore, out of the middle comes another gun in Bontempelli. Long towards the forward pocket, it skips off the fists of the pack. And Ryan will be happy to hand this one across the line. The boundary umpire will toss it in 20 metres out. Still a couple of minutes of footy remaining in this second quarter. 5 goals to the Bulldogs, 3 to Fremantle. As the Rucks go at it again. Darcy in front, slaps it down to Sarong. He's caught. Brilliant tackle from McLean. Umpire calls play on, able to soccer it away off the deck, the Dockers. Head over the footy was Frederick, couldn't do much with it. Comes out the side here for the Bulldogs. McLean searching for the footy. In comes Lobb in the pocket. Spills out to Liberatore. Hand pass off to Ugle-Hagan. Back to Lobb on the wraparound. Bending it back on the right boot, but not enough. And a behind to Rory Lobb to go with the goal he kicked earlier in this quarter. Bulldogs lead stretches out to 19 points. 29 minutes gone in the second quarter.
Dockers goes straight up the middle, short to Clark. Clark moves it on again. This is to Young. Beyond defensive 50. Jackson was being held surely. He was. Against Jones, and he'll get the free kick. But the previous free kick for Hold was there. That certainly was. Jones had an arm around the shoulder and around the neck. Jackson plays on quickly. Thumps it high and long. English. He's there against Darcy. Darcy won it down. Hand pass from Johnson. Spilled out. Strong tackle from Aish. It came out for a moment. Aish just set upon the Bulldog, spilled in the direction of. That was a strong tackle. Scott was made to feel that. He's okay. English with the tap. Brayshaw out after it. Daniel underneath it. Brayshaw goes to ground with Daniel. Holds it in. Ball up the core. 51 out from Freo's attacking goal. Between left half forward and centre half forward. Again, both rucks had a little tap on it. Down towards McRae, though. Gets it for the Bulldogs. Bounces a kick towards centre wing. Met there by Walker. Tackled by Waitman. Takes him to ground. Umpire says we'll ball it up. Right against the boundary line. Beneath our broadcast position here on the northern wing. It's thrown back to the umpire. He'll send it skywards. Clint Wilden alongside this man, Dave Lindsay, in commentary.
Darcy arrives to win the tap. Goes through the hands of Daniel. Treloar. Probably not the smartest decision there, Treloar. Threw a boot at the footy. Under immense pressure there from Brayshaw. It's probably only ever going to go one way, and that's out on the full. Brayshaw wants to move it on quickly. Long in the Jackson direction. Oh, he got a good piece of it, but couldn't quite finish it off. Clearing the area, Richards. Down low, Waitman does well to pick up the half volley and get himself a stoppage. Harry, you've been mentioning he's been close, Jackson. That was a good leap, but again, couldn't quite finish it.
No, it feels like the hands just aren't quite getting all the way around the ball.
Last chance here for Fremantle. Young to pump them inside 50. Kicks long. First back there, Bontempelli. The ball sits up in the air for some time after the bounce. Bit of a skirmish between a couple of players. No free kick. The Bulldogs have worked it well. Richards, little chip pass, gets it out of the area. Fremantle fans vent a bit of frustration themselves. A big quarter from the Bulldogs to kick the first three and the last two of the second quarter. Fremantle kicked three of their own in between those little passages. And at half-time, it's the visitors, 8-9-57, leading Fremantle 6-2-38.
They jumped out at one stage to a 25-point lead before Fremantle were able to claw them back. And then, as Dave told you, the Bulldogs good enough to steady as half-time approached. 8-9 to 6-3 for the Bulldogs. Their goal kickers, 2 to Aaron Norton. Singles to Bontempelli, Lobb, Liberatore, Scott, Williams and Daniel. On the goal kickers for the Fremantle Dockers, 2 to Sam Sturt. And singles to O'Meara, Darcy, Schultz and Jackson. Bulldogs leading by 6 at quarter time, by 19 at the half. Both teams, after what has been a fiery opening quarter, both in terms of reaction between players and the skill level on display. There's been a lot to enjoy. What have our experts made of it? AFLW All-Australian and former Fremantle Dockers captain Cara Antonio and dual AFL Premiership player Harry Taylor with us on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Cara, there's two things that sort of struck me in that, particularly in the second half of that quarter, that Freo did well to get back in the game. Firstly was their ball use going forward. It looked like there was a more obvious choice to lower the eyes, to sort of hit the more penetrating kick rather than bomb it in, along which they were probably doing early in the game. The other part was controlling number 4 for the Dogs, Marcus Bontempelli. He had a significant first term. It looked as though they may have just changed slightly their technique, and Brody still looked like he had the match-up. It just changed maybe some of his starting positions. The fact that they got on top of that match-up, I think also led to Fremantle getting themselves back in this contest.
That played a massive part. Completely agree. I noticed that Brody started on him inside, and then when he was off, O'Meara would go to him, but he only had the 5 touches, Bontempelli, that quarter, although he had three of those were inside forward 50s. So that's where he's so good, isn't he? He delivers the ball with that penetrating kick, and usually 9 times out of 10 will hit a target for him. But yeah, that's probably a really massive win for Fremantle in that quarter, being able to slow Bontempelli up. The other one for me is I thought the Bulldogs earlier in that quarter just had, and probably for the game, they've had better balance around the contest. There's a lot of Dockers flocking to the ball. They're staying out as the Bulldogs on that outer bubble, and they've been able to chain the ball out of congestion, which has probably helped them, to their lead of 19 points. The work rate in transition from offence to defence, I saw a bit of a shift. When the Dockers started to win the ball, it was their transition work back towards goal once a turnover had been created. And really, that's the difference. The Doggies have scored 5 goals, 8 from turnover, 13 of those coming from intercepts, which is the telltale of the day so far. And the Dockers only the 3 goals, 1 from turnovers. So really, their method coming out of the back half of the ground, the Dockers probably need to revisit. You mentioned it in that quarter. The long bomb, hoping for a mark, just isn't working for them at the moment, whereas down the other end, it is working for the Doggies. They've got Ugle-Hagan, they've got Norton that are coming up to the contest and taking those marks and being able to move the ball quicker for their small forwards. So an awesome contest. Dockers are well and truly still in this match, but really, if the Doggies going into half-time, they've controlled a lot of the game, haven't they?
Yeah, you can't rely on efficiency winning you games of football. Now, they might win you every now and again. They might win you a quarter. They might win you a game. But they're not going to win you a season. And that's something that is really obvious at the moment. Fremantle's efficiency is probably keeping in the contest, as opposed to the Dogs missing some obvious opportunities they could have taken throughout the first half of this game. We probably should mention number 4 for Fremantle. He's been outstanding. Contested marking, both ends of the ground. He is providing a great target. It's how can Fremantle maximise his strength and maximise his impact on this game. He's
an outstanding athlete, isn't he? We thought our hearts were in our mouths when we heard from Bridge that he was on the bench and he was getting obviously assessed, but he's had the 21 hit-outs. He's hit the scoreboard, as we've mentioned. He's had the 5 marks as well, and 2 of those inside forward 50. So for me, he is, at the moment, the players need to jump on his back and help support him. He's giving first possession to his midfielder. In particular, Sarong's been awesome. He's had the 18 of those handballs, but he's setting up chains out of a contest to the likes of your Brayshaws and even your Will Brodys and Clarks on the outside. So the big man has definitely done his job so far. It's whether or not he can run this game out and then get forward to hit the scoreboard and impact even more.
Cara Antonio and Harry Taylor, our experts tonight on Grandstand AFL Round 6 Anzac round, beginning here in the West. And the Bulldogs have gone to the rooms at half-time with a 19-point lead, 8-9-57 to the Dockers, 6-2-38. Plenty more to come. If the first half is anything to go by, stick around. The second could be an absolute ripper for these two sides who don't like each other very much at all. In the meantime, though, let's pause here at Perth Stadium and get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Clive Hunton. Britain's Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab has resigned after an inquiry into allegations that he bullied staffers. But as the BBC's Chris Mason explains, Mr Raab points out the report dismissed all but 2 of the claims against him.
It's clear from what he says in his letter that, yes, in 4.5 years he had not once sworn or shouted at anyone, let alone thrown anything or otherwise physically intimidated anyone, nor intentionally sought to belittle anyone. Now, we will obviously compare and contrast those words with the report when we get to see it with our own eyes, but clearly he is making the case that he feels that the definition of bullying is setting the threshold so low in this report, and that in his view, his behaviour, his interactions with in particular senior officials, were justified.
Staying overseas, a man will appear in court tomorrow charged with 4 counts of attempted murder after the latest in a string of recent shootings across America. Barney Porter reports.
The North Carolina man has been accused of shooting the 6-year-old girl who lived next door in the cheek. Her dad remains in hospital after being shot in the back. Their crime? She was trying to retrieve her basketball, which had rolled into his yard. It's the 4th shooting in a week involving young people in the wrong place at the wrong time. 2 cheerleaders had mistakenly approached someone else's car in Texas. A 16-year-old rang a wrong doorbell in Kansas City, and a 20-year-old turned into a wrong driveway in New York. Ryan Bussey is the author of a book on the US gun industry.
There's an increase in hatred and conspiracy and fear. There is an increase in gun ownership. And I fear now we're living with an increase in the sort of repercussions.
The United States has opened a meeting in Germany focused on providing more military support for Ukraine. Government ministers and officials from about 50 countries are gathering at the US Ramstein air base in Germany's southwest. There's been reluctance from some NATO members to send more modern equipment to Ukraine's frontline troops. But US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says there's still strong support for their besieged ally.
Our common efforts have made a huge difference to Ukraine's defenders on the battlefield. And they underscore just how badly the Kremlin miscalculated.
Germany has appointed a commission to re-examine the attack on Israeli athletes at the 1972 Munich Olympics. 11 Israelis were killed when they were taken hostage by a militant Palestinian group. Most died during a failed rescue operation by German police. Here at home, court documents show the man charged over a crash that claimed the lives of 5 people in country Victoria was speaking with police just 3 minutes before the fatal accident. Here's Christian Silver.
Court documents have revealed police allegations against Christopher Dylan Joannidis, a driver accused of causing a crash that left 5 people dead north of Shepparton yesterday. They reveal Mr Joannidis was pulled over near the Murray Valley Highway for speeding and returned a positive reading for cannabis on a preliminary test. A follow-up test was negative and Mr Joannidis was released at 2:18 p.m. 3 minutes later, police say his car slammed into a ute with 5 people inside. They were all killed when their ute hit a B-double tanker. Mr Joannidis is facing charges of dangerous driving causing death and will be back in court in September.
The newly installed New South Wales opposition leader Mark Speakman says he'll work to address gender and diversity gaps in the Liberal Party. Mr Speakman won his party room votes 22-13 to become the new Liberal Party leader over former Planning Minister Anthony Roberts. Mr Speakman says he wants more women in Parliament but doesn't think the party needs gender quotas right now.
Well, I want to see increased female representation in our party. I expect we will see increased female representation in the shadow ministry once we've had discussions with our national colleagues.
Meanwhile, the New South Wales Premier is inviting people to nominate an inspiring female athlete to have a grandstand named after them at the Olympic Stadium in Sydney. Chris Minns says the sporting achievements of women needs to be recognised.
Whether it's Sam Kerr's achievements on behalf of the Matildas, whether it's Kathy Freeman's miraculous 400-metre gold medal victory in the Sydney Olympics at this exact stadium, female athletes are responsible for some of our most proud and important sporting achievements.
And residents have a month to cast their votes on the New South Wales Government's Have Your Say page on its website. And that's ABC News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
With all due respect to Mitch Marsh, I hope we do not see him in any of these 6 Test matches.
You know, memories of 05, that's what they kept banging on about in the off-season, and we've just seen none of it.
Warner's the one. Warner's the one in the most danger.
Get to the goalpost and it just 9 times out of 10 goes in.
It's your daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
To Ugle-Hagen's centering kick, leading out, marking Norton. Came from full forward. Oh, there must have been touch play on, says the umpire. Down to Daniel. Caleb Daniel kicks a goal. Came to McRae, then to English, to Daniel. Into the right forward pocket to Treloar, to Williams again. Oh, stepped around Sarong beautifully and then kicks a beauty. That was all class. Hughes took it. Was he taken high? No, he's been pinked behind the ball. Wrapped up by Norton. He'll take the free kick. Norton gets a shot on goal from deep in the left forward pocket, 45 metres out. Goal umpire doesn't have to move. And Aaron Norton, he's got his second. Banfield shoveling it forward, only as far as Richards. His hand pass intercepted. Brayshaw for the Dockers to Frederick. Over the top. Here's Schultz. Runs the 40 out. Kicks the goal.
Backwards again to Sarong. Clever hand pass into some space. Hughes standing all by himself. 60 out. Kicks inside beautifully to the lead of Stearns for his second goal in the matter of a couple of minutes. Crowd like it off the boot. He loves it. Sam Sturt with 2 in a row. And Fremantle have picked the last 3.
To Richards, then to Johannesson. Stabs it to Lobb. How does it affect Lobb? Not one bit. He puts it through for the Bulldogs and his teammates. They surround him.
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time here at Perth Stadium. The Bulldogs lead it by 19 points. 8-9-57 to Fremantle. 6-3-38. Before we have a chat with you, 0437 774 774. Let's have a look at all the other numbers. Clint Wilden with you alongside Dave Lindsay. Dave.
Very even on the stat sheet to half-time. Clint, Fremantle +4 in the disposals, 186 to 182. They lead the marks 46 to 40. They lead the hitouts 25 to 20. The tackles, the Western Bulldogs +10, 35 to 25. Clearances 21 to 18 in favour of the Western Bulldogs as well. Leading possession winners, firstly for our leaders, the Western Bulldogs, Adam Treloar, 16 disposals, 5 kicks and 11 hand passes for Adam Treloar. Liberatore, 15 disposals, 4 tackles and a goal. Bontempelli, not quite backing up his brilliant first quarter, but still with 14 disposals to half-time. Also, nearly 400 metres gained, 1 goal and 4 tackles for him as well. McRae's had 14 possessions, Daniel 11, Richards 10, and Ugle-Hagen's been important up forward. 6 marks, 9 possessions, just hasn't quite finished his work off in front of goal, just the 2 behinds for Jamari Ugle-Hagen. Meanwhile, for Fremantle, Caleb Sarong, most possessions on the ground, 23 disposals, only 5 of those are kicks, 18 hand passes for Caleb Sarong, 5 clearances for the diminutive Fremantle midfielder. Luke Ryan, 16 possessions, all kicks. 6 marks, 16 kicks for Luke Ryan. Brayshaw with 15 disposals and 7 tackles. 14 for Young, 12 to Brodie, 11 to Clark, 10 each to Cox and O'Meara. And a couple of quieter players for Fremantle so far this evening. Michael Walters, just 1 kick to half-time, 4 possessions for him. And Jai Amos, who's been pretty important for them over the recent weeks, just a hand pass to half-time for the key forward for Fremantle.
One game in the National Rugby League taking place in the Territory tonight. The Brisbane Broncos, 60 minutes gone, lead the Eels 26 points to 6. So a 20-point lead for the Broncos over Parramatta in that game up in the Territory. Lots of people texting in, a couple of you saying it'd be awesome if we could mention the Anzac Appeal. We should as well. The Anzac Appeal, if you want to get details, just go to your search engine, put in Anzac Appeal. It supports veterans and their families in their time of need. Donations can help the RSL to continue to deliver life-changing support for our veterans. The Anzac Appeal website, operated by the RSL in Victoria in behalf of all the RSL state branches. RSL Victoria registered as a charity with Australian Charities Not-for-Profits Commission as well. So the Anzac Appeal and the logo that you'll see on grounds on the wing does have the Anzac Appeal written on it as well. If you get a chance to go along to any of the games, many of them you'll be able to scan one of the QR codes they'll put up on the big screen. Kevin from Myrtleford's with us as usual, loving the call. Thanks, Kevin, for getting in touch. Question from Marcus in a chilly South Melbourne. Jones clashed heads with Schultz. Was it reportable? I'm wondering too. I'm not sure where I sit on this. I would think, my gut feeling is it is, because of the way that Jones has gone after Schultz. He didn't try to pick up the ball. He certainly hasn't looked to bump Schultz, but he has made front-on contact with his head, as ridiculous as that probably sounds, but he has sent Schultz backwards onto the ground. It did rattle him for a moment. Am I alone in going, I have no clue which way the MR match review officer. The MRO will look at this. Dave Lindsay.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. I'm not sure. And we just spoke off air about the front-on tackle from Aish on, I think it was Scott. And it was a brutal tackle front-on, which pushes Scott back, and he's got no way to protect himself. Luckily, didn't hit his head on the very hard turf out there, but it's a perfect tackle. He's been taught how to tackle that way ever since he was a kid. But when we're looking at some of these tackles at the moment, does it become dangerous because the player's got no chance to protect himself?
You've nicely
all
avoided,
up in the air, isn't
You've
it?
nicely avoided the question on Jones, though. What about you, Cara? Harry, where do you sit on either of those incidents?
Yeah, I think the AFL are trying to remove non-football acts from the game. So I sort of try to look at it through that lens if we're talking about the Jones incident. And for me, if the ball's not in play, if the ball's not in dispute and you go and hit somebody potentially high, that's not really the football act that we're looking for. So I think it does get looked at. Now, it wasn't a free kick at the time, but that doesn't mean that it can't be cited at a later date. So I think that one will get looked at. That's sort of, where I stand on it.
What about the Aish tackle?
Again, that for me is in the moment. That is in the play. That is the ball in dispute. I think that is a fantastic tackle. What I find difficult to understand is if the outcome had have been player hit head on ground, concussed, cannot play the rest of the game and 12 days off, what the AFL does and how the AFL reacts to that situation. Should we have seen that situation happen, I think this debate becomes even greyer than where it may be at the moment.
Cara?
Yeah, well, it's that debate is it intentional or is it careless? And I think the Jones one, I need to watch the replay. I'm not too sure if his head clashed with Schultz or it was his elbow got him or his forearm. So that one, no doubt, they'll have the umpires and the MRO overlook the game. They've got people in the arc that have a look at things like that. So no doubt a number of things will be looked at. And again, your guess is as good as mine. What will happen out of those two outcomes?
Stanford Victoria, we were talking about Thursday night footy. Did you miss it earlier on? We did miss it in our household. We rely on free-to-air, and the programs are pretty poor. So footy's a great distraction. Good on you, Stan. I understand where you're coming from as well. And another text that proves that everything's divided up. Thursday night football suits listeners and viewers, but not players, staff, and the people who go to the games. Are viewers more important than the players? Just my opinion. I would say the crowds, apart from the one Western Bulldogs game at the Docklands, were enormous. Arguing against my own case here, I don't love it, and I think Thursday night footy is terrific for people that are involved in community footy to be involved with their community footy clubs, but I guess we are going to see a lot more of it. My weird question about it is, why did we have this gap in the middle of things? Maybe this week with Anzac Day, of course, it would have been Thursday to Tuesday, but it does seem odd that we'll get it again later in the season. Let's turn our focus back to this game. It's been a ripper so far. The Bulldogs, they lead by 19 points. Second half about to start. Dave Lindsay with you on Grandstand AFL.
Darcy jumps into English and palms it straight down the throat of Sarong. A high kick forward for the Dockers straight away. Walters makes a spoil. Ball comes back the Bulldogs' way, but Duray slips over. Clever little hand pass inside from Walters to Jackson. He was never really balanced. Tried to get it out towards Banfield. Spun in the tackle. Ball comes out. They pile on top of the footy now. And we should get a ball up. We do. 25 metres out from the city end goals. That's the way Fremantle are attacking in this third term. Umpire calls for the footy back from Alex Keith, who then tries to find an opponent. Darcy takes it out of the ruck, snaps across his shoulder. He misses to the right. There's a continual danger for the Western Bulldogs. And gee, the Dockers would have loved that start. 45 seconds into the third quarter, the Bulldogs lead it by 18 points.
And they move it quickly into the right back pocket. Johannesson, the former Norm Smith medalist, to O'Brien, who stabs the pass low, flat and hard into the chest of Dale. He looks to play on by hand. Finds McRae, almost tackled by Banfield. Just got the hand pass out. Dale, Johannesson, on to Jones. Artie Jones in the direction of Waitman. Was he able to mark up against the boundary? Not quite. It's over for a throw-in. Right half forward for the Western Bulldogs. Bit of hush around Perth Stadium as this third term begins. Thrown back in. Darcy front position. Didn't get a telling tap against English. Bonzempelli gathers though. Tackled by Sturt. Got the hand pass out to Williams. Spun 360. Then kicked into the right forward pocket. Norton against Pearce. Norton got some separation. The ball bounced away from them both though. Norton can't keep it in before it's over for a boundary throw-in. Right full forward for the Bulldogs, who lead by 3 goals. 2 minutes gone in the third.
Josh Corbett, the sub, on debut for Fremantle, still unused. Likewise, Lachie McNeil for the Western Bulldogs. Boundary throw-in and Darcy knocks it back towards the boundary. Ryan with yet another kick. Long and high out of defence. Jackson standing in front of Liam Jones. Some high contact at ground level on Walters, who was about to run away. Didn't realise it was his free kick. He'll go back and take it though. Left half back, kicks down the line. Frederick in the bright orange boots up against the boundary. Tries to dummy around the man on the mark. Dashes away. High kick towards half forward. Jackson playing the front position again. Used the body superbly and then dropped the chest mark as he was going to ground. English with a clearing kick, gets it out wide. And Williams out on the wing, takes the mark. Up against the boundary, right half back. Bulldogs by 3 goals.
Glanced inboard, and that's where the kick goes. Johannesen, he'll send it right back to full-back. First man there is Keith. Kicks in the direction of Duray, who marks. He's at left half back. Just got the kick away before he was run down. Comes down the line. Good spoil, Clark. Scott was waiting for it. Clark was able to get there. Affected the contest. Got a hand to it. Saw it over the line. Boundary throw-in right beneath our broadcast position here on the northern wing. 8-9 plays 6-3. Bulldogs still in front. Early stages of the third. Either ruck with a telling tap. They both got a touch. Liberatore gathered. Shoveled a hand pass out. Onto it quickly. Bontempelli. He remains heavily involved, the captain. Goes to Dale. Stabs the pass in the direction of Jones. The mark wasn't paid. Touch was there. Tackled by Ryan. He gets a pat on the back for his effort from Sarong. Ball to be thrown up just forward of the wing. Commentary side of the ground for the Western Bulldogs.
Darcy's fingertips bring it to ground, hoping for O'Meara, who becomes the tackler against English. And the umpire will be called upon to ball it up again. Umpire Nick Foote alongside Lee Fisher, Lee Howson and Craig Fleer, the men in charge this evening. Bontempelli from the congestion. A hand pass away to Scott. Pushed as he kicked. Gets it away to the pocket with a high ball. A couple of dockers flying. It was Cox with the fish sending it over the boundary. Left forward pocket, Farmer Freeway end. Chance for the Bulldogs to stretch their lead. They're up by 18 points. Nearly 4.5 minutes gone in the third term here at Perth Stadium.
Bontempelli with 17 disposals. Sarong's had 24. Thrown in. Lob wins the tap. Liberatore can't emerge with it. Ball bounces away from Sarong. Taken there by Walker, and he's tackled to ground by Bontempelli. Still inside the Bulldogs' forward 50. Norton stands in the goal square as Darcy palms it down to Young. Hand pass was meant for Sarong. Lost his footing. Bontempelli ends up with it. Oh, Scott! Tackled, wrapped up by Schultz. Ball jars free. I thought there was a hold in the ball. Everyone stopped for a moment, and now it's going to be locked in here. Schultz must be wondering what happened then as McRae's forced to get on top of the football. It's locked in towards him. Fremantle fans unhappy with the non-decision. Darcy palms it down. Young shovels it back inside defensive 50. Scooped up by Clark. Stepped away from Treloar. Hands it off to Sarong. Hard up against the boundary. Comes down the wing to Jackson. He marks it right half back. Bulldogs lead remains 18 points. 5.5 into the third.
The ex-Demon looking inside. There's not much available for them there, so he'll kick further down the line towards half forward. Keith charging in. Banfield getting to it first. Double fist towards the boundary when perhaps he could have taken the mark. We'll see a throw in between wing and half forward now on the broadcast side of the ground. Jai Amos in conversation with his coach down on the boundary, about to come back into the game as the umpire tosses it over his shoulder. Darcy works his way to the front, flicks it over the back. Through comes Dale. Couldn't handle the footy, but knocked it cleverly towards the English. That's a good kick from Bontempelli towards Scott on the wing. A hand pass to Treloar. Inside to Dale. Another hand pass further afield. McLean gives it away to Treloar. Loves a running goal. Dodges around one. Hand pass away to English. 30 out. Steadies and kicks the goal. Great running footy from the Bulldogs, and English on the end of it stretches the lead out to 24 points. It's the Bulldogs 9-9-63. Fremantle is 6-3-39. 6.5 minutes into the third quarter here on Grandstand AFL. Your experts this evening, Harry Taylor and Cara Antonio.
Cara, we're both, I think if we weren't already in love with Marcus Bontempelli, we certainly are falling in love with his game tonight. Some of the things that he's doing with the ball is just, it's unbelievable to see. I mean, he's handballing the ball to players in space, but he's actually handballing the ball so it spins a certain way so that his teammate can run onto it. It's such a high level. It's unbelievable to watch.
That kick he just pulled out to a player on the wing here, incredible. No one else in the comp can do that, but it's the spread from me from contest. English and Treloar were both involved in that chain.
Hand pass run was remarkable. The Dockers will get the clearance though from the restart. Brodie to Johnson, inside forward 50, Frederick marks. That was direct from Fremantle, right up the corridor. Frederick marking in front of goal. We'll put boots of ball from 45 out, kicking to the city end in this quarter, the Fremantle Dockers.
A really good centre clearance there. It's obviously the easiest way to go and the best way to put your opponents as defenders under pressure. Really nice kick there to the advantage of Frederick.
Sarong was involved right at the start. Here's Frederick. He's looking to put his name on the goal kickers list from 49 out. Has the kick got enough carry? It does. An immediate reply from Fremantle. And they bring that margin back to 18 points. The Bulldogs 9-9-63. Fremantle 7-3-45. 8 and a bit minutes gone in the third term. Grandstand AFL and ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. Also streaming on the ABC Listen app. Clint Wilden alongside Dave Lindsay in commentary. Our experts Harry Taylor and Cara Antonio.
Yeah, so really important passage of play there. We've got a possession. Banfield, Frederick, Walters has had an early touch, and Johnson there with the delivery as well. So these players that perhaps weren't having as much of an influence as they would have liked early in the game, they're starting to find the footy. They're starting to feel good about themselves.
Still a tight contest here. Fremantle and the Bulldogs have met 36 times for 18 wins each. The winner tonight put their noses in front. Treloar was held on without the footy. It's the free kick. Plays on while lying on the ground with a hand pass to Liberatore. He's run down from behind by Frederick. Did the Dockers play advantage? It's coming back. There was a quick kick after that free kick was paid, but the umpire deciding not to pay advantage. Frederick now hand passes away to the runner in Brodie. High kick. Darcy getting back but attacking it in the air. A wonderful mark from Liam Jones. Charging at the football, shuts down that attack and then kicks nicely out in front of Ugle-Hagan. Marks just backward of the wing, carries it some distance and then hand passes over the top to Baker. Baker with the right boot, sets it up for Waitman who leaps in from the side, can't mark. Scott waiting down, hand pass to Artie Jones from 48 out. It's an open goal square, but he's just pushed it across the face. 9-10 plays 7-3. It's the Bulldogs by 19 points, right on 10 minutes played in the third quarter.
You had Williams with him if he'd looked towards the centre. Dockers players had streamed back defensively. Kicking duties through Wagner. Oh, Pearce dropped the mark, went through his hands. Spilled out to Bontempelli. Happy to gather for the Bulldogs. From left half forward, he centres the kick. Jones missed it. So too Ugle-Hagan. Comes out the back to Ryan. Now to Clark. Ran away from trouble. Kicks in the direction of Williams. Big pack up. O'Brien up from the side. And he's clattered his teammates. That would have hurt Williams, who remained down for a moment. O'Brien helps him up. The ball spinning over the boundary line for a throw-in. Left half forward for the Western Bulldogs. 9-10-64. The Dockers are 7-3-45. 11 gone in the third on Grandstand AFL, thanks to ABC Sport.
Darcy flicks it into his own head. Bounces down to Liberatore, off to McRae, who tried to dance his way around Sarong, who wrapped him up in a great tackle. Sarong with the free kick. Dangerous kick towards Darcy, who's knocked over by Daniel in the marking contest. That was David and Goliath. Little chip pass from Johannesson, gets it to Bontempelli, kicks it inside 50, and Clark decides to spoil away from Norton. Might have been able to take that mark, Jordan Clark, but went with the safety to the boundary. We'll get a throw in 40 metres out.
Odd choice there. I'm not sure what he was doing there, Dave.
Throw in. It's a short ball. Darcy in front. Palms it towards the boundary, trying to follow up. Tackle applied by McRae. We'll get another ball up just on the relayed turf. Left forward pocket. Sarong and McRae get themselves to their feet. Darcy and English tangle once more. Tap comes towards the corridor. Quick hand pass from Hughes. Gets it to Sarong. A high kick. And a good spoil by Schultz. Knocking away from Johannesson. We'll get yet another boundary throw in. This time between wing and half forward. Pretty much right beneath our broadcast position up here in the northern stand. As the big screen replays Caleb Daniel using the body well against the bigger Sean Darcy in that marking contest.
Spun in. Comes down for the Bulldogs. McRae hands it to Daniel. Thought about going inboard with the kick, and now we'll send it towards left half forward. Good spoil, Hughes. Had some sort of task as well. One-on-one with Bontempelli. In front, punched it over the boundary line. Ball to be spun back in at left half forward. Darcy front position. Palms it down. Bontempelli couldn't pick it up first time. Sarong got bumped out from the side. McRae got him. Ball's back there. McRae holds it in with Sarong. So ball up the call again. Salty's listening from Lake Pamamaroo, I think it is, in New South Wales. Said it's a nail biter. Enjoying listening. Thanks for texting in 0437 774 774 as McRae takes it forward for the Bulldogs under pressure from Brodie. It's bumped with the ball over the boundary line for another throw-in. 52 out from the Bulldogs attacking goal at left half forward. It's the Bulldogs who still lead 1964 to the Dockers 7-3-45, 13 gone in the third.
Pete stoppages for about 2 minutes here. Darcy palms it down. Bontempelli shoved off his kick. Well done, Brodie. Hand pass inboard was dangerous. Schultz couldn't handle it. At the back, though, Wagner did very nicely with his kick. Under a lot of pressure. Chipped it well to Young, who showed the footy 3 or 4 times to hand pass. No one came to tackle him. He remained composed. Short pass hits up Johnson on the Anzac logo. Broadcast side wing. Called to play on. He decides to retreat. Back towards the corner of the centre square, and Ryan taking the mark. He's ruined his perfect record of kicks. He had 16 kicks to half-time. He's actually had a hand pass in this quarter. Now up to 18 kicks as he goes right across the ground, and Pearce now at left half-back, very short, and gets it to Walker.
All at 100% as well. It's very efficient.
Impressive performance again from Ryan. Walker's kick hangs in the air and allows Liam Jones to float in and take a good mark. Bulldogs away with some dash. A hand pass to Baker. He's had 2 bounces. Run his full measure after the second bounce. Kicks into the corridor. Waitman was interfered with. Wagner just panicked on that occasion. Waitman may well have been running on to where that ball was about to land. And Wagner decided to just tug him on the jumper, and the umpire saw it. So Waitman can have a shot just right of centre from about 40 metres out.
Yeah, great craft there. You only have to make almost incidental contact inside 50 if the opposition player isn't looking at the ball. Easy to draw a free kick. Great craft and an important shot here just to sort of steady for the Dogs. It feels like they are losing a little bit of momentum.
2 behind so far this evening for Cody Waitman. Kicked 4 last week against Port Adelaide. His side could do with one right now. Looks good off the boots. He's got it. Celebrates with his teammates. And the Bulldogs get that goal out to an equal game-high lead of 25 points. It's 10-10-70 to 7-3-45. We've gone past the 15-minute mark here in the third quarter at Perth Stadium.
Well, he obviously wanted the ball to grass, which was going to be the perfect kick for him in that situation, Cody Waitman. But as you mentioned, a really good passage up the ground and craft work by the forward. Yeah, clear free kick. Really nice finish. He obviously played last week, his first game back, kicked the 4, and now with his first major, really important one for the Doggies.
It was enormous last week. Goals kept them in it. As Jackson wins it down for the Dockers. Brodie shovels a hand pass to no one in particular. McRae gathers. Duray hand passing forward to Treloar. Run down. Great tackle. Getting him the youngster in Sturt. The Dockers quickly into the left forward pocket. It bounces to Walters. He'll look to run it along the ground. Richards is back there. And he taps it through for a rush behind. Minor score, 7-4-46. That's the Dockers. The Bulldogs 10-10-70, 17 gone in the third.
No prizes for guessing who's marked the kick back into play. Rory Lobb has it at half-back. And you can tell by the crowd response what he's done with his kick. He's turned it over. Kick to his ex-teammate in Aish on the wing. Long and high in the Walters direction again. One-on-one with Richards, and the support arrives from Liam Jones. Back with the flight. Spectacular, Graham.
Third intercept mark for this quarter, having a bit of an influence here.
Pumps it long again back towards the wing. In from the side, Artie Jones opposed to Jackson. Jackson juggling. He's been paid the mark. Crowd want 50 as Ugle Hagen brings him to ground after that. They won't get it. And now Jackson looks forward, and virtually every player on the ground is ahead of him. From right on the centre line. Long again towards the pocket. Lob. Almost unopposed. In fact, there's a free kick. Fremantle player going to ground, Jai Amos, has been shepherded out of the contest. They didn't need to do that, the Western Bulldogs. They had plenty of tall timber there, but Alex Keith stands hands on hips looking at the scoreboard. He did come in and give him the bump in the side. There were two Bulldogs that could have taken that mark. Jones and Lobb shared it, but the free kick goes to Amos. It's his first kick of the night, Jai Amos. On the back of 3 goals last week against the Suns. To bring the Dockers back within touching distance. He's got it. The goal that the Dockers needed. They're 8-4-52. The Western Bulldogs are 10-10-70. The margin is 18 points at the 18-minute mark of the third quarter.
Well, you're right, Dave. They didn't need to do that. They had numbers that have helped push back to create an outnumber there. And the last 3 or 4 inside 50s to the Dockers, they've just bombed it in and hoped, and lucky there to be rewarded the free kick. But again, you get your opportunity and you convert. That's the most important thing. But again, the Dockers can't keep bombing it in. The doggies are working really hard back in defence to outnumber, and may need to go back to that method that they used so well in that second quarter, lowering the eyes and hitting up the lead.
Bounce to restart. English wins it down to Treloar and has to go over the top of the footy, just on the outer edge of the inner centre circle. Held to him by O'Meara, and Darcy will throw it up again. Darcy punching it forward. Getting onto it first though, McRae throws it on the boot, kicks inside forward 50, bounces past Ugle-Hagen and Lobb. Sat there for Cox. Broke the attempted Norton tackle. Hand passes to Clark. Got it for Fremantle between fullback and centre half-back. Kicks the Dockers beyond defensive 50. Williams drops a mark he should have taken for the Bulldogs at left half forward. O'Meara looks to hold it back in there to him. Umpire says no, we'll be balling that up. Left half forward for the Bulldogs. 10-10-70 plays 8-4-52. Bulldogs in front as we tick into time on in this, the third term. Darcy palmed it down again, but onto it Treloar. Hurry kick around the body, bounces towards full forward. Sitting there, Ryan judged it well. Oh, terrible kick, Ryan. So much better than that normally. He only finds Williams, and this time Williams does take the mark, and in a much better position. He'll shoot tighter than a 45-degree angle to the left of centre. He'll kick from 35 out.
Well, that's his first disposal that hasn't hit a target, and it might end up being a costly one. As a defender or anyone in the back half, you just want to send the ball as wide as possible, and not the right idea there.
Williams looking for his second. It starts right, it swings back, it's a goal. And for Ryan of the Dockers, his disposal rating drops from 100 to 95%. It's a costly 5% though, because it sees another goal for the Western Bulldogs. They're 11th, their lead back to 24 points. 11-10-76, the Fremantle 8-4-52. 21 gone in the third on Grandstand AFL. Clint Wilden alongside Dave Lindsay. Our experts Harry Taylor and Cara Antonio.
Probably time there to add to his one handball, I would have thought. You're 25 metres out, directly in front, the pressure's coming. He did have options, just that simple little handball back to someone in a little bit of space who can potentially find the target. He tried to do it himself. It is costly. He's been terrific tonight. He's been outstanding. Just that one mistake, it's cost them there.
Third time this season the Bulldogs have kicked 10 or more goals in a game. They won the previous 2 times. They've gone with 10 or more goals. They'll go forward again here. Treloar off to McRae. Straight up the middle he goes. Norton works hard to get to the front. It bounces off his chest. McLean's little hand pass intercepted though. O'Meara gives it off by hand to Aish. Floats it back to O'Meara. Dockers rebounding off half back. Brayshaw's kick to the wing. Walters the target. Richards got up in front, didn't take it. Banfield throws himself to ground wanting a free kick. In comes Sarong hard. Slaps it into some space for Young. Carries the footy and then hand passes it back. Banfield floats it over the top to Walters. He can give one more off to Schultz. Outside of the boot, he's bending it back into the goalpost. Exciting build-up. Just about deserved a goal. They won't get it though. A behind for Fremantle. 8-5-53. Western Bulldogs 11-10-76 as the Bulldogs look to bring it back into play.
23 points that margin. Daniel sweeps it to Richards and kicks to English, who marks it left half back. I think we're about to see a sub made downstairs, Bridget. Keep we'll cross that in just a moment. The kick down the commentary wing off the hands of Lobb. Sat there for Ugle-Hagan. Knocked forward though by Cox. Only as far as the wing, where picking it up, Duray of the Bulldogs sends it back towards left half forward. Off hands, Lobb tries to reach it, bounce back to him, tackled to ground by Young. It's been held in. Ball up with a call. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Yeah, Josh Corbett just entering the game. I was waiting to see who was coming off to the back of the bench, and Jay Amos, the unlucky guy. So Josh Corbett in.
And putting a slightly more experienced forward on the Fremantle Dockers. The Bulldogs move it across their half forward. Baker looked to slap it back. Having to turn. Johannesen under real pressure. Tackled by Schultz. Ball spilled back though for the Bulldogs. Daniel was there. Handed it off to Jones. Heads towards right half forward. Ball bounces inside the attacking 50 for the Bulldogs. Wagner is able to mop it up. He got away from Scott. The kick though was terrible towards right half forward as far as the Bulldogs are concerned, because that's where Baker was camped and he takes the mark. 23 points the Bulldogs lead, 24 gone in the third.
The XD kicks it to the lead of English. Unable to complete the mark. Aish waiting down, gets the clearing kick. Clears the area, but it's going to come back again. It's another intercept mark for Jones. Liam Jones at right half forward taking this mark. There's a long line of white jumpers across the centre line wanting a switch, but Jones ignores those, sets it up towards the top of the goal square. English works his way in front of Pearce. Again, can't take the mark. Liberatore over the footy. Threads a hand pass through the traffic to Lobb. He was taken high. Crowd won't like it, but it was there, and then Lobb wants to go on with it with Sean Darcy. Umpire comes in quickly. There's a bit of a scuffle. Ryan there with Norton wrestling. Forehead to forehead. They want to be careful doing that. The players start to separate themselves. Rory Lobb will get the free kick, and the Bulldogs players will be smart to get out of there right now. Rory Lobb has a chance to kick his second goal of the evening from about 25 metres out.
Just needed to go lower, Darcy. It was clear free kick, the arm over the shoulder. There's only one way to silence this crowd.
He won't do it with that kick. He's hooked it to the left. Gives the crowd another reason to find their voice. A behind to Rory Lobb. It's 11-11-77 to 8-5-53. 25 and a half minutes gone in the third quarter.
His side still has a reasonable lead as the Dockers bring it into the middle of the ground. Oh, Darcy hit the deck solidly. He's down. He's in pain. Fremantle kick towards right half forward. Here's Corbett. Hands it off to Hughes. Good early touch to Frederick in the right forward pocket. He snaps off the left. He goes. He leaps into the air in pure joy. The concern for Fremantle while they celebrate the goal is Sean Darcy remains in the hands of a trainer. But the Dockers desperately needed a major. And Frederick delivers. He's got his second. They cut the margin back to 18 points. 26 gone in the third. The Bulldogs 11-11-77. Fremantle 9-5-59.
It was an aggressive kick off half-back by the Dockers there. They needed to take a little bit more of a risk. Darcy provided a great contest. He really did. It was going to be tough for him. He competed well. He generated a contest. The ball hits the ground, and then from there, able to transition the ball forward. A great finish. Freo right in this game. They just it feels like one more goal late here could be big.
Head down to Bridget Lacey in just a moment. English wins in the ruck. Liberatore applies a good tackle. We'll get a secondary ball up right in the middle of the ground. Bridget Lacey.
Darcy was sore, had a chat to the trainer, but he's headed to full forward.
As a result, Jackson in the ruck, beaten by English. Straight to O'Meara, runs into Bontempelli. We'll get another ball up in the outer of the two circles this time. 27 gone in this term. It's been goal for goal throughout the quarter. Jackson with the clearance, a high kick. Darcy might be underneath this football. He'll attempt to take the mark. Keith did enough to worry him out of it. Wins the footy and then kicks it high towards the wing. Young knocks McLean off the footy. Through comes Liberatore. There's a push in the back and advantage paid. Good kick from Liberatore. McLean, game 100, takes the mark and hand passes to Treloar. Off to Arthur Jones. Down the line to Lobb. Too far out to score this time, the ex-Docker. Won't send it long inside 50. Instead comes inside to Treloar. He kicks into the centre square for Liberatore. A hand pass off to Johannesson. They've worked it to centre half forward. Long kick to the pocket. Ugle-Hagan on the end of it. He's been paid the mark. Held it just long enough. And Jamari Ugle-Hagan will have a chance to shoot for goal again. The boundary line just away to his right-hand side. He'll need to kick it all the 45 metres.
Yeah, it's on behind play as well with Lobb and a number of Dockers players. They're right in this contest, the Dockers. They need to really focus on winning the ball and getting it down the other end.
Ugle-Hagan's played on. He's made a mess of his snap on goal. Kicked it virtually straight up in the air. Bontempelli contests for the footy. Waiting down Treloar. Left foot snap. It'll get there. Well, that is a goal out of nothing. Ugle-Hagan was having the set shot. Kicked it sideways more than forward. And from the battle for the football, it was Treloar who won the ground ball and snapped the goal. 12-11-83, the Western Bulldogs. They respond yet again. Fremantle 9-5-59. The Bulldogs by 4 goals at the 29-minute mark of the third term.
Called that perfectly, Cara. There was 5 people trying to remonstrate then with Lobb. Now, Ugle-Hagan has the shot while that's going on. Ball goes up in the air. Last to react, Fremantle. Goal to Treloar. Really just, it's those sort of things that can make a big difference in games, and it does come with a level of maturity, but like you say, go and win the football. The football is the most important asset in this game.
There's a lot of feeling out there. 11th versus 14th. So many plots and subplots between these teams. As English, from South Freo originally, gets it down and hurries a kick forward. McLean out to try to gather. Tackled by Ryan. Ball's going to be locked in here. Umpire circles. Has he made enough of an effort to get rid of it? He hasn't. Ryan will be given the free kick. And he goes short by hand. Running by Wagner for the Dockers. Out towards Schultz, who marks it left half forward. Schultz, 2 kicks from goal. Puts it in the direction of Jackson. Front position, Keith. Won it to ground. Bulldogs try to work it away. It's been locked in again. Umpire says we'll ball it up. Good tackle from Walters. They wanted holding the ball. Weren't going to get it. As Richards was unable to dispose of it, but had no prior. Ball up.
Darcy wins in the ruck. Knocks it down. Treloar just kicked the goal at one end. Runs into the tackle of Jackson. Comes to Sarong. Hand pass to Brodie. Clever little sidestep. Left foot snap right to the goal line. Guess who's back there again? Jones on the goal line. He's taken the mark. Treloar's a bit sore behind play. He's holding his ankle. As Liam Jones wanders out of the goal square. Kicks towards half back. Walker makes the spoil on Wakeman. Ball comes to Johnson. Gives it off to Schultz. Tries to dribble a kick along the ground. Bailey Dale ducks out of one tackle. Dummies a hand pass. Does very nicely. Gets the kick away. Arthur Jones with a big leap. Can't mark. Treloar. No, not this time. It's Wakeman. Little kick out wide. That was intercepted. Taken by Walker. Under pressure. Hand pass away to Cox up against the boundary. Gets away from the congestion and kicks long to the pocket. Jackson is there. So too Corbett just on the ground. Lots of white jumpers around though, and the Bulldogs combine. Although Daniel's hand pass was just intercepted before it got to Bontempelli. Through comes Brodie once more. 50 out. Hand pass to Banfield. That's been charged down. Wonderful smother from Dale. Earns his side a boundary throw in, and they can take a deep breath and reset in their defensive 50. They lead it by 24 points. We're just a tick away from three-quarter time.
Gee, some razzle-dazzle stuff from Dale, and then a great bit of defending as well. Ball put back in. Dockers forward 50, left forward pocket. Darcy down to Brodie. Forced to backtrack to Walters. Kicks around the body from 50 out. Towards full forward. They all fly. Off the hands of Jones. Trying to emerge with it. Sturt. Tackled by Duray. Ball locked in. Ball up. 30 out from Fremantle's goal. Kicking to the city end. They've been camped here. Can they get a goal? Punched out by Darcy. To Walters. Snapped around the body. Touched on the line. Last man back was Keith. Standing on the goal line. Punches it through. Rushed behind. 9-6-60 the Dockers. 12-11-83 the Bulldogs. 32 gone in the third.
Exciting set play there from Darcy to Walters. Johanneson's little chip pass in the pocket finds Dale, who'll use up all the time he's allowed by the field umpire. And then kicks for distance. Long and wide towards half-back and as close as possible to the boundary. Waiting down, Treloar takes possession. A high kick onto the sponsor's logo. Ryan stands underneath it, takes the mark. Last chance for Fremantle? No. Siren beats them to it. It was goal for goal throughout the quarter. The Western Bulldogs kicking 4 goals to 3. And they lead it by a fairly comfortable cushion at three-quarter time. 23 points is the margin. 12-11-83 to 9-6-60.
The goal kickers for the Bulldogs, Norton with 2, Williams with 2, singles to Treloar, Waitman, Bontempelli, Lobb, Liberatore, Scott, Daniel and English. While for Fremantle, 2 to Frederick, 2 to Sturt, singles to Amos, Jackson, Schultz, Darcy and O'Meara. The Bulldogs have a 23-point advantage with a quarter to play. Wherever you are on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, Sport Digital and, of course, streaming now on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button. This is Grandstand AFL.
Why get your news from the ABC News app?
Well, it's part of my daily routine.
I check it on my phone when I stop for a break.
I can focus on local, national or world news. It's my choice.
I get an alert when something new comes in.
Love the live blogs. Follow them all day.
There's more than just headline stories, you know.
It's news that makes a difference.
Why do I get my news from the ABC News app?
I trust it.
I trust ABC News Online.
And it's free.
It's free.
For free news you can trust, download the ABC News app. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
To Treloar, inside to Dale. Another hand pass further afield. McLean gives it away to Treloar. Loves a running goal. Dodges around one. Hand pass away to English. 30 out, steadies and kicks the goal. A hand pass to Baker. He's had 2 bounces. Run his full measure after the second bounce. Kicks into the corridor. Waitman was interfered with. Wagner just panicked on that occasion. Cody Waitman kicked 4 last week against Port Adelaide. The side could do with one right now. Looks good off the boots. He's got it. Long again towards the pocket. Lob, almost unopposed. In fact, there's a free kick. Fremantle player going to ground. Jai Amos has been shepherded out of the contest to bring the Dockers back within touching distance. He's got it.
Sitting there, Ryan judged it well. Oh, terrible kick, Ryan. So much better than that normally. He only finds Williams, and this time Williams does take the mark. Williams looking for his second. It starts right, it swings back, it's a goal. Fremantle kick towards right half forward. Here's Corbett, hands it off to Hughes. Good early touch to Frederick in the right forward pocket. He snaps off the left, he goes. He leaps into the air in pure joy.
Hugo Hagen's played on. He's made a mess of his snap on goal. Kicked it virtually straight up in the air. Bontempelli contests for the footy. Waiting down Treloar. Left foot snap, it'll get there. Well, that is a goal out of nothing.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
And you can get involved too if you like. Send us a text 0437 774 774. Clint Wilden alongside Dave Lindsay in commentary. Our experts Harry Taylor and Cara Antonio. Plenty of text rolling in. M from Melbourne. Right, team enjoying the call as always. Come on, Freo. I'm enjoying their younger players once they get going. Frederick's exciting when he gets the ball. Marcus says Freo miss Heath Chapman greatly. Their backline is a mess tonight. Wagner kicks to the opposition more than his own team. And this, I would almost say, from experience of Fremantle supporters might be a Fremantle supporter. You never know. Fremantle will never win an AFL flag. This is a serious statement. Never, ever. I've had Dockers friends tell me that time and time again. Have hope if you're in the purple. Do they have hope tonight? They need to get a wriggle on. They trail by 23. Harry, Cara, what do you think?
Well, Cara, I felt like the momentum changed a bit in that term. It felt like the Dockers were able to get themselves back in the contest. It wasn't perfect at times, but it felt like they'd started to get a bit of momentum back. The question is, how much effort and energy has it taken to sort of reverse that a little bit? Is it too much? Are we asking too much of these players in this last term to lift again, to fight back, get in front and then maintain the lead? It's going to be a really interesting last quarter.
Yeah, you're right. I completely agree. I think the Dockers, in patches, looked like they were back to their old self. They took the corridor on, brought the ball to ground, and then they had their runners like your Fredericks and your Schultz running ahead of the ball, and then they were able to score. So I'd just urge them, if I was JL, to continue that. Take risks, take the corridor on. That you'd rather lose by 10 goals than lose by a goal and not try your method that you're used to and that you know works. So I think the score, I know it's 23 points, but it feels much closer than that to me watching this game. So it'll be interesting to see this first 5 or 10 minutes. You're right, if the tickets have been burnt through that third quarter, if the Dockers can run this game out.
Stats to three-quarter time. The Western Bulldogs 278 disposals, Fremantle 262. The marks, the Western Bulldogs lead that by 4. Inside 50s 43-37 in favour of the Western Bulldogs. Clearances just about dead level. Fremantle 32, Western Bulldogs 31. Leading possession winners firstly for the Western Bulldogs. Adam Treloar's up to 26 disposals, also a goal for him. Liberatore 22 touches, a goal and 6 tackles. Bontempelli 21 disposals, 6 tackles and a goal. And Jackson McRae's had 19 possessions. Caleb Sarong 30 disposals already, 9 kicks, 21 hand passes. Ryan's had 22 disposals. Young and Brodie 19 each.
1 quarter to come. Can the Bulldogs hang on? Can the Dockers hit back? A chance to square the ledger after 6 rounds at 3-3 for the loser. Finals becomes an epic task from 2-4. The Dockers were told to embrace the chaos. When they've done that tonight, they've looked all right, but they haven't done it enough. And the questions about the Bulldogs' ball movement, well, they've been answered at times this evening as well. Slick chains of hand passing. It's the 2 key rucks currently in the competition, standing opposite each other, English and Darcy. Fremantle going to the left of our broadcast position. The Bulldogs the right as we're underway, and Darcy wins the tap and Brayshaw the first clearance for Fremantle. Kicking towards right half forward. Walters thought he was infringed by Richards. Umpire says play on. Richards' hand pass was short. Williams can't keep it in. It's over for a boundary throw-in, about 70 out from Freo's goal. Bulldogs by 23 points. The Dockers can score goals quickly, but they can't mess around. And they'd know it. As Darcy won it down, straight in the direction of Liberatore, tackled by 3 Dockers. It's held in again at right half full. Crowd of around 50,000 in. I'll get you the official one shortly as Darcy palmed it down to Brayshaw. Hurry kick around the body, only as far as Williams for the Bulldogs. At left half back, he goes to Daniel, then to McRae, whose kick was smothered by the opposite 11 in Aish and over for a boundary throw-in.
First goal of the last quarter, absolutely critical for Fremantle. Down by 23 points. Can ill afford to see that margin blow out to 5 goals. Darcy in front of English. Knocks it the Dockers' way. Walters goes to ground. Was he pushing the back? No. Hand pass away to Brodie. Centering kick, bouncing awkwardly. Frederick trying to generate something with a clever tap, hoping for Sarong. Didn't quite connect. Daniels comes through. Hand pass to Liberatore. Off to Richards, now to Williams. They ping it around. Get it to Johannesson. Clearing kick. Gets it outside the defensive 50. Ugle-Hagan stands up well in the tackle. Hand pass to Lobb. Back towards Ugle-Hagan, close to the boundary, and he's happy to see that over. The Western Bulldogs soaked up a lot of pressure there, but they've managed to get a restart close to the centre wing.
Still 23 points. 2 minutes gone in the last. Grandstand AFL from Perth. Start of round 6. Darcy palms it down for the Dockers. It's knocked forward, and then the umpire will... Oh, they've called deliberate. Took a long time to think about it. It's against Brayshaw. Daniel will have it, left half back. We saw a more interesting one tonight, so I guess they're being consistent. Daniel for the Bulldogs. Kicks towards left half forward. Big fly, Ugelhagen. Couldn't mark. Spills down to McRae. Bulldogs have it through English. Kicks inside forward 50. Lobb can't mark, but he's been paid the free kick. Has a goal tonight, Rory Lobb. Provided one of the cheese of the nights for the Dockers when he missed a second one. There's not a lot in that against Cox. Slight touch on the shoulder, but it hardly impeded Lobb trying to attack the football. It's an intriguing decision. Bulldogs fans won't care. Can Lobb kick truly? No, he can't. Shocking kick. Must have been the man in the mark the way it travelled forward. Ricochets down into the left forward pocket. Norton tries to emerge with it. He's tackled there. Brayshaw got him one side, Cox the other. So that was an absolute stinker. Yes, it was off the fingertips of Brennan Cox. Well done for him not giving up. The restart out to Norton. Oh, hand pass on in turn to Williams. He'll snap around the body and he'll kick the goal for the Bulldogs, and he's got his third. Bailey Williams. A huge celebration as an idiot has run on to Perth Stadium. Bridget Lacey as they deal with this absolute moron.
Yeah, the players were completely unaware because he came from the other end of the ground from which the goal was kicked, so luckily he didn't get near any players, and hopefully they get him off quickly.
Venue ban of about 3 years and a fine of up to $12,000. And I hope he gets certainly the ban. Just idiocy. Anyway, enough of that. 13-11-89 the Bulldogs. Well done to Williams. 9-6-60 the Dockers. 4 gone in this the final term.
Just a bit of a lapse in concentration there by Freo, leaving a free Bulldogs player at the back of the contest inside 50. Probably one of those rules that's written up on the board before the game. Make sure we push our half forwards up, create even numbers.
A very good night for Bailey Williams. 16 possessions, 3 goals. One of the unsung heroes for the Western Bulldogs over several years. Now Fremantle get the clearance out of the middle again. Sarong, hand pass towards Brayshaw. Stabs it in low. It scrubs its way all the way along the ground to about 30 metres out from goal. Richards in there for the Bulldogs, can't take it. Corbett's there, having come on as the sub. The players dive in on top of the footy. And umpire Fisher calls for a ball up. 30 metres out, directly in front of the goals at the Farmer Freeway end. Dockers need to get something going right now. Darcy down to Brayshaw, squeezes a kick forward. It doesn't travel the 15, so O'Brien, after taking possession, has to play on, gets a kick out of the area. Brodie knocks it away from Daniels. About 50 metres out, back to Brodie, off to Banfield. Wobbles a kick to the goal square. Getting back O'Brien, swats it through for a rush behind. And the lead for the Bulldogs is 28 points. 5.5 minutes gone in the final term. The Bulldogs look to move it back in quickly to English.
Remiss of me too with the pitch invader. Williams 3 goals, a career best for him as the Dogs move it beyond their defensive 50. Johannesson kicking towards Keith, taps it down. Here's Williams again. He has had a night out. Kicks towards left half forward. Had too much on that. Looking for Norton. Alex Pearce takes the defensive mark. 51 out from his own goal. He'll stab it short. Not long enough to be a mark. It comes to Brayshaw. Hurried kick down the southern wing. Jackson won it to ground in a real battle. Came to Keith. Back to Williams. Hand passes to Johannesson of the Bulldogs. He'll kick in the direction of Norton. And he marks for the Dogs. 2 kicks from goal. 60 out. Left half forward. Puts it towards left full forward. Flying was Waitman. Couldn't mark. He'll go and back himself again. Gathers, kicks around the body. He misses. Has he snuck it in for a minor score? I'm not sure. Umpires will have a chat about this. They're going to send it upstairs. In the meantime, Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Yeah, Lockie McNeil's, the Western Bulldogs sub's been waiting patiently, and it looks like he's finally going to get his opportunity, and I think Toby McLean's the guy who's going to make way.
B. McNeil, his first game of the year, as we wait to see. Very tough to judge on that. The ball travelling over the top of the left-hand goal post, left-hand behind post, I beg your pardon. So they finished with their review, and we'll see on the screen the result, which says umpire's call. Umpire's call is it's a behind. One more to the Bulldogs. 13-12-90. They lead the Dockers 9-7-61. Nearly 8 gone in the final turn.
So Ryan to bring it back in. Kicks as far as he can. O'Brien with the double fist brings it to the front of the pack. Bontempelli onto the right boot from 52 out. Pokes a kick into the pocket. In the opposite direction, Walker. A hand pass to Wagner. Off towards Ryan. Dockers can rebound now. They've found Clark now in the corridor. He kicks towards half-back. Corbett, the sub, has a possession at half-back. Chipping it over the top to Johnson on the wing. Southern side of the ground. Comes inboard with his kick. It's dangerous but effective. Gets it to O'Meara. Again, most options are covered. Forced to chip it in short. Richards coming across to make the spoil. Doesn't get there in time. And the mark has been taken by Corbett. Second involvement in this passage. Still short of half forward. Has Clark coming past for the hand pass. Receives that and then kicks towards full forward. Darcy in the wrestle against English. English makes the spoil. It comes to Liam Jones. Wrestles the ball free and then tries to clear the area, and it gets past Wagner on an awkward bounce. Still about 50 metres out from goal, but the Bulldogs win it. Daniels a hand pass away to Artie Jones, who's dashing down the broadcast side wing. He's had a couple of bounces, has a third, looks at Walters, takes him on even further. Long kick looking for Ugle-Hagan. A juggle, can't take it. Clark back there to mop up again for Fremantle. Untidy hand pass towards Ryan. He's calling out on the full. Waitman says, no, we're not having any of that. Boundary throw in right forward pocket now for the Bulldogs. Their lead is 29 points. We've gone beyond 9 minutes. And they might have been a little unlucky there, the Dockers. That appeared to come off the shin of Waitman.
Indeed it did. Should have been a free kick. I don't get it. Darcy wins the tap down only as far as Liberatore to Bontempelli to Daniel. Oh, crunching tackle. Frederick got him from the side. Wow. Nothing wrong with that. Goodness me. Rugby League be happy to see that. We'll give you that result a bit later too between the Eels and the Broncos. It's the Bulldogs will be rattled by that as it comes to the Dockers. And they go through Clark out towards Pearce. He gets plenty of advice to move it on. The Dockers captain from right half back. Kicks to a pack. Now to side. Off hands. Keith had first touch. Still down to Sturt, who is claiming the mark. Umpire says no, we'll ball it up as Bontempelli affects the tackle. Just forward of the logo, southern wing. Slightly into Fremantle's attacking half of the ground. Darcy palms it down against English. Straight in towards traffic. Bontempelli has it. He's tackled. We'll ball it up again. 11 gone in the fourth. Bulldogs remain in front by 29 points.
The arm wrestle favouring the Dogs with that lead. Wagner trying to come through. He's tackled by Bontempelli. Spun the full 360 right on the logo on the wing. We'll get another ball up. Start of the game on fire. Bontempelli still getting involved in the last quarter, and here he is again. A hand pass towards Treloar. Breaks across the centre line, kicks to Ugle-Hagan, marks at centre half forward. There's space for Norton. The kick goes in that direction, and Norton's going to be on the end of it. Beautifully worked by the Bulldogs, and Aaron Norton can have a shot for goal from 45 out.
We heard Simon Garlick talk about the game's experience of Fremantle versus the Dogs, and it unfortunately for the Docker fans, it looks like at the moment that experience is telling. Big moments in this last quarter. There's been a few where the Dockers have just not quite made the right decision. The ball's fallen the wrong side. It is really hurting them.
Norton for goal number 3. Kicked one from virtually the same spot in the second quarter, but he's missed to the left this time. The margin out to 30 points, a game high at the 12-minute mark of the final term.
Ryan has the ball, goes on a run and kicks with his green boots just to the defensive point of the centre square, and it's marked then well. Going up is O'Brien. Puts it back inside the forward pocket, marking Ugelhagen. He's had a couple of marks tonight but hasn't been able to convert. Marks inside forward 50, of course. This is again a tight one to the right, starting at right half forward. He'll be kicking from about 40 metres out.
That's just been the difference tonight. They've looked way more damaging going inside forward 50, the doggies, and another mark inside forward 50.
Ugelhagen. So this one starts right and it stays right as well. So he's gone right, left that dropped short, and now right. 3 behinds and one that didn't make the distance, but he has been marking the football inside forward 50. 13-14-92 the Bulldogs. 9-7-61 the Dockers. 13 gone in the last. The Dogs lead the game high 31.
5 marks inside 50 on the night for Ugelhagen, 11 for the Bulldogs. As the Dockers get it towards the wing, but it might be coming straight back. Baker goes to ground. Taken by McRae. High kick in the direction of Ugelhagen. So too Norton. Ugelhagen gathers at ground level. Just overcooks the hand pass. In comes Hughes. He's dispossessed. Off to Cox. Quick hand pass gets it away to Pearce. Kick favours McRae, who takes the contested mark. Happy to slow things down for the moment this time, Jack McRae. Possession number 24 coming up for him. Bontempelli just jogs his way inside 50. He'll wait down here as this one gets all the way towards Norton. Sneaks over the back. Chance there for the substitute in McNeil. Couldn't take the footy at ground level. Now they've piled on top. There'll be a ball up. 20 metres out from goal for the Bulldogs. They appear to have this one under control, leading by 31 points. The 14-minute mark of the last quarter.
Thrown up again. Jackson palmed it down straight to Bontempelli. Jackson affects the tackle. Bontempelli got it out. Treloar throws it on the boot. It's high up into the air. It's floating through. Oh, Treloar's got 2. And the Bulldogs have got this one. 14 minutes into the final term. Their lead is now 37 points. 14-14-98 to Fremantle's 9-7-61 here on Grandstand AFL. The Dockers fans, they've said we've seen enough. Plenty of them standing up and heading to the exits at Perth Stadium.
Another goal assist to Bontempelli. Questionable how many times he did get spun around there, but in the modern day, the umpires let that go. They want to see the ball moving. Again, great ability to find somewhere in open space. And Treloar's got this uncanny ability to finish around goal. I can vividly remember the grand final and how he was able to do it. And same thing here. He's just got a great goal sense.
Averaging 30 disposals per game this year. He's had 28 already tonight. And a couple of goals as Lob wins in the ruck to Bontempelli. Now socket forward by Treloar. Up comes Scott to meet the football, tackled by Clark. There'll be a ball up on the front edge of the centre square. So a big crowd come in for Friday night footy. The Dockers fans arriving in number. I venture to suggest there won't be anywhere near as many by the time the final siren goes here as McRae gets the clearance from half forward towards the pocket. Pearce coming across. Knocks the ball away from Norton and Waitman and puts it into the crowd. Boundary throw-in. 37 points, the lead to the Western Bulldogs. They will move to 3-3. And the Dockers will slide to 2-4. And that chance of finals footy for consecutive years is slipping away for Fremantle. From the boundary throw-in, Ugelhagen gets his fingertips to the footy. And we're back over the line again. 25 out from goal, City End. The Bulldogs 14-14-98 lead the Dockers 9-7-61.
Thought it might have been 50,000. Bridget Lacey, it might be a bit shy of that though. Have you got any more details on the crowd downstairs?
I do. 47,503 is the exact number, Clint, tonight.
Not just a few more details, the exact details. It's thrown back into play and locked in immediately as Waitman took possession. Up into the air. Norton with a more telling tap down to Treloar and straight into Brayshaw. Came out to Bontempelli. His hand pass was towards goal. It pinballs around. Pearce gathers. Tackled by 2 Bulldogs. We'll ball this up once more. Next up for the Bulldogs, Hawthorn on Saturday at the Docklands. Fremantle are off to the Gabba. What challenge that will be. Blood rule here. Waitman has a cut on his face, just above his left eye. He'll make his way off the ground, so they'll have to make a change here, the Bulldogs. Impact that he's had since returning to this side. Still got the likes of Bailey Smith to come back with a calf. He'll be out for the next 1 to 2 weeks. Ball thrown up again. Jackson won it down. Ace got a short kick. Taken there by Williams. Hands it off to Treloar. Now to Duray. Duray from 49 out. Tumbles it towards goal. Norton! Just couldn't quite mark it. Had hands to it for a second. It spilled away from him and across for a minor score. 14-15, 99 to 9-7, 61. The Dogs lead the Dockers 18 gone in the last on Grandstand AFL, ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and of course streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Young tries to take a risk to go up the middle with the kick in. Jackson was the target. Richards was there as well for the Bulldogs. And they fight a draw. There'll be a ball up just inside the front edge of the centre square. Umpire throws it in the air. Darcy wins down yet another hit out. Through comes McNeil. The substitute was taken high. He'll get a free kick. His first possession of the evening, replacing the Centurion, Toby McLean, finishing his 100th game subbed out. Not sure he'll mind too much with a win in game number 100. The kick goes in the pocket. Bontempelli! What a way to finish his night. He's taken a hanger. 20 metres out from goal. There were 3 Bulldogs up. English was there. Norton was there. Ugle-Hagan as well. But Bontempelli leapt the highest. He might have been a little bit fortunate as it fell into his lap in the end. But it's been a big night for Marcus Bontempelli.
What a great leap. Got on the shoulders of big Sean Darcy as well, and there's not much this man can't do. Does it inside the contest in the midfield, goes forward and takes a lovely contested grab.
His 29th disposal. He's also made 10 tackles and he's kicked 2 goals. What a performance from Bontempelli this evening here at Perth Stadium. The Bulldogs raised the century for the first time this season. They're 15-15, 105. Streeting away from Fremantle, 9-7-61. We're 30 seconds away from time on in the last quarter here on Grandstand AFL. Cara Antonio and Harry Taylor, your experts here tonight.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, Cara, and say I think Bontempelli is going to feature in the votes. He has been outstanding. Clearly has really got himself up for this contest. Has been influential across the game, not only from a playing perspective, but the leadership as well. Big moments, he's stood up, he's influenced when his team needs him to. Just a class act.
What a mark. What a game. English with the restart. He gets the tap down up against Darcy. It spills to the outer side. Slapped down by Liberatore. Now it'll come to the Dockers. Sarong to Brayshaw. Kick to the outer wing. Duray couldn't take it. Hughes could. Tackled by McRae. Locked it in. Umpire says we'll ball it up. 44 points the margin. Favour of the visitors. They've spent the week in Perth. They'll take the 4 points back home. Restart again. Back to ground as it's locked in. McNeil wrapping up Young. Umpire will ball it up. Just forward of the wing for the Dockers. Darcy with the tap out after it. Liberatore and into Brayshaw. Liberatore stayed down. He's hurt. So too is Brayshaw from that collision. Fremantle kick inside forward 50. Banfield takes the mark off to the Wagner inside 50. Liberatore in the hands of the trainer is slowly up to his feet. As we have a look at it. Now Brayshaw has turned and Liberatore has made contact with the leg of Brayshaw. I'm not sure what Brayshaw could have done to get out of the way, but I'll be looking at that as Banfield from right in front. He kicks from 45 out. He misses to the left-hand side. Freo without a major so far in this final term. They're 9-8-62. The Bulldogs 15-15, 105. 22 gone in the last.
Liberatore appears to be okay. He's up and moving. He's not far away from this contest as the Bulldogs have got it towards the wing. He'll be taken over the line by Young. Throw in southern side wing. Marcus Bontempelli game 199 this week. As the attendance is announced to the crowd, 47,503. just continues to get better and better, Marcus Bontempelli. Almost been forgotten as a few of the key forwards have started to be put up in the lights as the best players in the comp. Bontempelli just reminding everyone in the early rounds this season just how good he is. As the English, he's had some sort of season as well. Clever little chip pass into some space, and Norton runs onto it to take the mark. So Aaron Norton, left forward pocket, marking 25 metres out. A chance to kick another here for the Bulldogs, and it would be his third for the evening himself.
Another player I think he's probably enjoyed his time back home in Western Australia. He's certainly playing like it. He's been significant tonight, always throws himself at the contest and getting some reward for what's been some really consistent effort.
This is the part of the game that sometimes leaves a little bit to be desired. It's a tight angle, tough kick, but he converts it beautifully and again celebrates to the crowd. 3 goals to Aaron Norton. Equals the career best against Fremantle. He's often struggled against the Dockers, but for the second time in his career he's got 3 against the Purple. And the Bulldogs lead it by 49 points, 16-15, 111 to 9-8-62. 23 minutes gone in the last quarter. Bridget Lacey is on the boundary.
Yeah, we saw that contact between Liberatore and Andy Brayshaw a few moments ago. Libba stayed out there, as we saw, and the physio basically ran out. It looked like the conversation went something like, you better come off. And Libba said, no, I don't think so. And the physio said, yep, you're coming off. So he might be sitting out the rest of this now.
We're actually watching him on the television screen as you say this, and Liberatore, it has to be said, is unimpressed by having to come off the ground. I would think from the head contact and doing the right thing by him, the Bulldogs, by making him sit down. They've got this game won as well, for whatever that is worth. McRae got a hand pass away to restart to Daniel, then to Treloar, kick towards right half forward. There's Cox, and he's tackled to ground by Artie Jones and Rory Lobb. The result keeps the Bulldogs right in the mix and puts serious doubts over the finals aspirations of Fremantle as Darcy wins this and then gathers it from the ruck tap. Gave it out towards Ryan, then on in turn to O'Meara. They'll go across half back. Young kicks towards the outer wing. Fine mark, that's Corbett. Good grab for him. Third mark of the game. Kicks in the direction of Frederick. Can't mark it right half forward. Hughes goes to mop it up. Still with it, the Dockers, to Frederick. Now to Wagner. Into the right forward pocket. Sturt was waiting. Richards wasn't. Richards got there. Got in front. Punches it over the line for a throw-in. 48 out from Freo's goal. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Yeah, it might just be precautionary, but look, Lockie Schultz is on the bench and he's had some ice applied to his hamstring, so I'll ask the question of the club.
It's never a good sign, precautionary or not. And Lockie Schultz, such an important cog in that forward line for Fremantle, which has struggled tonight, just 9 goals. Western Bulldogs have worked this away from the contest again. McNeil on the wing, hand pass to the speedster in Baker. Away with a bounce, carries it to half forward, kicks over the top again. Getting back is Artie Jones, one out against Ryan. Not surprisingly, the big man takes the mark. Ryan switches play to the left back pocket to Johnson. He's found it hard to get into the game this evening, and this kick will turn it over. Waitman dashing through, made a great spoil. Falls for Daniels. Off towards Williams. A hand pass to Johannesson. He doesn't blaze away. He chips short to Lobb. Umpire says it didn't go 15. So Lobb's forced to play on. Kicks high up and under towards the top of the goal square. It'll work out all right. McNeil roving the pack, kicks a goal. Walker down and hurt from the contest he made at the top of the goal square. But you can mark down a goal to McNeil. And the Bulldogs have 17. 17-15, 117. Fremantle are 9-8-62. And the Bulldogs have piled on 5 goals to 0 in this last quarter.
Yeah, this is significant now, this loss. Never enjoyable places to be when the game's probably out of your reach. You're going to find it really tough to stay in the contest. But there is still time, and what you need to do is really quickly shift your mindset from what can I do in this last period of the game to prepare myself really well for the next contest, the next week, the next training session that I have. It's difficult to compartmentalise that, but that's what you have to gain out of this period of time.
Bulldogs, meantime, they will be celebrating. It's a big win on the road. English with the tap, down to Bontempelli. Disposal number 30 for him. Kick in the direction of McNeil, most recent goal kicker. To McRae, inside forward 50, long. Rory Lobb takes the mark. He'll go back and kick from 50 outs. It would be almost fitting if he were to put the icing on the cake or perhaps the froth on the beer.
Another mark inside forward 50. They've just taken this game by the throat. 14-7 for the game.
The former Docker gets the Bronx cheer. He kicks from 49 out. Kicks on its way. He misses to the right-hand side. Freo fans looking for anything to cheer about. 17-16, 118 the Bulldogs, 9-8-62 the Dockers, 27 gone in the last.
He's kicked 1 goal, 3 Rory Lobb, 12 possessions at a disposal efficiency of 25%. Hasn't exactly been his night, but I don't think he'll worry about that one little bit in a few minutes' time when that siren goes. He might get another crack at one here as Liam Jones sends it inside 50. Pearce takes the mark, plays on his kick, was touched in flight. It comes back to Darcy. Little hand pass to Sarong, sweeping hand pass out wide. Bounces nicely for Cox, who wants to take them on, nearly caught by Wakeman. Hand pass to Wagner, who measures the pass beautifully towards Banfield. Just short of left half forward. Kicks deep into the pocket. It'll bounce in front of Jackson up against the boundary. Comes off the heel of his boots and then lands right on the boundary line. We'll get a throw in 35 metres out, Farmer Freeway end of the ground. The Dockers with just 2 behinds in this last quarter. Western Bulldogs have kicked 5 goals, 5. Totally dominant in the 4th term. At the throw in, Darcy wants to flick it over the back. Waiting there is Treloar. English actually got in his way. Banfield spun in the tackle. Hand pass to O'Meara. Sweeps one out wide to Young on his wrong side. Kicks well with the right boot. Sets it up for Walters. And that's a good mark from Michael Walters. Right forward pocket. 25 metres out. Can have a shot for his first goal of the evening. A very quiet night for the Fremantle veteran, who will swing out onto the left boot here and open up the angle. Bending it around, he kicks a goal. At long last, the Dockers have a goal in this final term. It's taken 29 minutes to get their 10th goal of the match. 10-8-68. They trail the Western Bulldogs 17-16, 118. It's the Dogs by 50 points in the closing stages.
Yeah, only their 8th mark inside 50. And we talked about that being a really important area of the game before it started. I threw out the number of around about 12, is what I thought was probably the number they needed to get to in order to score enough. They're a little bit short of that, and conversely, we talked about the Dogs being ranked 18th in that area over this early part of the season. Now, they've had 14 inside 50 marks. If you're scoring, even half of those are goals, you've got 7 on the board plus the forward pressure that they put on. It is a significant part of our game, marking the ball inside 50.
Bounce the restart. English won it down. Sarong got there first. Ricocheted off him to Brody. Cleverly done. It was inside forward 50. No one could take the mark. Frederick gathered, gave it to O'Meara. Hand pass back inboard to Johnson. Steadies. Should have goaled. He misses to the right-hand side. It's only about 35 metres out on a slight angle and had time to steady himself as well. But a minor score. 17-16 plays 10-9. 31 gone in the last.
Ed Richards with the long kick back into play. Williams the target, competing with Clark in the air. Neither could mark, and then Williams is taken high. So he'll get the free kick. 3 goals tonight for Williams, 20 possessions. He's run the wings very nicely for the Western Bulldogs. He's one of 11 goal kickers tonight for the red, white and blue. Kick towards half forward. Lobb has it knocked away from him. Banfield at the front. Watches a bit of traffic go past, and then hand passes to Brody, off to Young. Another hand pass from Brody floating into the middle of the ground, doesn't work out. McNeil to the feet of Bontempelli, scoops it up beautifully, swings a hand pass back inboard to Treloar. His kick finds some space between Hughes and McRae. Hughes misses it. McRae paddles the ball to his own advantage, gathers about 70 out, centering kick towards Johannisen. He can't mark, met solidly by Hughes. That was a crunching bump. Johannisen down and hurt. Fremantle look to rebound here. Young to Darcy, off to Clark, runs directly into the English tackle, tries to fend off, and that's holding the ball. Tim English gets the free kick. He's a couple of steps inside the centre square. And the Western Bulldogs ruckman can chip one out wide, and here's Treloar getting another possession. Disposal number 34, short again to Williams. Johannesson in the background getting himself to his feet. Looks as though he's going to jog gingerly towards the boundary. Another short pass for Williams to Treloar, 48 metres out, right up against the boundary line. Take his absolute best kick from there, Adam Treloar. He's pointing towards the goals, trying to convince everyone that he's having a shot. I reckon he's pretty happy just to chew up 30 seconds. Now he finds a leading player, and on the lead, marking again. It's like they're just playing footy between themselves. It's Williams once more.
Just real patient there, and a bit of lapse in concentration. Game's well and truly over from the Dockers. And Williams, he's been really impressive today, playing off that wing and hitting the scoreboard a number of times.
Quite appropriate that the ball finishes in his hands. Can he finish it with a goal? No, he can't. He sprays it right across the face. But it's a big performance from the Bulldogs. Friday night lights here in Perth. It was all there for Fremantle, but the Dogs have taken it away from them. A 49-point win to the Western Bulldogs.
Red, white and blue. We come out strong. Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs bite and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West.
So Bontempelli's boys beat the Blues as the Bulldogs lob a hand grenade into Fremantle's finals hopes. 17-16, 118 to Fremantle's 10-8-68. It's the Bulldogs' biggest score of the season, their biggest win of the season. They led by 6 at quarter time, by 19 at the half, by 23 points at three-quarter time, and they went on to win by 49 points. They're 3-3 after round 6.
Stars of the West, red, white and blue. We come out snarling, Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs bite and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the mighty West.
The mighty West belonging to the Bulldogs tonight. They spent the week in Perth. And they'll be rewarded with the 4 competition points. Their 3rd win of the season, 3-3, and a very handy percentage booster for them as well. They begin the night on 76.8, and they win by the tune of 49 points. A very handy one for them. They jump up to be 90.3. Still outside of the 8, of course, but nonetheless, no percentage has been so important for so long, particularly in making finals. Rory Lobb doing the on-ground interview with the television broadcaster, so too Adam Treloar. Not a great night for Rory Lobb, but he did kick 1 goal, and he'll still be delighted nonetheless that his new side was able to take the competition points. The goal kickers for the Western Bulldogs, 3 to Williams, 3 to Norton, 2 to Bontempelli, 2 to Treloar, singles to Waitman, to Lobb, to Liberatore, to Scott, to Daniel and to English. While for Fremantle, 2 to Sam Sturt, 2 to Michael Frederick, singles O'Meara, Darcy, Schultz, Jackson, Walters and Amos. 17-16, 118, the Dogs, the Dockers 10-9-69. What did you make of things? Cara Antonio and Harry Taylor on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, well, I think from the get-go, the Doggies just came out and they meant business. We spoke about it earlier, and before the game, I mentioned about their tackle pressure. You know, the past 3 or 4 games, they've been out-tackled by 10 at least, and they had 20 tackles inside forward 50 tonight alone. They won the tackle count, they won the majority of the other stats, but for me it was their ability to start the game. Yes, they weren't effective and efficient with their score on the board, but that they didn't drop their heads. They kept peppering the inside 50s, the re-entries. They set so well up behind the footy, the likes of Jones and Keith, the intercept mark ability that those two boys had tonight in re-entries for their forwards. They lowered the eyes. They're able to take marks inside forward 50. And tonight they scored 9 goals, 12 off turnovers, which I think, in a nutshell, is the game. There and then they pressured the Dockers. The Dockers turned the ball over and they were able to score on the counter-attack.
Yeah, from my understanding, Luke Beveridge is a very emotional coach. So he uses those levers, the videos, the music, the storytelling art of coaching to great effect. They're a professional outfit. They've spent the week here. They would have bonded a little bit more. They would have given their players some flexibility and some freedom to go and meet family and do other things. But at the right time, he would have really steeled this group for what is a pretty significant game in both teams' year. But the Dogs have really capitalised on it. It's just the little things. I saw Luke Beveridge before the game shake everyone's hand that made the Guard of Honour. He uses that emotion, and I feel like a player like Bontempelli would feed off that. And he plays with such a badge of leadership. He wears it so strongly, and full credit to the Dogs. They were outstanding tonight. They probably early on, could have been a little bit more in front, but their tackle pressure and the way that they really approach this game from a mindset perspective was outstanding.
And we questioned their mid-forward connection before the call. I didn't see any signs of a lack of mid-forward connection. They had a great method going inside forward 50. They had tools that were able to mark the ball. If they couldn't, they brought the ball to ground. They were able to create stoppages and score a number of goals from forward 50 stoppages as well. And I was really impressed with the Doggies. Yeah, they had a disappointing loss last week and were outrun in that last quarter. But for 4 quarters, I thought they stayed in the game, in the hunt. They backed in their game style and what they're about and their methods all across the ground. And I thought it was an outstanding 4-quarter performance from the Dogs, led from the front by their skipper, Bontempelli. He set the tone early. We spoke about it at quarter time. Someone needs to go and play a role on him, and there wasn't really one individual that went to him. There was a group of the Dockers midfielders, but when he wasn't getting his hands on the ball in the second and third quarter, he's laying tackles. He ended up with 10 tackles as well, 13 ground ball gets, a number of handballs out to players in better spots, and it was a real captain's performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, and if we flip to the other side, Fremantle they need to be better in these moments.
We'll hear more from Harry and from Cara in just a few seconds, but let's take you down into the Bulldogs' rooms. Bridget Lacey is there. Bridge.
Yeah, plenty of family and friends in here with the phones up, ready to film as the players enter the rooms. The big cheer goes up. Rory Lobb right there near the front with Aaron Norton. And, of course, Artie Jones playing back home in Western Australia as well. There's a fair bit of West Australian flavour to this team, and that shows with the number of people in the rooms right now celebrating with them too. A massive win, and you can sort of feel it in here tonight that this means an awful lot to the Bulldogs and their season. Lebber looks fine. He's stepping into the circle. Here we go.
Sons of the West, woo! Red, white and blue, woo! We'll come as solid. Bulldogs through and through, we'll sing. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs rock. We give them every rest. We come to the boys of the Bulldog Creek and sing with the body rest.
There we go. We should have Jamara Ugle-Hayden very shortly.
Thanks, Bridget. Back to you in just a moment. Harry, please continue on.
Yeah, so if we flip to the other side of the coin and Fremantle, I think a lot of their supporters would leave disappointed tonight. Those listening on the wireless to us will probably feel like this was a game that they had a really good chance in. Build a little bit of momentum, particularly late last week. Use that same momentum at home, Friday night, great opportunity. I think there's a lot of Freo supporters that are probably leaving a little bit disappointed what they saw, particularly late in the game where there was still a chance. We spoke about three-quarter time. The game was still on the line. Might have been 20 points, but it felt like Fremantle was still in the game. Unfortunately, ended up blowing out a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it was you, Dave, that mentioned their slow starts. They haven't won a first quarter all year, and they've only won 3 of the last 21. So, again, no doubt that's at the back of JL and the coaching group and the players group as well. How do we start stronger? Albeit they're only 6 points down, I think, at quarter time with the Doggies missing a number of goals, but at this point, I can't see him playing finals at all.
They are going to struggle. The Bulldogs, though, have taken a big step towards them. Let's head back into the Dogs' rooms. Bridget Lacey.
Enough to be joined by Jamara Ugle-Hagan. A great victory for the team tonight. It felt like, anyway, watching that you guys had really built yourselves up for this one. Is that on the mark?
Yeah, especially coming off a loss down in Adelaide, gather round. We obviously wanted to bounce back. And the boys showed it tonight, and we just had fun out there. I reckon we celebrated every little thing. But it's just good to see everyone can just join in and play in their footy.
This Anzac round always means a lot to the players, I know, but Bevo's famous for being able to build the emotional story, I guess, before the game. Are you able to give us a bit of an insight into the sort of things he was saying to you before this one?
Well, obviously, yeah, as I said before, coming off a loss, he's just straight on to the next. He's just saying go out there, compete, just do what you can do for the team, look after each other and play for our brand, and which is a Footscray club. So just going out there and just enjoying ourselves and just trying to get that win.
Now, he hasn't been your teammate for that long, but I'm sure you felt a bit for Rory Lobb this week and so much hype around him. What did you guys do to sort of get around him through the week? And also tonight, he copped it a fair bit from the crowd and his opposition players as well.
Yeah, so he's always going to cop it. We're already ready for that. We're just out there to support him, as we do. We're we're a big family. We're not going to let anyone touch one of our brothers. And at the end of the day, he had a pretty good game and impacted and played his role. And then that just opened up for the whole team, and so it's great to have him in our club, and he's a great mate as well, so it's good.
Beautiful. We'll send you upstairs for some questions. Clint Wilden, Dave Lindsay, Cara Antonio and Harry Taylor.
Well done, Jamara. Harry Taylor here. I thought early in the game, mate, you were particularly influential. It looked like you were grabbing your marks. You were that release kick on a lot of occasions. Yes, you didn't quite finish the goals, but I thought your presence, particularly early on, was significant, mate. What was your mindset like? You've had the week back at home leading into this game.
Yeah, so obviously I felt that I just needed to impact a bit more as a key forward, and if I just play my role, I'm not going to get the lick of the ice cream and it's going to open up to other people. But I just found that if I just compete and play my brand of footy, it just ended up coming and falling in my hands and just being dangerous and showing what people I can do, and it just ended up coming, which I was happy with.
Jamara, Cara Antonio here. Awesome win, congratulations. Bontempelli, for me, I've tipped him actually to win the Brownlow. I had to do a few things before the season. His game tonight, outstanding. I thought he was instrumental in that first quarter for you guys and set the tone. What kind of leader is he? Obviously on the field we can see that, but more so off the field.
Everyone respects Bonty, especially on field. Like, he's great to have. You don't see the little things that we see on the screen at training. All these little things on the ground you probably wouldn't see, but the impact that he has for our team off the field is incredible. Just organising events for us, looking after us, always supporting the younger ones, and he treats everyone with respect, even if you're the first draftee to Tom Liberatore, just played their 200th. Like, it's just, he's always going to have the respect for you if you just are willing to impact and create, get the best for him.
And it was mentioned pre-game and probably throughout the week, your mid-forward connection and I suppose your lack of efficiency when going inside forward 50. Amazing tonight. You guys, as a group, as a forward group, took 16 grabs in the forward half of the ground. As a forward yourself, what was the focus and what was spoken about in the lead-up to tonight's game?
Yeah, so I wanted to impact, create a contest. I didn't want to get outmarked, or even if I didn't mark the ball, I just hoped to bring it to ground. That was my main role, just being a key forward and just representing for my team. But my focus was just to go out there and have fun, enjoy playing Perth. Not many people get to play AFL, so it's just incredible to be out there.
Jamara, Dave Lindsay here. Just interested to know, you're number one draft pick a few years ago, and there's always a lot of hype around the number one pick, and it's taken a little while for you to get a bit of continuity into your football. What was the pressure like early on? Was there an expectation from outside or within for you in terms of getting out onto a field and playing plenty of AFL footy?
Yeah, so it was tough in my first year. I like to see it as a development year. So just looking at it, that just learning from little mistakes that I used to do, like I'm just not going to get handed AFL games. You actually have to put in the work to get out there. So obviously being a number one draft pick, I thought I was just going to roll in, play round one and just play for the rest of the year. But I came into a really good team, a top two team, made the grand final in my first year. So just putting in the work and extra stuff that not many people see, and that's what's going to get you a game. And yeah, so it's just feeding off that pressure. I did find it challenging at the start, but it just got better and better because I started impacting and I started putting in the work, so I had no excuse not to go out there and compete.
Are you feeling like you're getting some of those rewards now for all that hard work you've put in?
Yeah, 100%. I reckon all that training session, all those pre-seasons, have all added up and we've just got to where we are. And if I'm not kicking any goals, I know someone else isn't down there in the key forward. So it's just doing just being fitter just makes the game a lot easier to run. And it's just fitness is probably the main key for an AFL player, I believe.
Jamara Eagle-Hagan is our special guest here on Grandstand AFL. Jamara, Clint Wilden here. I'm just curious, how have the past 3 weeks been for you? Everyone was so impressed with the way you handled something that no one should handle. Your press conference, the game afterwards with your coach, Luke Beveridge. For someone who is 21 years of age, to be able to be so composed with the pressure that was put upon you that no one deserves to deal with. I'm just curious, how challenging is it for someone in your position to be able to manage that along with just the pressures that come of playing AFL football?
It is tough, especially, as I said last couple of weeks ago, I did find it challenging, but luckily I've got a great partner, Liv, that looked after me behind the doors. Just got to speak, got it off my chest to tell how I feel, and I had lovely support from my family, this club, everyone around me, even fans just walking down the street, getting hugs from absolute like randoms. Like, it was just amazing how many people supported me that I didn't even notice. But just without that support, and everyone wants to change. The only way we can do that is obviously educate. But at the end of the day, I just was proud to be out there and stand and play for my people and play for this club. And then I knew the boys had my back, which made it a lot easier. And then I got to, I found it a bit hard to come into the club first training session back. But as soon as I walked in, the boys would just give me hugs and just sorted me out, which was good. And then I came out and performed, which was lovely.
There was a couple of big moments in the last week or so. Gather round with Collingwood and St Kilda, and Collingwood issuing a long overdue apology for what happened to Nicky Winmar, and then the healing ceremony in the last couple of days, which I know you couldn't be at because you were here at Perth, but at Victoria Park. Did you have a look at those moments, and can I get from you what it meant to you to see them?
Oh, it's great to see the numbers show up. I did see Darcy Moore's speech, incredible captain already. He's just a great influence in the game, and if it's coming from him, it means a lot to not only us Indigenous boys, but just everyone, all the multicultural players. It's just incredible to see someone speak up and just show what they actually believe in. And the fact that we can get numbers down there to support us as a family, all of us, it's just incredible to see. And then obviously I saw a couple of things, but it's just good to see how we're actually all supporting each other and all that's what's best for everyone.
You've handled yourself incredibly well. Well done on everything you've done over the last couple of weeks. On just a footballing note, what does it mean for this group to come across to a ground, I know you weren't here for the grand final, but a ground where you haven't had great success apart from that big win over West Coast, and get the W tonight in front of the raucous Fremantle fans? What does it mean for this group, do you think, as you head into the rest of the season?
It sets us on a positive for the next week. And then we're just on our toes for the rest of the time. We're in Perth. It was just fun footy out there. We enjoyed it. We all played for each other. We had a couple of individuals that stood out, but I felt like everyone played their role and we just enjoyed and had fun. And that's the whole point. We all picked footy in the first place, which is the little kid that had fun in footy, and we just went back to that and the basics, and we just trust our fundamentals and trusted each other, and then we just got better from there.
Speaking of fun footy, what's it like to have Cody Waitman back in this team?
It's always good. Me and him always feed off each other's energy. The way he just always on his toes, just his contest, every tackle, he's always excited. He honestly doesn't care about kicking goals or his performance. It's just the little things. Like, I didn't even hold a tackle when he come over and just said, mate, that pressure is unbelievable. Like, he just gets you up on your bout. Same as Artie Jones. Those boys down there is just unreal to play with. And then obviously Cody's just a great kid, and he's got a long way to develop, and it's great. So he's got room for improvement, and he's going to be better.
Pleasure to talk to you. Best of luck for the rest of the year, Jamara.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Jamara Ugle-Hagan downstairs in the Western Bulldogs rooms after the Bulldogs a big win tonight, 17-16, 118 to Fremantle's 10-8-68. Couple of questions to go through, big issues and talking points from this one. Were Fremantle, the supporters can get as excited as they like, and I reckon that's one of the great things of footy. I know often I'm on my own saying that I don't mind the pantomime boo. I think it's just part of the whole process. Different when there's booing for other reasons, but someone leaves your team, that's all okay. That's all right if you're sitting in a seat. Were Fremantle too focused on Rory Lobb tonight? We saw right from the very start they went to him and got stuck into him, and then on at least one other occasion they were more interested in push and shove with Rory Lobb than where the ball was, and it did cost them a goal. What did you make of that, Harry?
Yeah, it's a great point, because there certainly was one instant during the call where it was significant. It ended up in a goal against. Their focus was on one player rather than where the ball was headed. And that was a big moment in the game from a momentum perspective. Hard to sort of put yourself in the mind of the players. Clearly it was something they were thinking about. When your captain has the intention to go and rough up an opposition player from the very start, that is premeditated. You've thought about it. Now, whether it was a directive from others or whether it was a bit of a group or collective thing, it is a premeditated mindset. And even if that is, you're spending a little bit of your time on that time may well have been better spent focusing on something else. How much did it impact? It's hard to define, but I think it did have an impact. Yeah, the more I do think about it, I think it did.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because I think that's all we've heard about this week in the media. The media have blown it up pretty big, no doubt.
Oh, Cara, it's not just the media. Fremantle were very happy to put it out there too.
No doubt, as I was about to say, it would have been spoken about within the four walls. But you're right, Harry. They needed to probably spend more of their time, focusing on winning the ball and hitting the scoreboard. I think Lobb actually played quite a good game. He was taking good marks. He was... yes, he missed a couple of set shots, but he hit the scoreboard, and it seemed like he knew exactly what he was going to get, and he rode the whole entire thing, and really at the end of the day had the last laugh in the end, and takes the 4 points home to him all the way back to Melbourne on the plane.
Jones's hit on Schultz will definitely be looked at. Are we any closer to having an opinion on which way that stands? I'm looking at you first. I'll put my hand up here and go, I've got no clue.
Yeah,
I think he's in strike. My gut feeling is he's in strike, but this is not one where I'll sit here and go, he's going to go for this.
There's no doubt they'll look at it, because that's what they've been doing with similar sort of contact during the year. I think he'll be okay, because it's almost chest to chest, and the heads have made contact. He didn't line him up and hip and shoulder him. There didn't appear to be anything else. I don't think. We'll probably need to see another replay or two to see exactly what made contact, but it looked a bit like it was head on head, which I guess we have seen in the past when it's shoulder to shoulder bump and it's head to head. We do see players penalised. This was more a chest to chest. It probably tests the whole system, really. It's not an intent to bump as such, but it was definitely intent to make some physical contact. So where's the line? What's the rule? I think we'll get a replay on TV right now in front of us, which looks bad at first view. But as we slow it down, he's almost confronting the player. He's got his hands out in front of him, looking to push as much as anything else. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, it looks bad. The ball's at his feet, so the argument maybe he could have gone to pick the ball up, but split second, yeah. I'm curious to see how this one pans out. Normally up and about, as you know, about whether I think someone should get off or otherwise. I don't know on this one. The other interesting one, I don't think Brayshaw's in any trouble with the potential concussion that Liberatore suffered from. There's nowhere Brayshaw could go. Liberatore's made contact with him. You can't just vanish off the face of the earth. But the Hughes tackle late in the game, whether it was a bump or a tackle, I'm not sure. We've only seen the
well, we've only seen it live. I haven't seen a replay from it. So I guess they make a decision. Was he going in to affect a tackle on the opposition player, or was he going to affect the bump? Because if he's going to affect the bump, he could be in a little bit of strife on Johannesson. Left Johannesson flat for a good 10 to 15 seconds.
And he was taken off, wasn't he? It's
He
very
was
late in the
taken
game,
off.
so it'll all come down to the medical report on that one, and obviously the replay to see where the contact was made. I think calling it at the time, it was a bump from memory.
Yeah.
They're obviously going to look at it when it's a bump and a player goes off under the assistance of trainers. So busy people, the MRP. They'll be having plenty to do tomorrow, and I'm sure they'll do it all across this very long weekend.
Michael Christian, best of luck with what you have to do, because Fremantle could ill afford to lose another player, Ethan Hughes, on that one. Sam Sturt and his efforts tonight. Just a quick one on Fremantle. What have you made of him and Jai Amos, who was subbed out? Sturt got a couple of goals. Amos got one, but then was subbed off. The two youngsters from Fremantle up forward, it's their biggest challenge, Fremantle, is to try and find a reliable avenue to goal. Assess those for me, Harry.
Yeah, they're both young, developing players. They need an opportunity. They need to find a way to keep injecting themselves in the games, and they need to be picked on a regular basis. Their self-belief is really important. Their self-confidence is really important. The only way that grows is through opportunity and feeling a really sort of supportive nature from your coaches and from your teammates. They aren't going to be great every week. They're going to have some ups and downs, but I think Fremantle need to persist with those two players. They've been crying out for a big forward for a long period of time. They need to sort of potentially change some of the ways they move the ball inside 50 to suit those players whilst they develop. But it is really, really important, I think, that those players continue to get an opportunity to wear the Fremantle Dockers jumper, Cara.
Yeah, they both had moments tonight, I thought. And you're right. The more opportunities they'll get, the more confidence they'll build. And again, probably, more pre-seasons as well underneath their belt. They'll get stronger, they'll get fitter, and they'll learn their forward crafts. And the one for me is Corbett. He came on, I think, was it partway through the third quarter? We spoke about it throughout the call that Fremantle really didn't have anyone for that bailout kick that were taking marks. The ball was getting brought to ground and the Bulldogs were rebounding it back in. And he came on and took a number of marks, ended up with the 3 marks, 4 touches. But I'd like to see him and what he's going to produce over a 4-quarter effort, because they lack that key forward, and they lack someone to be able to connect back mid and forward all together. So I don't know if Corbett's the answer, but it will definitely be great to see those young kids get many more games into them this season, hopefully.
We'll get the votes very shortly. We're in the Freo rooms. We'll try and bring you an interview from the Dockers where we can. In the meantime, the main number that matters is the 49 points. The Bulldogs beat Fremantle by 17-16, 118 to the Dockers 10-8-68 with all the other numbers. Dave Lindsay. Dave, give us a few before we head downstairs.
Well, some team stats. They really blew out late in the match. The Bulldogs, 373 disposals to 337. They won uncontested possessions by 20 and contested possessions by 25. They won the inside 50 count 60-45, and the marks inside 50 was critical, 16-8. Bridget Lacey is in the Fremantle rooms. She's got Sean Darcy with her.
Yeah, Sean, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Obviously not the result you wanted tonight. It felt like it was in the balance a lot of the night. Where did you think it all went wrong in that sort of last quarter?
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing that last quarter. It's not what we stand for and what we want to play. I thought our contest work was a bit scrappy, but not the way that we like it. The stoppages where they were caught inside and they got on the outside, or they were caught on the inside and vice versa. So, yeah, really disappointing last 30 minutes of footy.
And I'm sure you didn't want the ball to go anywhere near the Bont tonight, but it seemed like he was dominating out there.
Yeah, exactly. He's a quality player. He seemed like he was everywhere. We tried to hit away from him, and his follow-up and his action work was really good. He's a quality player, and that's what he does. Plays really good footy.
And we were all looking forward to your battle with Tim English out there tonight. How did you feel it went?
Thought I started off really well first half, taking some good marks around the ground. I thought third quarter he got on top of me, and then the last quarter was pretty even. So, but overall they got the 4 points. So.
I'll send you upstairs for some questions. We've got Harry Taylor, Cara Antonio, Clint Wheeldon and Dave Lindsay.
So easy.
Yeah, Sean, Harry Taylor here. I think you're being probably a little bit harsh on yourself. I thought you were pretty solid the whole game, mate. 53 hit-outs. You mentioned those marks, kicking a goal. I mean, I thought overall you had a pretty significant impact on the game. My question is, how much time or where do you think you can keep maximising your capacity to get the hand on the ball in the ruck and help your midfielders turn those sort of possessions into forward 50 entries?
Yeah, that was what came out of the game. I was just speaking to Joel Corey, our midfield coach, and a few of the boys. I thought we tried to get 4 points around the ground, and I think we didn't do that at all in the ball ups and things like that. So, yeah, it's just continual working. We've got a young mid, so especially against the quality mid like them, we need body work needs to be strong and our reaction time needs to be a lot better. So it's on everyone. It's on me. It's on Caleb, Andy, Will. So, yeah, we're just going to keep building.
Shawnee Das, Cara Antonio here. Thanks for jumping on after the loss. Really appreciate it. I suppose, it's a long season, but you've got to kind of bounce back pretty quickly. You head up to the Gabba next weekend. What do you make of tonight and what, I suppose, changes can you make pretty quickly to put your best foot forward for next weekend?
Yeah, we're going up playing Brizzy next week, so their mids are really strong too. So us as a mid group need a review. We need to learn and we need to get better quickly. So we need to bring the vibe in training. It's really disappointing performance, but then we go. That's the best thing about footy. There's another game the next week. So yeah, we need to review what we went wrong, sit down with our coaches, and off we go again against Brisbane.
Sean, Dave Lindsay here. How is the combination with yourself and Luke Jackson working out so far? It appears on paper you're doing the vast majority of the ruck work and Luke's getting a little bit of a chop out every now and again for you. Is it working well? Are you happy with the way things are travelling at the moment?
Yeah, we're building every week. I'm feeling like we're knowing each other's game a little bit better each week, and yeah, it's just going to continue to build week in, week out. We've only played, I think, that was the 6th game together. We were really going against each other in pre-season every day, so yeah, it's going to get better. We're going to continue. I thought the first quarter was a glimpse of what we both can do when we're at the top flight of our games, working really well together. So yeah, it's just going to build.
Sean, Clint Wheeldon here. Bigger picture question. The issue about tackling, concussion. Are you confident that you know what's okay in a tackle and what's not?
Yeah, to be honest, mate, I'm pretty confused like the rest of us. Yeah, we don't really know what's a free kick, what's holding the ball, and what's a report. So it's pretty confusing out on the ground, but hopefully we get some clarification on.
So has anything come through from the AFL in the last couple of weeks to the footy department, or are you just sitting around going, well, I'll watch the TV shows like the rest of us and hope for the best?
Yeah, I haven't read in case they haven't given it to us, but hopefully there will be. I think it's pretty hard when you've got some big players trying to fight a tackle and then you're trying to make a tackle. So it's a unpredictable game and sometimes things happen. But yeah, hopefully there's some clarification on it.
And I mean this with the greatest respect. You are a big, tall player and you make an impact when you tackle someone. So what is your thought process if you're trying to tackle a much smaller player? Because you have to deal with things that when two players of similar builds come up against each other don't have to worry about. Do you think about this thing in the process of tackling?
Yeah, definitely. I'm sort of thinking don't put them to the ground. Try to keep them up on their feet. Try to lock their arms up so they can't get rid of the ball. Yeah, if you bring them to the ground, there you can bring all kinds of things into it. So, yeah, just try to keep them on their feet.
So a last one on this, I promised to be the last one before, but I'm just curious, the challenge between not wanting to let a player get a hand pass away and take them to ground versus not wanting to give yourself a risk of suspension. I mean, these are things in the split second I find it really hard to believe that you guys have to deal with.
Yeah, it's difficult. That's footy. It's a split second decision game sort of thing. You go forward, you think you can impact the ball and you're a second off, things happen. So that's the things that we have to do, have to learn, have to view on the flight, and hopefully.
Well, if nothing else, Sean, I'm almost relieved to know that you're as confused as the rest of us. Best of luck for the rest of the season. Good luck up at the Gabba against the Lions.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Sean Darcy downstairs. It seems to be genuinely a case of some players seem to say they're aware. Some coaches say they're aware. Other coaches say we don't know. Other players say I don't know. And I'm very much in the opinion, I go back to asking the question about why there isn't an AFL appointed head of football, because I think if we had one, that would be a role that person would go, right, we have to now get this sorted. Because not only is it important that the players know what the situation is, because they're the ones in the heat of battle, but I think you have an obligation for your supporters who pay their money and turn up and pay their subscription fees to watch it, so they know what's okay and what's not. You noticed a slight difference in the tackling processes tonight, didn't you?
Yeah, and it's interesting to hear Sean talk about that in terms of his technique and what he's trying to think about in the heat of the moment. Like that's a high-level skill to go, do I take this player to ground versus do I pin arms, do I try to knock the ball out? I felt tonight and Friday night or Thursday night, the first game of the week is always a good one to get a bit of a read on where the rules might sit over the weekend. And in this case, I felt like, particularly early on, there were some players who had this in the back of their mind. They were approaching the tackle slightly different this week compared to perhaps how they might have at the start of the season.
Harry Taylor and Cara Antonio, do you have the votes ready to go? Thumbs up. Harry, let's find out.
We do. So we thought Ryan from Fremantle, 1 vote, 619 metres, 30 touches, 10 marks. Pretty important player in terms of getting the ball and turning it back around and giving Freo a chance to get it forward. Treloar, outstanding, 35 touches, a couple of goals, 9 score involvements. We thought he grew as the game went on, got better and better. And the person we've spoken about the most tonight, no surprises, but Bontempelli, outstanding with a couple of goals, 31 touches, and as Cara mentioned, 10 tackles. That's significant from a defensive perspective. Not only are you getting the ball 31 times, but you're putting the pressure on. I mean, that for me is probably one of the most complete games you could play as a midfielder. So, hats off to Marcus Bontempelli and the Western Bulldogs.
So 3 to Bontempelli, 2 to Treloar, 1 to Ryan of Fremantle, which means for the Christian medal, Ryan gets 3. Who gets the 2 and the 1? Cara, I'll throw this over to you.
Sarong with the 2.
2, yep.
He had the 35 and 10 clearances. And then Sean Darcy was, pretty harsh critic on himself, 53 hit-outs. Hit the scoreboard as well and had the 12 touches.
He's a bit tough on himself, the big fella. By the way, the NRL result in the Northern Territory tonight, Parramatta against the Broncos. The Broncos are in that winners by 10 points, 26-16 here at Perth Stadium. The Bulldogs 17-16, 118 to Fremantle, 10-8, 68. Dave, was there anything else we needed to touch on in regards to the stats?
Oh, just the Rory Lobb, interesting game for him. 12 possessions, 1 goal, 3, 25% disposal efficiency. So it's a mixed bag for him, but in the end, I understand on Twitter, a picture of him posing with his Lobster Tears beer and 4 points to take home. So they're the best stats for him, aren't they?
It might even taste all right, a raspberry-flavoured beer that's salty with a sour finish if you've got the 4 points. I reckon it might be the only way it does taste all right. Well done to Rory Lobb. 49-point winners, the Western Bulldogs. That wraps it up here at Perth Stadium. Thanks very much for your company. Huge week coming up. Tomorrow gets underway. The Lead with Matt Clinch if you're throughout Victoria or Tasmania. Aaron Bryans will have SA Grandstand if you're in Adelaide and South Australia. Here in Perth, Harry Taylor will join us for Sports Talk. That's from 10 o'clock. And then it's Port versus the West Coast Eagles, GWS and Brisbane, and then Geelong get to unfurl the premiership flag against Sydney at Cardinia Park. The grand final rematch. What a ripper that will be. The round continues to culminate on Tuesday, Anzac Day. Collingwood versus Essendon at the MCG. Thanks for starting Anzac round with us in the West. Clint Wilden saying bye for now. The Bulldogs by 49.
Why get your